because of a fire 3 years ago. She was disfigured. Her appearance was exceedingly ugly. King Yan, Chu Ning, for his daughter's happiness, publicly posted a royal notice to recruit a son-in-law, yet not a single person managed to pass the trial. However, upon learning this news, I was startled, my eyes glowing with a golden light. The opportunity I had painstakingly awaited for so long seemed to have finally arrived. Indeed, I did not originate from this world but came from a later era. And moreover, I possessed a sweet love system. It would be activated after linking with a female. Every sweet romantic action could earn accumulated points. These accumulated points could be used to purchase items within the system's store. And the higher the status of the linked female, the accumulated points received would multiply manifold. Therefore, I was exceedingly cautious about my linking partner. And the daughter of King Yan, Chu Ning, was a noble county princess. Her status was exceedingly esteemed, and according to historical progression, she would soon be elevated to a princess. In ancient times, wasn't a princess the most noble status? The highest status could activate a 100-fold bonus for love points. Thus, the very next day, I accepted the royal marriage recruitment notice and sought out King Yan's manor. After I explained my intentions, the guards did not dare to delay and immediately went in to report. Learning that someone had accepted the marriage recruitment notice, in the main hall of King Yan's manor, King Yan, Chu Ning, and his son were discussing affairs, and the eyes of all three of them lit up. Chu Gaohu hurriedly stood up, unable to restrain himself. "Royal father, allow your son to go and see what is happening." King Yan, Chu Ning, gently nodded. Chu Gaohu turned and walked straight out the door. In front of King Yan's manor, a moment later, the grand gates creaked open, and a handsome young man stepped out from within. This person was none other than Chu Gaohu. "I am the one who accepted the royal notice." Chu Gaohu assessed me from head to toe. His initial impression was not bad. My complexion was tan. My appearance was also handsome, comparable to his own. Most importantly, I appeared honest and sincere, bringing people a sense of closeness. Indeed, that was I. I hurriedly cupped my hands in greeting. Chu Gaohu asked, "What is your name, and what is your profession?" I dared not delay. I promptly replied, "I am Li Zhao, from Wanping County, Beiping Prefecture. I am currently farming in my hometown. May I ask how I should address you?" Chu Gaohu looked at me and said, "I am the secondary son of the Prince of Yan. Follow me inside first." After saying this, he turned and entered the manor. Although it was immediately obvious from a glance that this young man clearly had no prominent background, this selection of a son-in-law was not originally intended to find someone of matching family status. As long as the chosen person truly treated the princess consort well, I clasped my hands and followed behind. He walked for a while before arriving at a grand hall. "Please, have a seat. Someone, bring tea." Chu Gaohu gave the order, then naturally sat down on the main seat. I found a chair and sat down. Very soon after, a maidservant brought the tea. "No need to rush. Drink some tea first." Chu Gaohu picked up his teacup, his eyes holding a proud, unyielding gaze. Both of us picked up our teacups and silently drank tea. The atmosphere was somewhat solemn. It seemed marrying the princess consort would not be easy at all. I would definitely have to pass this trial set by Chu Gaohu. It was only natural. She was a princess consort. How could she casually marry a mere country bumpkin from a rural village? While I was drinking tea, Chu Gaohu was still secretly observing me. These people from the imperial family all had their own set of standards for judging others. Judging me from my words, actions, and demeanor, the impression I gave Chu Gaohu was quite good. A farmer, though without any great abilities, possessed an honest appearance. It was just unknown if he could endure the trials that lay ahead. Just like that, half an hour had passed drinking tea, to the point where I also wanted to relieve myself. Half an hour later, a servant hurriedly entered the grand hall and whispered into Chu Gaohu's ear, "We have found out. This person is named Li Xiao. He is from Dashuku village, Wanping County, Beiping Prefecture. His family has been farmers for generations, and he is 21 years old this year. Both his parents passed away from illness last year. Currently, he is the only one left in his family. Never married or had children. His family background is unblemished." So, Zhu Gaohu was waiting here, to wait for someone to investigate my background. This matter must be thoroughly investigated, to prevent individuals with existing wives and children from abandoning their families. Such degenerates who pursue glory and wealth. Zhu Gaohu nodded slightly, quite satisfied with such a family background. After all, his elder sister's face had already been disfigured, so her family background no longer needed consideration. After all, no one was more powerful than the Yan prince's mansion, and only one person treated her well. And someone unburdened like this could avoid many complications, provided he could withstand the test. Suddenly, Zhu Gaohu's expression drastically changed. He suddenly stood up abruptly, staring at me. He said, "Li Zhao, you truly have great audacity. A mere peasant from the wilderness, and yet you dare to aspire to my Yan prince's mansion? Tell me, what is your true intention? Is this Zhu Gaohu's test?" I was slightly stunned. The other party was the son of the prince, of noble status, having practiced horsemanship and archery since childhood, skilled in martial arts. with a heroic appearance. An ordinary person, being yelled at like this, would certainly be terrified, but I had already mentally prepared myself last night and devised various countermeasures. Furthermore, as a soul from two lives, my mental resilience was not poor, and I quickly regained my composure. I calmly said, "Prince, what you said is wrong." Zhu Gaohu let out a cold snort. Could it be that I spoke incorrectly? Certainly not, I denied. Zhu Gaohu's eyes widened, never expecting this youth to be so headstrong, daring to refute his words. Compared to those who were previously paralyzed with fear, he was immeasurably stronger. Zhu Gaohu asked, "Where is the mistake?" I respectfully clasped my hands towards the sky and said, "In the 18th year of Hongwu, the current sacred emperor once said, everyone says that agriculture is the root of food and clothing, but those who abandon the root for the branches rarely recover from that misguided path. If farming is neglected, there will be a lack of food. If craftsmanship is neglected, there will be a lack of tools. Agriculture is the root, so how can farmers be called barbaric peasants?" Such a form of address is truly completely contrary to the sacred emperor's philosophy. Upon hearing these words, Chu Gaohu was immediately stunned. Did this boy truly possess some capability? Could these words genuinely come from the mouth of a mere farmer? Who exactly are you? It was now Chu Gaohu's turn to be surprised. He had originally intended to seize the initiative, but unexpectedly he was countered by the other party. He normally disliked reading, so he didn't know if his imperial ancestor, Zhu Yuanzheng, had ever uttered these words, but his imperial ancestor truly did value agriculture as the foundation, because the imperial ancestor himself also originated from farming stock. For him to call farmers rustic mountain dwellers was indeed a bit disrespectful to the imperial ancestor's intentions, but how could such words come from the mouth of a farmer? "This humble one is indeed just a farmer," I replied, cupping my hands, my demeanor humble yet composed. Chu Gaohu frowned. "Don't lie. If you are a farmer, how can you be so knowledgeable?" I smiled. "This humble one usually farms, and in my spare time I enjoy borrowing books from a scholar in the village to read, thus gaining a little knowledge." This was truly the truth. After all, there were no other forms of entertainment, so reading books was the only way to pass the time. Coupled with the fact that I already possessed some understanding of my own family's history, with prior preparation, I naturally managed to surprise Chu Gaohu. "You are a farmer. Instead of diligently farming, why do you read such books?" Chu Gaohu was somewhat unconvinced, letting out a cold snort. "It seems you are merely eager for fame. Do you read these books, perhaps, to one day seize an opportunity to curry favor with the powerful?" I shook my head and chuckled. That is not the case. Reading can broaden one's horizons, making one's heart calm and clear-minded, expanding the depth of a person's thoughts, not for seeking influence. Hearing these words, Chu Gaohu felt that this person was just like his own tutor, uttering words that he simply could not comprehend. He didn't want to engage in any more meaningless talk. "All right. Let's not discuss such profound matters anymore. Honestly, tell me why you wish to marry Princess Yang Xian." It seemed this was the final challenge. As long as I could handle this, it would probably be fine. I took a sip of tea and calmly replied, "Indeed, as this humble one just stated, I enjoy reading and acquiring knowledge. This has inadvertently elevated the depth of this humble one's thoughts. Consequently, the young maidens in the village do not share the same aspirations. Therefore, I wish to find someone who can calm my spirit and resonate deeply with me, a companion for life." Zhu Gaohu frowned and said, "Speak in plain terms. I do not understand." "All right, it seems I have overestimated you. I shall phrase it differently. I seek a wife not for her appearance, but for her refinement and scholarly temperament. A woman who loves to read." I say this because I had already prepared for it, knowing that in this era, very few women are fond of reading. However, Consort Yan of Yaoyun is a paragon among women, who has read 10,000 books and comprehends both ancient and modern knowledge. Her daughter, Princess Yang Zhan, would largely be the same, and this pretext is perfectly reasonable and logical. As soon as I said this, Zhu Gaohu understood that this Li Zhao wished to find a young woman who enjoyed reading but could not find one in the village. So a princess from a royal household would surely be educated, right? Moreover, he seeks a wife not for appearance but for talent. His own elder sister possessed both talent and beauty. It is a pity that after that incident, her appearance was ruined, and only her talent remained. Zhu Gaohu immediately felt that this young man before him was promising. After searching for so long, he had finally found someone who came not for wealth or status, but for talent. However, he still did not reveal his thoughts, but continued to say, "Then, I am afraid you will be disappointed. Princess Yonggadian has only been fond of needlework and embroidery since childhood. As for the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, she only possesses a superficial understanding, and does not love reading at all." Hearing these words, I was momentarily speechless. Was I not simply striking my own foot with a stone? But now that the spear had been thrust, I had to follow through. I firmly stated, "In that case, I apologize. I shall take my leave." After speaking, I did not turn my head, but decisively turned and departed, until I had gone far and was about to leave Zhu Gaohu's sight. Only then did Zhu Gaohu confirm that this young man was not feigning. He truly intended to leave. Thinking of this, Zhu Gaohu hastily took a few steps forward and shouted loudly, "Brother, halt your steps! Is there something else?" I turned my head and immediately understood in my heart. So it was still a test? Truly, I admire you. Chu Gaohu is not as foolish as history states. He still possesses some intellect, doesn't he? Indeed, I shall hide nothing from you, brother. My elder sister has loved reading since she was young, Chu Gaohu said with an apologetic smile. You know, not anyone can just casually enter my Chu family's estate. Just now was merely a test for you. My apologies. I feigned surprise. So that is how it is. Although the prince's appearance is heroic, like that of a martial artist. But his mind? Chu Gaohu hastily asked. What about his mind? Although the prince appears like a martial artist on the outside, his heart is as meticulous as a strand of hair. His heart harbors a fierce tiger, yet his discerning nose can perceive the 6th level. This barrage of flattery made Chu Gaohu feel somewhat elated for a moment. Well said. A heart harboring a fierce tiger, yet perceiving the 6th level. Listen to how wonderfully these words are spoken. Truly, they show immense skill. Is this not precisely describing me? Who would still dare to say, I only understand martial arts? Do you see? This is truly someone who knows how to discern quality. Chu Gaohu's goodwill towards me immediately increased significantly. Ha ha! Chu Gaohu burst into laughter, then waved his hand and said, Come, I shall take you to meet my elder sister, Yongxian Princess Chu Ning Yun. I clasped my hands and replied, At your command. Thus, I followed Chu Gaohu as we wound our way, arriving at another grand hall. As soon as I stepped inside, I saw a woman with a graceful figure seated properly on a chair to the right of the grand hall. Her attire exuded an air of elegance and nobility, and on her head was a golden lotus hair ornament. This was undoubtedly a beauty, yet her countenance was utterly disfigured. Burn scars marred her face like an intricate, crimson web. Her skin tissues were defective, revealing raw, blood-red flesh. These burns, along with a crippled hand, spread across her entire body. Though concealed by her garments, any exposed area bore the unmistakable marks of these burns. This, he declared, is my elder sister, Chu Ning Yun. Sister, this is junior brother Li Xiao. We just spoke, and I find him rather agreeable. As soon as they entered, Chu Gaoxu immediately made the introductions. All the while, his gaze secretly lingered on me. If his companion showed any sign of shock or revulsion, then all his previous pronouncements about overlooking appearances would be exposed as hollow lies. Many had failed this test, brutally beaten by Chu Gaoxu, until they were half dead. I swiftly bowed to the Princess Yongxian, maintaining an utterly serene expression, betraying not the slightest hint of fear or revulsion on my face. Having prepared myself mentally beforehand, I calmly met the gaze of the woman before me. Immediately thereafter, the system's prompt echoed in my ears. Current subject: Zhang Kuikui. Age: 16. Current status: maidservant of the Yan Prince's estate. Probability of current status: 3 times the original. Initiate binding with target. Once bound, the system will activate, and this connection cannot be altered. Zhang Kuikui, a mere maidservant. But isn't she Princess Chu Ning Yun? A sudden irritation gnawed at me. I then swiftly deduced the underlying reason. Indeed, was there yet another trial to overcome? I silently rejected this immediate binding target. How should I conduct myself now? If I were to now feign indifference to her appearance, and immediately resort to flattery, would I not be perceived as harboring ulterior motives? That I was merely seeking wealth and status? Thus, I furrowed my brow. A plan suddenly formed. I fixed my gaze upon Zhang Kuikui. I offered a slight bow. Esteemed princess, this one is Li Xiao. I am 21 years of age this year, and the reason I have yet to take a wife is that I have yet to encounter a true kindred spirit, one whose soul resonates with mine. This one believes that superficial beauty is a common and fleeting thing, whereas a truly captivating soul is a treasure found but once in 10,000 lives. Having heard of the princess's refined manners and profound understanding of ancient and modern times, I naturally developed admiration. As you are choosing me, I too have the right to choose you. Forgive my presumptuousness, but may I offer a couplet for you to match? As these words left his mouth, everyone present was stunned, never expecting this young man to audacious enough to propose choosing the princess in return. How insolent! Chu Hu roared. What status do you possess to dare speak to the princess in such a manner? Princess Yongzan was slightly taken aback, then her gaze flickered to a corner of the room before returning to me, and she said, State your couplet. Seeing the princess speak, Chu Hu snorted coldly, flicking his sleeve without another word. I nodded, then declared solemnly, Meeting on the 7th night in a foreign land, a melancholic demeanor, good times fleeting, may joy fill the heavens and the mortal realm. For 5 years until now, I invite the princess to match the second half. After a long moment, Princess Yongrain shook her head and said, This princess cannot match it." Upon hearing these words, I bowed slightly. "Then I apologize. I shall take my leave." Having spoken, I did not even turn my head as I instructed my people to depart. Meanwhile, in a room to the north, behind a white jade screen, a woman had been intently observing all these events. The woman's eyes were profound, like ripples in the Milky Way. Yet it was a pity that her appearance, like that of the maidservant outside, had been ravaged by flames. But from those peerless eyes alone, one could discern, before her disfigurement, this woman must have been like drifting clouds, as beautiful as blooming flowers. Superficial beauty is as common as 1,000 monotonous tunes, but an interesting soul is 1 in 10,000. In this world, is there truly a man who does not prioritize a woman's appearance? Chu Ning Yun genuinely watched all these events in a daze, muttering to herself. At this moment, I also did not look back as I walked out, because I knew very well that the maidservant named Zhang Shui before me was fundamentally not Princess Yongzhan, Chu Ning Yun. If I were to appear shocked by her ugly appearance, or rush to flatter her, my true intentions would certainly be suspected. Only an action driven by appreciation for talent, and not for glory and riches, could deceive the other party. Indeed, this was Chu Caohu's final test. The maidservant impersonating the princess had suffered the same accident as the princess that year. Chu Caohu could not allow his elder sister to be treated like goods in the market, casually chosen by others. She surely had to undergo layers upon layers of rigorous selection. When he saw that the maidservant could not match the couplet, after I turned and left, Chu Caohu became somewhat flustered. Through this series of challenges, Chu Caohu felt this young man was truly not bad. Of course, in the end, it would depend on whether his elder sister Chu Nganvan agreed. Ever since Chu Nganvan's appearance was ruined, she no longer wished to meet anyone, and grew increasingly reclusive. As her younger brother, Chu Caohu was truly worried to death. He hoped for a good person who could stay by his sister's side, and with kind and beautiful words persuade his sister to find someone who could treat her well and be her companion for life. But after searching for several years, he still hadn't found anyone. Thus, he resorted to this last option, publicly seeking a son-in-law. This young man before him could be considered the first person in several years to pass the final trial. More importantly, this person also loved reading, truly being of one heart and mind with his elder sister. Rather, they shared the same ambitions. Thinking of this, Chu Caohu hurriedly ran behind the folding screen, anxiously asking, "Elder sister, what do you think of this person?" "I think he is acceptable." Behind the folding screen was a woman of extremely graceful stature, yet her appearance was unclear, as her face was obscured by a white silk veil on her hat. Chu Nganvan's eyes held sorrow, her lips subtly moved, and her voice was as gentle as pearls falling onto a jade plate. "This person is indeed interesting, but I have long resolved never to marry anyone in this life." Just now, she had secretly observed him. His handsome appearance and healthy complexion were quite pleasing to the eye. In truth, men of such caliber could be found aplenty. It was merely the words he had uttered just now that caused a slight tremor in her heart. A single kind word can warm 3 winters. Malicious words harm people and chill 6 summer months. She knew what others said about her behind her back, saying she was ugly, that beautiful skin was commonplace, but an interesting soul was truly 1 in 10,000. This was the first time Chu Nganvan had heard such words. What troubled her most was her ruined countenance. His words were like warm sunshine on a winter's day to her, deeply moving her. "I do not wish for sister to remain solitary for her entire life," Chu Caohu said anxiously. Sister, do not miss this opportunity. I hope you can live a happy life. I have just tested." Indeed, he is quite excellent. Chu Ning Yun pondered for a long time, yet ultimately shook her head. The man was truly not bad. But if she had to face a disfigured individual for her entire life, could he truly remain indifferent? 1 year might be bearable, but what of 2 or 3? Who could guarantee he would remain unbothered for an entire lifetime? Or, to put it another way, once he entered the royal manor and obtained power and status, would his original intentions remain unchanged? There were simply too many concerns. Chu Ning Yun gritted her teeth, turned, and prepared to leave, admonishing herself not to shackle her own fate. Though this younger brother is not well read, I still understand the principle that opportunities rarely come twice. Time, once passed, never returns. If you let this chance slip, perhaps no one like him will ever appear again. You will live to regret it for the rest of your life. Chu Gaoxiu pleaded once more. Consider this your younger brother's plea. Just keep him here and try interacting with him. If it truly proves unsuitable, you can always reconsider later. Chu Ning Yun wished to depart, but Chu Gaoxiu refused to allow it, steadfastly blocking her path. After all these years, to finally encounter such a suitable person, wouldn't it be an immense pity to let him go? Sister, you are already 18 this year, long past the customary age for marriage. Our other younger sisters have long since been married off. He does not wish to see you, my sister, grow old in solitude. Gaoxiu, What are you doing? Will you move aside? Unless you agree, I shall not move. Are you being a scoundrel now? Indeed, today, I resolve to be a scoundrel. Sister, please, give yourself a chance. It's not as though you must marry this man immediately. Simply interact with him first. Chu Gaoxiu deployed his most tenacious and brazen tactics. Witnessing her younger brother's unwavering stubbornness, Chu Ning Yun helplessly lowered her head. Perhaps I too should grant myself this opportunity. The princess, from behind the screen, finally offered a subtle affirmation to my earlier words. Her voice carried through the ornate screen. A heart afar suffers twofold anguish. A fervent love, chosen but half a year past. One waits where the waters rush in dreams, to steal away a fleeting existence. Night after night we reveled in passionate evenings. I halted my steps, and Chu Gaohu, smiling radiantly, also stepped out. Li Jiao, how about the princess's couplet? I furrowed my brow. The voice originated from behind a screen. He chuckled awkwardly, saying, that was merely a test. What do you think? My elder sister's talent isn't bad, is it? I was helpless. It was indeed not bad, but these tests are becoming too frequent. Are there more? Chu Gaohu patted his chest, assuring me, it's all over. Truly done. He then turned and bowed reverently towards the screen. Regarding the princess's couplet, its neat lines and elegant rhymes have utterly overshadowed my own. For a woman to possess such remarkable talent, this one is truly impressed. From behind the screen, a proud voice resonated. Your esteemed self bestows excessive praise. It is your dedication to study, despite living in the countryside, that truly commands respect. I quickly bowed. She then spoke. Just now, the young master presented a couplet to test me. This princess shall also use your own method to return the favor. Would that be acceptable? My mind tensed. Responding with couplets is not my strong suit, but I shall do my best. I begged the princess for guidance. After a moment of silence, she interrupted again. To respond with such straightforwardness. It seems your esteemed self is quite skilled in repartee. However, couplets remain rather ordinary. Instead, this princess shall propose a topic. Would you care to compose a poem? While joy surged within my heart, Chu Gaohu quietly interjected. Elder sister, isn't the difficulty a bit too high? I quickly interjected. Not high at all, not high at all. Let the poem proceed. Chu Ning Yun slowly spoke. As the 6th month of spring approaches and the imperial examinations draw near, your esteemed self should take the theme of talents for the imperial examination to compose a poem. What say you? Before I had even taken a full step, I immediately recited. Lilin and Duman's poems, passed down through myriad mouths, even now feel ever fresh. From the rivers and mountains, great talents emerge, each dominating literary trends for hundreds of years. The room fell into sudden silence. From behind the screen, the princess slowly emerged. She wore soft, silken robes and a conical hat, from which a white silk veil draped, obscuring her countenance. I knew that beneath the white veil lay a face ruined by deceit, yet simply by her figure, I could tell she must have once been as ethereal as a moonlit fairy. The princess softly inquired, have you truly come here out of admiration for my talent? Indeed. This humble one comes from a farming household, and thus has remained unmarried. A harmonious union between husband and wife is precisely what this one has always yearned for, I replied sincerely. The system is a sweet love system. I must make her truly love me. You will not regret this? She stared at me. As soon as the words fell, a screen of light appeared before my eyes. Current maiden's name, Chu Ning Yun. Age, 18. Identity, Princess Yong'an, eldest daughter of King Yan. Identity match, 50 times. Do you wish to bind? Once bound, the system will activate and cannot be changed. 50 times. My heart was overjoyed to the point of madness. But I did not immediately bind it. I merely asked, why speak of regret? I have no time for regret, only joy. She remained silent for a long time, then asked again, do you truly not regret it? My expression was resolute. I am determined not to regret it. Chu Ning Yun was slightly stunned, looking towards Chu Gaoxiu. The important matter of marriage, the parents' decree, and the words of the matchmaker. I completely obey my royal father's arrangements. After speaking, she turned and entered the inner chambers. Chu Gaoxiu approached with a joyful laugh. Brother Li Xiao, you may temporarily stay here. I need to report this matter to my royal father. As you command, Prince Xu. I clasped my hands. He gestured for someone to lead the esteemed guest to rest in the superior chamber. I was led to a luxurious room. Just as I settled in, 2 maids came to invite me to bathe, and even wanted to help me undress. My expression became stern. I resolutely refused. I can bathe myself. They covered their mouths and chuckled softly before withdrawing. Only later did I learn this was also a test. As Chu Gaoxiu was about to report to King Yan, a subordinate came to report, young master, another person has come to apply as a son-in-law. He frowned and walked out to the manor gate. where he saw a young man with a mole at the corner of his mouth. "What is your name? Where are you from? What is your profession?" The young man, "My name is Zhang He. My father is the magistrate of Lin County. I have earned the title of Jiren, and will soon travel to the capital for the imperial examination. I am certain my name will be inscribed on the golden list." "A Jiren, you say?" Zhu Gaoxu raised an eyebrow. "In that case, compose a poem on the theme of talented scholars in the imperial examinations." The young man stammered for a long while before forcing out a mediocre poem. The moment Zhu Gaoxu heard it, his expression darkened with anger. "What kind of rubbish is this? Get out of my sight at once!" The young man hurriedly protested. "My father is the county magistrate, and I am a Jiren." Before he could finish speaking, Zhu Gaoxu struck him to the ground. "I told you to leave, yet you still dare prattle on. A fame-seeker like you cannot possibly compare with Li Zhao." The more he compared the two, the more convinced he became that he himself was the better choice. He had already made up his mind to acknowledge this brother-in-law. That evening, in the main hall, Zhu Gaoxu gave a detailed report of the day's events to Prince Yan Zhudi and Princess Consort Chu Ning. The moment Zhudi heard that poem, he abruptly rose to his feet. "Li and Duca's poetry has been praised by countless generations. Yet today I realize it no longer stands alone. The realm is never lacking gifted talents, each leading the literary world for centuries." Zhu Di was visibly shaken. "Are you certain? Is this truly a poem that could have been written by a mere farmer?" Princess Consort Chu Ning also murmured softly. "What an extraordinary poem." No wonder Ning Yun showed no resistance this time. Chu Ning then asked Zhu Gaoxu, "Is he truly nothing more than an ordinary farmer?" Standing beside them, the crown prince Zhu Gaoqi also asked, "Second brother, with such remarkable talent, how could this man possibly be just a farmer? Have you thoroughly investigated his background?" Zhu Gaoxu replied confidently. "The moment he entered the residence, I immediately ordered my men to investigate him. His family has farmed for generations, and his background is completely clean. However, after he composed this poem, even I found the matter rather strange. How could a simple farmer possess such astonishing literary talent?" After making proper arrangements for Li Zhao, I immediately rode at full speed and personally traveled to Wanping County. I ordered the county magistrate to personally escort me to Dashuku village. After questioning everyone thoroughly, he took a sip of tea and asked, "What was the outcome?" Zhu Gaoxu replied, "Your son personally entered the village to investigate. Li Zhao's family has indeed been farmers for generations. His parents both passed away from illness 6 months ago. His family owns only 3 mus of farmland, along with a modest house and fields. I personally inspected everything with my own eyes. Neither the old county magistrate nor the village chief dared conceal the truth from me." Zhu Di nodded with satisfaction and said, "A family of farmers for generations, with both parents now gone. He also possesses some literary talent. He seems quite promising. But where did such talent come from?" Zhu Gaoxu continued. "Whenever he had spare time after working in the fields, Li Xiao would often borrow books from an old scholar in the village named Liao Bo. Li Bo is the only Xiukai in the village. He once served as a teacher at a private academy in the county. Now that he has retired due to old age, I personally went to question him. Everything proved to be exactly as described." Upon hearing this, Zhu Di burst into hearty laughter. A farmer who is so devoted to learning and reading is truly a rare sight. Those who are destined to become family naturally find their way to one another. Since Ning Yun does not reject him, he would make an excellent son-in-law. Then it is settled. Chu Ning cast Zhu Di a sidelong glance. She said with slight annoyance, "You have not even met him yet. You do not even know what kind of person he is. Yet you are already rushing to arrange this marriage. We do not even know whether Ning Yun truly approves of him." Zhu Di laughed and replied, "My dear princess consort, when you and I were married, had we met each other beforehand? A marriage follows the will of one's parents and the words of the matchmaker. As parents, it is our duty to decide such important matters. You know Ning Yun's circumstances better than anyone. Finding a suitable husband for her is no easy task. We cannot let the girl remain unmarried forever. All her sisters have already married. How could we bear to see her live in loneliness? How can those situations possibly be compared?" Chu Ning frowned deeply. "Precisely because of Ning Yun's circumstances, we must be even more cautious. If something were to happen to Ning Yun—" She paused, then added, "You do have a point." Zhu Di nodded before turning toward Zhu Gaoxu. "Second son, tell me honestly, what kind of person is this Li Zhao?" Zhu Gaoxu pondered for a moment before answering truthfully, "Father, from my brief encounter with him, he appears to be an honest and upright young man. At least in my opinion, he is quite respectable. Of course, a person's true nature cannot be judged solely from the words of one individual. Father has judged countless people throughout your life. It would be better for you to meet him in person." "Meet him personally?" Zhu Di suddenly came up with an idea and nodded slightly. "Very well. By the way, isn't the Grand Master currently staying in the residence? Tomorrow, have him examine that young man's physiognomy. Gaoxu, I shall leave this matter to you. Once this is done, I will reward you handsomely. Your son will attend to it immediately." Joy appeared on Zhu Gaoshu's face. He cupped his hands in salute before withdrawing. "Then your son shall also take his leave." Zhu Gaoqi likewise cupped his hands respectfully. After the two brothers departed, Zhu Di turned to Xu Miaoyun with a smile. "Princess consort, are you satisfied with these arrangements now?" Xu Miaoyun replied calmly. "This concerns our daughter's lifelong happiness. We cannot afford to be careless. And another thing, Gaoqi is the crown prince. Why do you always treat him with such severity?" Beneath the same moonlight, inside Yonghan Pavilion, Chu Ning Yun stood quietly by the window, gazing into the night. For 3 years, she had scarcely left this place. Yet today, the young man named Li Xiao had stirred ripples across the tranquil surface of her once peaceful heart. "Princess, today's Li Xiao truly seemed like an excellent man," her maid, Zhang Kuikui, remarked. "Kuikui, tell me, if he were to see my appearance, would he feel disgusted?" Chu Ning Yun asked anxiously. Zhang Kuikui thought for a moment before replying. "Princess, when that young master looked at this servant today, there was not the slightest trace of disgust in his eyes. Perhaps he truly is different from everyone else." Chu Ning Yun felt the same. Yet she still asked uncertainly, "Really?" "It is true, Princess. After all these years, this servant has long learned to recognize the way people look at." The servant, not finding it amusing, answered honestly. She then teased, saying, "Princess, this servant already feels envious of you." Chu Ning Yun covered her mouth and chuckled. "Do you like him? Then I shall yield him to you," Zhang Shuisui said. Li Xiao wouldn't even pay attention to this servant. What he truly notices is the princess's talent. "Shuisui, what nonsense are you speaking?" Chu Ning Yun couldn't help but blush. "Princess." Zhang Shuisui's smile vanished, and she said seriously, "Honestly speaking, the Li Xiao we met earlier today is truly different from the young masters we have met before." Chu Ning Yun nodded slightly, recalling the young man from today. She muttered, "Handsome exteriors are a dime a dozen. An interesting soul is 1 in 10,000. He is indeed very different." Zhang Shuisui said, "That's right, Princess. You must grasp this opportunity firmly. This servant believes. In the poetry collection you often read, isn't there this line? When there are flowers, pluck them." Chu Ning Yun smiled helplessly, saying, "If there are flowers, you must pluck them. Do not wait until there are no flowers and only empty branches." "Indeed, indeed." Zhang Shuisui laughed. "That's precisely the line." Chu Ning Yun nodded, saying, I know. For such a significant matter as marriage, one must heed their parents' words. I will completely follow my royal father's arrangements." After lying down on the bed, she again tossed and turned, pondering. "No matter what, everything must take the first step. If I truly misjudged him, then even if we marry, I simply won't acknowledge him." Early the next morning, I woke up feeling refreshed. The mattress in the prince's residence was truly a world of difference compared to my peasant home. Just as I was exercising my bones and muscles in the courtyard, Chu Gaohu strode over, waving his hand and calling out loudly, "Brother Li Xiao, are you training? What a coincidence. Let's go, let's exercise a bit together." "Oh, Prince, good morning." I smiled and greeted him. To be able to train with the prince, this humble one couldn't ask for more. This Chu Gaohu, I clearly knew his future outcome, but at this moment, looking at him, I found him to possess a straightforward nature, easy to get along with. Moreover, his relationship with the princess is profound. I naturally must get along well with him. "Let's go, run a few laps at the training ground." Chu Kaiokxu enthusiastically waved his hand, and before long, the two arrived at the small training ground within the prince's estate. We ran a few laps on the road, sweating profusely. "Brother Li Xiao, it seems you normally undergo quite a bit of training," Chu Kaiokxu said with satisfaction. "Your Highness praises me too much. I was originally a farmer, normally tilling fields and gardens. I have some physical strength, but compared to your Highness, it is still far inferior," I said with a smile. "Do you know how to shoot arrows?" Chu Kawakshu asked. "Running, I can manage." I forced a smile and said, "Aside from shooting arrows, I truly do not know." Chu Kawakshu personally chose a 4-stone bow, then tossed me a 1-stone bow. "Come here, I will teach you. Better to obey than to be respectful." To the southeast of the training ground, on the 3rd floor of the Yongganian Pavilion, Zhang Chuichui discovered the activity. She forcefully pulled Zhang Ningyun to the window. "Princess, look. Young Master Li Xiao also has a truly good physique. It turns out he can run so many laps with Prince Xu." Zhang Chuichui exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Ningyun felt joy in her heart. Chu Kaochu has an impetuous temperament, and not many friends. To be able to get along with him like this shows that Li Xiao truly has outstanding qualities. However, seeing Li Xiao's clumsy appearance when drawing the bow, Zhang Ningyun, on the contrary, smiled with delight. The distance that yesterday's poem had created had now dissipated considerably. A person who is absolutely perfect will make others feel pressured. Only an ordinary person with a few flaws is easy to approach. I still thought this Li Zhao would also be astonishing in martial arts. Who knew he was not proficient in martial arts? Zhang Chui muttered. Chu Ning Yun glanced at her. Let's go! Let's go! How could you say yesterday that you wanted to serve me your entire life, but today you are staring fixedly at a man, unable to look away? Truly shameless. Aren't you looking at the future consort? Chui, do you want a beating? Princess, just one more look, then I'll go. Or you will punish me to copy scriptures. Oh, princess. This servant knows her mistake. On the training ground, I was practicing archery. My tiger's mouth was already slightly cracked. This one stone bow weighs over 60 caddies of force. Having never practiced before, it was truly not easy. It is truly too difficult. I inadvertently blurted out an exclamation, then quickly shut my mouth and said, "You must be laughing at me." "Oh, it's nothing, it's nothing." Zhu Gaoxu waved his hand boldly and said, "When we men speak, there's no need for polite formalities. Brother Li Xiao, do you know? Precisely because you dared to contradict me on our first meeting, you are truly courageous. I truly like this disposition of yours." So that was the reason. It seems I had inadvertently gained his favor. Brother Li Xiao, the skill of horse riding and archery is not something that can be mastered in a day or two. Take your time. Do not rush. When there's an opportunity, I will take you to the grasslands to fight the Oirat army. That is truly the work of a great hero. Having said that, Zhu Gaoxu changed his tone and stated his purpose. Come. Today I will take you to meet a venerable master. A venerable master? I asked curiously. Let's go. You will know when we arrive. The great master is very accurate at judging people. Zhu Gaoxu laughed heartily and spoke frankly. To be honest with you, your matter is basically settled. I know my older sister well. Yesterday she said it was entirely up to Father King, which represents no rejection whatsoever. Today is merely to take a look, to see what your 8 characters of birth time reveal. These words made my heart clench. Although I claimed not to believe in feudal superstitions, historical records show that many venerable masters often possessed genuine abilities. A name flashed in my mind. Black Demon Monk Yao Guangxiao. This situation is dangerous. Could they possibly discover my identity as a transmigrator? I secretly comforted myself. Not long after, Zhu Gaoxu led me to a quiet room. Upon entering the room, I immediately saw a monk in black robe. Before them lay a go-board. I bowed respectfully to the Grandmaster. Zhu Gaoxu clasped his hands and looked towards me, introducing, then looked at me again and introduced. This is the abbot of Qingxiao Temple, Grandmaster Yao Guangxiao. I respectfully greeted the Grandmaster and performed the rites. Yao Guangxiao looked up and glanced, pointing towards the tea table. Are you here? Sit down. He is pouring tea for us. His aged hands meticulously waited for the tea's aroma to spread. He then brought the teacup. I received it with both hands, blew gently on the tea, and took a small sip. I immediately praised. Excellent tea. This tea, upon entering the mouth, brings forth a fresh, sweet aftertaste. Beneath the tongue, it felt as if springs were murmuring, and its aroma was rich, profound, and pure. It is not merely excellent tea. I believe that without the Grandmaster's recent tea brewing steps, it would not be able to exude such a rich fragrance. The Grandmaster's mastery of the tea ceremony is truly profound, leaving this junior thoroughly impressed. Zhu Gaoxu merely chimed in with a single sentence. Excellent tea, indeed. Yao Guangxiao revealed a look of surprise, and said, I truly did not expect that young friend Li Xiaoxiao also possesses such profound insights into the tea ceremony. I smiled and said, I dare not claim such insights. It is merely that Master Li, from my village, enjoys tasting tea. Hence, I came to understand a little more. Yao Guangxiao's gaze lingered on my hand. He smiled and said, Young friend, your palm is thick and abundant. Such a hand indicates a fortune of amassed blessings, late in blooming but explosive in prosperity. I hear you are already 22 years old and still unmarried. It seems your destined blessings are about to arrive. Zhu Gaoxu also looked at my hand. Oh, it truly is so. In that case, Brother Li Xiaoxiao, you truly have a fated connection with our Chu family. He then looked at his own hand and asked, Grandmaster, could you tell me what kind of fortune my hand signifies? Yao Guangxiao smiled but remained silent, not answering directly. Prince Shu is of imperial bloodline. His status is noble, a noble pillar of the heavens. This old monk dares not speak carelessly. Zhu Gaoxu withdrew his hand. He said nothing more. Yao Guangxiao, understanding, smiled broadly, squinted his eyes at me, and said, This old monk once studied under true person Zi Yang, and learned the art of bone reading. Would young friend mind extending your hand? So this old monk can read your bones and analyze your fate, to see what kind of blessed fortune young friend possesses. It seems that, if it is a blessing, it is not a calamity. If it is a calamity, it cannot be avoided. I believe this is the intention of Prince Yan, Brother Chu. I nodded. Then I shall trouble you, master. Finishing my words, I rolled up my sleeve and extended my arm forward. Yao Guangxiao took my arm, beginning to feel from the wrist bone, slowly moving downwards to the palm. From each finger, he closed his eyes, continuously feeling and probing, his head gently swaying back and forth. The bone reading lasted for a quarter of an hour. Yao Guangxiao's expression remained calm, betraying no hint of his thoughts. Yet at this moment, within his heart, surging waves and roaring seas had already risen, because he had horrifyingly realized an unbelievable outcome. This young man before him would, many years later, possess the destiny of a co-emperor. He swiftly pondered, ruling out the possibility of Li Xiao conquering the great Ming dynasty. Then the only explanation was that this person would, in the future, share the empire with another, a sacred king of a distinct lineage, one destined to seize the world, and that person could only be His Highness, Prince Yan. Yao Guangxiao tightly suppressed the wild joy in his heart. This was the opportunity for the dragon-slaying art he had pursued his entire life to finally be unleashed. He unconsciously applied more force to my hand. "Master, your grip is a bit too strong," I said, feeling a slight unease. Only then did Yao Guangxiao awaken from his trance. He hastily withdrew his hand, clasped them before his chest, and said, "This old monk has lost his composure. Truly, the destiny of this young friend is too unique." My heart sank. Had he truly seen something that should not be seen? Zhu Gaoxu also asked worriedly, "Master, what about his destiny?" Yao Guangxiao revealed a joyful expression. "His destiny is exceedingly good, a boundless fortune stretching for 10,000 miles. This is truly a person of immense fortune. This old monk has never before witnessed a destiny of such mountainous, auspicious fortune. Moreover, this fortune is so profound, it will bring tremendous, auspicious fortune to all those around him." He laughed heartily, continuously exclaiming, "Good! Good! Excellent!" Zhu Gaoxu was stunned. He looked at me, pulled my hand, and said with great joy, "Li Xiao, my brother." "Ah, no, future brother-in-law. I said it before. Only those meant to be family enter the same door. The moment I saw you, I felt a deep affinity." I too felt a little flustered, forcing a smile. "Prince Shu, about that." Zhu Gaoxu immediately interrupted. "Future brother-in-law, calling me Prince Shu sounds too distant. You are older than me, and my future brother-in-law. Just call me Gaoxu." Having said this, he bowed towards Yao Guangxiao. "Master, I shall take my leave first," he said, then hastily pulled me away. He first brought me back to my residence. "Future brother-in-law, please stay here for now. I will return to find you shortly. I must go announce the joyous news." After saying this, he sternly instructed his subordinates to serve meticulously, then quickly ran off. This matter, this sudden turn of events, was too significant for me to react immediately, but everything seems to have settled. After we left, Zhu Di slowly walked out from the back hall. "Great master, are the words you just spoke all true?" Zhu Di asked. Yao Guangxiao cupped his hands and affirmed, saying, "Your Highness, the Prince of Yan, a monk, does not speak false words. Li Xiao is a person of heavenly destiny, possessing towering auspicious fortune. Your Highness's selection of a son-in-law has truly found the right person. This person can bring immense fortune to the Prince of Yan's manor." Upon hearing these words, Zhu Di burst into laughter. "By the heavens, Cao Shu is truly this prince's good son." Zhu Di then asked again, "Oh right, how does this Li Xiao treat my daughter?" Yao Guangxiao spoke the truth. "They will grow old together in harmony. Excellent." Zhu Di was overjoyed. "I beg the great master to help this prince choose an auspicious day to hold the grand wedding, announcing it to all under heaven." On the other side, Zhu Gaoxu had hastily run into the main hall, shouting loudly, "Royal father!" Inside the room, the princess consort of Yan, Chu Ning Yun, was discussing with the crown prince, Zhu Gaoxi. Chu Ning Yun looked over and asked in surprise, "Gaoxu, why are you in such a hurry?" "Royal father went out early this morning." "Royal mother, it's wonderful, joyous news," Zhu Gaoxu said, puffing out his chest. "Our family has selected a son-in-law. We have truly found an excellent son-in-law. The entire Prince of Yan's manor is about to be blessed with immense fortune." "How can you say that?" Chu Ning Yun joyfully stood up abruptly. Zhu Gaoxu excitedly said, "Do all of you know the great master's appraisal of Li Xiao? His auspicious fortune is boundless. He is a person of great destiny. His destiny holds towering auspicious fortune, and furthermore, this rich fortune will also bring to those around him, even the entire Prince of Yan's manor, immense good luck." As soon as his words fell, the room, Chu Ning Yun was utterly delighted. She closed her eyes in prayer, and after a long while, looked at Zhu Gaohuk, saying contentedly, "Gaohuk, the matter of recruiting the son-in-law was handled by you, helping Ning Yun choose. This time, you have truly rendered great service." This single praise moved Zhu Gaohuk to tears. Zhu Gaoxi also praised him. "Second brother, you are truly capable. It is thanks to you that our family has managed to recruit such a virtuous son-in-law. It's merely my duty. Merely my—" Zhu Gaohuk laughed heartily. secretly thinking that Li Xiao brought him good fortune. "That's right. Where is father?" Chu Miao Yun whispered. "Your father still doesn't know yet. He wants to observe that young man himself. He is certainly too reserved to show his face. He must be in the inner chambers with the Grandmaster, secretly observing." Zhu Gaohuk understood, then said, "All right, mother. I will go deliver this good news to eldest sister." Having spoken, he rushed off again, striding into Ving An Pavilion. "It's settled! Gaohuk, what is the rush?" "What is settled?" Chu Ning Yun asked, bewildered. "Of course your marriage is settled. That Li Xiao, he truly is excellent," Chu Ning Yun said impatiently. "Gaohuk, keep your voice down. Father hasn't even spoken yet. Do you intend for everyone in this entire manor to know?" "Ha ha. This manor probably knows almost everything by now." Zhu Gaohuk laughed loudly. "Your marriage is settled. Father is now choosing an auspicious day and time for you." Seeing Chu Ning Yun's bewildered expression, Zhu Gaohuk chuckled. "Sister, this time, your little brother has truly chosen an excellent husband for you. Tell me, sister, how do you plan to show your gratitude to your little brother?" "I'll reward you with a set of books to take home and read at your leisure. You spend all day running around everywhere without a trace of proper decorum." Zhu Gaohuk gave a wry smile and said, "Sister, spare me. That's right, let's talk about the important matters with you." Following this, he repeated Yao Guangxiao's assessment once more. Listening repeatedly, Chu Ning Yun's eyes widened slightly. The Grandmaster actually gave such an assessment? "Sister, don't you think your little brother handled this brilliantly?" Zhu Gaohuk said with a laugh. Chu Ning Yun was a little shy. "You mean father has already agreed? Is there even a need to consider this?" This marriage alliance had certainly been decided. Chu Gaoxiu affirmed. "Sister, just await your wedding day." Chu Ning Yun mused. "If things continue this way, I fear the entire princely estate will be shaken." Within her heart she felt a trace of anticipation, alongside a hint of bashfulness. If marrying him could truly bring good fortune to her family, then contributing her strength to the clan in this manner would indeed be the will of heaven. "I will abide by all of my family's arrangements." Chu Ning Yun nodded slightly. "Excellent." Chu Gaochu clapped his hands in delight, then quickly vanished from sight. Watching her younger brother's retreating figure, Chu Ning Yun smiled and shook her head. She walked to the window, gazing at the tranquil lake surface, shimmering under the warm spring sun, where figures moved in pairs. Within her mind, she could not help but recall the countenance of the man she had met yesterday. "Will he treat me kindly?" Yao Guangxiao's profound assessment completely altered my standing within the Yan Prince's estate. Chu Gaoxiu and everyone else treated me with utmost care and thoughtfulness, but my heart was resolute. I would absolutely not be a mere sacrificial puppet. The urgent matter now was to make the princess truly love me. Therefore, I had to meet with her. Under the pretext of seeking guidance on the intellects, I arrived outside Yang Saoyan Pavilion. The one who opened the door was the maidservant Zhang Kuikui, who questioned, "Why are you here?" Zhang Kuikui was clearly somewhat surprised. "Well, I have come to request an audience with the princess," I revealed, a gentle expression. Zhang Kuikui peered out, looking around, and whispered, "Young Master Lai, you have not yet held your grand wedding ceremony. It is not permissible for the two of you to meet." I earnestly replied, "I have a matter I wish to request. I have recently been studying the intellects, but my scholarship is limited, and there are many points I do not comprehend. After much deliberation, I realized I could only seek the princess's guidance." This matter, Zhang Kuikui pondered for a moment, then said, "Wait here. I will go and inform the princess." She closed the door and ascended the stairs. Chu Ning Yun was in the midst of writing calligraphy. "Princess, your future husband, young Master Li Xiao, has arrived." Zhang Kuikui giggled as she spoke. Chu Ning Yun blushed. "Kuikui, how could we possibly meet before the wedding ceremony? Go down and politely refuse him." Zhang Kuikui replied, "He claims he has a literary piece he doesn't comprehend, and wishes for your guidance." Could it truly be for my talent that they came? Zhao Ningyun was secretly delighted in her heart, but still shook her head and said, "This will not do. Invite him to return. It will not be too late to offer guidance after the wedding." Zhang Kuikui had no choice but to descend the stairs and decline. "My lady princess says to ask the young master to return. Before the wedding, it is improper to meet. It will not be too late to offer guidance after the grand celebration. Tell me, what was your princess's reaction?" "Whisper it to me. It's quite all right." I smiled, then subtly passed over 2 golden beans. Zhang Kuikui slipped the golden beans into her pouch and softly replied, "Regarding that, I could perceive that the princess still harbored a hint of joy. However, it is truly impossible to meet before the wedding, and the princess finds it inconvenient to defy custom. So that is indeed the situation. It seems she harbors no aversion. When pursuing a maiden, what is most valuable is sincerity that can move heaven and earth." I gazed at Zhang Kuikui and instructed, "Return and report to the princess. If she refuses to meet me, I will stand here and await her presence indefinitely until she finally consents to an audience." My word! At this, Zhang Kuikui was slightly taken aback, but a glimmer of admiration could not be suppressed in her eyes. Very well then. She had no choice but to close the door and ascend the stairs. Princess. Young Master Li Zhao states that if you do not consent to guide him, he will continue to wait until you finally relent. Is this not utterly brazen? Why is he so much like Gaoxu? Chu Ning Yun softly cursed. Yet for reasons unknown, her heart felt a peculiar mix of joy and a hint of panic. I believe this is true sincerity. A man of such character is indeed rare and difficult to encounter. Zhang Kuikui had unwittingly spoken several kind words on his behalf. Only you are so meddlesome. So princess, do you intend to meet him or not? No. I will not meet him. Let him wait. And so, from the moment the sun rose until it set, he stubbornly stood outside the Eternal Peace Pavilion. Simultaneously, within the Prince of Yan's mansion, dinner was being served. Prince Zhao, upon hearing the report from a family retainer, inquired curiously, I hear that this Li Zhao has been standing outside the Eternal Peace Pavilion for an entire day now. Zhou Gaoxu nodded. That is correct, Imperial Father. I was aware of this matter early this morning, but I did not anticipate that eldest sister would absolutely refuse to grant him an audience. This Li Zhao has truly waited the entire day. Prince Zhao could not help but smile meaningfully. This prince can now rest assured. But Ning Yun is truly something else. They have waited all day. Yet she did not even know to invite them in to sit for a moment. Xu Miaoyun spoke up from the side. It is proper that the daughter does not meet. Before marriage, neither party is permitted to see each other. After speaking, she paused slightly, looking towards Zhu Di. Let's eat. Haha, let's eat then. Zhu Di hastily laughed, trying to smooth things over. Zhu Gaoxu truly knew how to stir the pot. What is wrong with meeting briefly? In the past, before Imperial Father got married, did he not also meet Imperial Mother? It is said they almost even had a fight. The entire dining table suddenly fell silent, with only the sounds of Zhu Gaoxu's eating audible. Today's chicken drumstick is truly delicious, so fragrant. Everyone, please eat. Why are you all staring blankly? Zhu Gaoxu ate until his mouth was covered in grease, then looked up and spoke. After speaking, he lowered his head and buried his face in his food once more. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Xu Miaoyun coughed a few times. Coughing violently, Zhu Di hastily rushed over. Gently patting her back, he asked with concern, What is wrong, Princess Consort? Are you unwell again? These doctors in Beiping are truly useless. In a few more days, I will request an imperial decree from Imperial Father to dispatch imperial physicians from the capital. Princess Consort, can you still eat? Xu Miaoyun glared at him, stood up and said, I am full. Zhu Di hastily stood up and followed. I will accompany my wife. Zhu Gaoxu chased after them and asked, So, can eldest sister meet Li Zhao? Zhu Di glared at him. Whether she can meet him or not, do you still not know? After speaking, he left. How would I know? It was only then that Zhu Gaoxu suddenly understood. I understand now. They can meet. Imperial Father had met before, after all. Thinking of this, he put down his bowl and ran straight towards Princess Yong'an's pavilion. His little follower, Chu Kaozai, also hastily followed. Second brother, wait for me. In a flash, the entire family dispersed. Oh dear. Has everyone left already? Chu Si looked at the pile of food on the table. Then all this food on the table belongs to me. Zhang Shi glanced at him. All you know is eating. Go on, eat yourself to death. Chu Si chuckled gleefully, picking up food as he spoke. Only delicious food can never be forsaken. Yet I am still standing below Princess Yong'an's pavilion. That Li Zhao has been waiting all day without food or drink. Zhang Shui looked downstairs and said, If this continues, he will fall ill. Perhaps the princess should just meet him. Chu Ning Yun felt a secret joy in her heart. Yet her expression remained conflicted. She asked, Has that Li Zhao truly waited all day? He hasn't left for half a step. Zhang Shui nodded and said, How could he not? I've been watching him all day. He hasn't gone anywhere. He just keeps standing outside, waiting. He hasn't eaten a single meal. He must be starving by now. We can't just let him keep waiting like that. Chu Ning Yun hastily said, Go quickly and invite him in, and cook him a bowl of hot noodles to fill his stomach. Understood. Zhang Shui was delighted. But just then, a booming voice rang out. Sister, you must meet Li Zhao. He has waited all day, and he's practically a ghost from waiting. This was Chu Kaoshu's voice. Very soon after, as if an echo, another voice was heard. Sister, you must meet Li Zhao. He has waited all day, and he's practically a ghost from waiting. This was Chu Kaozai's voice. Sister, Father King has said you can meet him. Chu Kaoshu shouted loudly again. Sister, Father King has said you can meet him. Chu Kaozai repeated it once more. The chanting of these two brothers, even the entire Yan prince's manor could hear it. Zhang Shui was stunned and quietly asked, Princess, should we still invite him in? Chu Ning Yun, feeling helpless, said, For now, don't invite him in. Let him wait a little longer. Zhang Kui acknowledged him, but in my heart, only helplessness remained. The sky had long grown dark, and I had waited all day. A girl, usually soft-hearted, would surely let me in. But things still turned out contrary to my wishes. They had shouted like that, and the entire mansion from top to bottom must have heard it. The princess was naturally shy. How could she abandon her dignity and meet me now? Gao Hu, Gao Sui. I said, I accept your good intentions, I said with a bitter smile. Just let me wait here, quietly alone. You two should go back and rest first. Zhu Gaohu patted his chest and declared, That won't do. We share blessings and misfortunes together. If Big Sister doesn't come out, I will wait with you. Zhao Gaosui also patted his chest, wiped his nose, and said, That won't do. We share blessings and misfortunes together. If Big Sister doesn't come out, I will wait with you. I was truly speechless. These two brothers were truly good, but they had arrived at the most inopportune moment. I pulled Zhao Gaohu aside and whispered, Honestly, if you're here, your sister will be even less likely to step out. Zhao Gaohu pondered for a moment. It appeared I was right. Zhao Gaohu, having thought it through, pulled Zhao Gaosui and said, All right then, let's go first. Zhao Gaosui replied, All right then, let's go first. The two finally left, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Gazing at Yongshan Pavilion, its doors bolted shut, I secretly wondered if I should continue waiting or go home. I was truly starving beyond endurance, to the point of feeling dizzy and faint. After waiting for another hour, the sky had grown completely dark. A first meeting truly should not take place so late at night. I felt a bit frustrated and prepared to leave. Just as I was about to step away, the door creaked open, and Zhang Kuikui emerged, holding a bowl of noodles. Quickly eat this bowl of noodles. Don't let yourself get too hungry, I hastily asked. Is the princess willing to see me now? Zhang Kuikui chuckled and said, Finish this bowl of noodles, and I'll tell you. All right, I said, taking the bowl of noodles. In a flash, I devoured it completely. I was truly too hungry. Zhang Kuikui smiled. I drank all the noodle broth, not a single drop remaining, wiping the grease from my lips. It was truly delicious. Zhang Kuikui then added, The princess herself personally prepared this meal for you. No wonder the flavor was so exquisite. Upon hearing this, I swiftly picked up the last remaining noodle from the bowl and brought it to my mouth. Zhang Kuikui then took back the empty bowl. The princess said, It is already late. Please come again tomorrow. Having spoken, she turned and retreated into the house, closing the door behind her. Naturally, there was indeed hope. My heart secretly swelled with joy. A woman of noble standing personally stepping into the kitchen to cook for a man. What could this possibly signify? Furthermore, for a princess of such esteemed status to willingly prepare a meal, it seems my actions today were indeed well placed. I nodded in complete satisfaction. Li Zhao cast one last glance at the Yongtan Pavilion, before turning and departing. On the third floor of the Yongtan Pavilion, Princess Yongtan, Chu Ning Yun, inquired, Has he departed? Zhang Kuikui withdrew her head from the windowsill, chuckling, Indeed, he has departed. Before leaving, he even cast a lingering glance back. With an expression filled with yearning, Chu Ning Yun nodded softly. She then pulled Zhang Kuikui towards the dressing room and inquired, Tell me, what attire should I wear tomorrow to meet him? That night, after a bath infused with flower petals, Chu Ning Yun curled herself within her blankets, gazing blankly at the ceiling. The mere thought of their meeting tomorrow left her feeling uncontrollably restless and anxious, making sleep impossible. Why have I become this way? I am a princess of the great Ming dynasty, while he is merely a humble farmer. Surely he should be the one filled with apprehension, that he should be the one unable to sleep, not I. Meanwhile, the protagonist slept soundly throughout the entire night, enjoying a profoundly peaceful slumber. Early the following morning, the protagonist arrived beneath the Yongnancian Pavilion, and knocked on the gate. Young Master Li Zhao, you have arrived so early. I shall go and announce your presence immediately. Very well. As the thought of soon meeting his future wife crossed his mind, the protagonist suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. After waiting for approximately 1 key through the grand entrance, the protagonist beheld a graceful woman descending the staircase. It was none other than Princess Yongshan, Chu Ning Yun herself. She was adorned in a flowing, smoke blue silken gown, its delicate fabric embroidered with a cascade of blooming cherry blossoms. The ensemble was elegant, yet vibrant, and full of life. Although a white silken veil concealed her countenance beneath a wide-brimmed hat, yet merely by observing her attire and her graceful gait, one could discern the refined aura of a classical beauty. The protagonist found himself involuntarily captivated, staring in a daze. At this moment, a soft, pleasant voice resonated beside him. The female's current name is Chu Ning Yun, 18 years old. Her current identity is Princess Yongchan, the eldest daughter of Yan King Chu Di, with an identity multiplier of 50 times. Do you wish to establish a bond? Note: after establishing the bond, the system will activate and cannot be changed. Binding successful. The sweet romance system is officially activated. The sole binding target is permanently Chu Ning Yun. The current sweetness point accumulation rate is 50 times. The newbie gift package is being bestowed. Newbie gift package. All attribute points +3. A pair of lovers, Rings of 999 pure gold, symbolizing eternal true love, receives a permanent effect. Lover's eyes. The bound target, in your eyes and perception, will forever possess the most beautiful, youthful appearance. Rewards have been distributed. May the two of you live in harmony and happiness forever. This reward is truly too generous. Especially that final effect. It is truly magnificent. At the same time, a warm current flowed throughout my entire body. My ki and blood, physical strength, agility, and mental faculties were all significantly elevated. Young Master Li Xiao, I heard you have some parts you don't understand in the scriptures. Do you wish for me to help you look at them? Chu Ning Yun spoke, her voice clear and pleasant to the ear. The princess possessed an ethereal aura. Upon our first meeting, I was rude just now. I collected myself and hastily performed a bow. Immediately after, I looked at her with deep affection. The wife who will accompany me throughout this life. In my heart, I was ecstatic to the point of madness. Only sincerity can truly touch people's hearts. Young Master Li Xiao, I wonder which passage you do not understand. Chu Ning Yun spoke deferentially. This humble girl has limited knowledge, and it is uncertain if I can instruct you in anything. The princess is too modest, I hastily said, clasping my hands. This humble one is merely a farmer. Although I enjoy reading, my knowledge is shallow, far inferior to the princess. If only the princess could offer a little guidance for this humble one, that would be immense progress and a great honor. The books are currently at my residence. If the princess does not disdain it, I humbly invite you to grace it with your presence. Young Master Li Xiao, please lead the way, Chu Ning Yun said softly. I gestured invitingly, full of grace. Along the way, I sought out a few topics for conversation, discussing the weather and the scenery within the royal palace, primarily to ease the atmosphere. To close the distance, this is truly the county princess. The esteemed daughter of Prince Yan is also a traditional woman. Her figure and appearance are both peerless under heaven. Furthermore, I can perceive that Chu Ning Yun is a kind-hearted young lady. I absolutely cannot betray her trust. Although in the eyes of outsiders, the county princess's appearance has been marred, I possess the system's effect. I can forever see Chu Ning Yun's most beautiful face. It is truly a delight. Ding! Chu Ning Yun's favorability towards you increased by 28. Current favorability, 58. Ding! You and Chu Ning Yun engaged in an intimate conversation. You received 10 sweetness points, triggering a 50x critical hit. You received 500 sweetness points. Even mere conversation yields points. It seems my previous actions were highly effective. Ning Yun already holds 58 favorability points towards me, and then there's this 50x critical hit. It is truly astonishing. My heart swelled with joy. Before long, I led Chu Ning Yun to my residence. County Princess. Perhaps we should enter the study? All of my books are kept within the study. Chu Ning Yun nodded cheerfully. Stepping into the study, I took out a copy of the Intellect. Feigning a troubled expression, I said, "This book is too difficult. There are many parts one do not comprehend. I request the county princess to enlighten me." As I spoke, I moved 2 chairs closer. And then we sat. Chu Ning Yun nodded slightly. She then sat down. I also seized the opportunity to sit beside her. County Princess, I will stand guard outside the door and not disturb the two of you further. The maidservant, Zhang Kui Kui, who was nearby, was very perceptive. She immediately slipped out, even helping to close the study door. I secretly praised the girl in my heart. Suddenly, alone in a room, Chu Ning Yun seemed to become a little nervous. I hastily opened the Intellect, pointed to a passage within it and said, "This passage is truly profound. I do not fully comprehend it." Chu Ning Yun's gaze lingered for a moment. This is the zhu. She pointed at the words in the book, beginning to explain with utmost seriousness. Young Master Li Xiao observed that the meaning of this sentence was to learn and frequently review the acquired knowledge. Is it not truly delightful to have friends with shared aspirations arrive from distant lands? Our protagonist pretended to listen attentively. In truth, his mind was preoccupied with other matters. He had noticed that the back of Chu Ning Yun's hand was fair and smooth like mutton fat. Her slender fingers were soft and moved with an ethereal grace. This implied that, with the aid of the system's effects, everything about Chu Ning Yun, in his perception, was in its most vibrantly youthful state. He had already begun to anticipate seeing her countenance from behind the white veil. Chu Ning Yun suddenly realized that the other party seemed to be gazing at her hand. She hastily withdrew her hand, while his gaze had already quietly shifted to the pages of the book, as if he had paid no attention to her hand whatsoever. Although he genuinely wished to inform her that he was not at all concerned with her appearance, he knew that now was not the opportune moment. He hastily changed the subject, a friendly smile blossoming on his face. "Indeed, many thanks. Since young lady Chu has explained it thus, this humble one has greatly benefited." This Cao Shi almost completely misinterpreted the meaning within the book. Fortunate. Truly fortunate. He patted his chest, feigning affright as he spoke. Chu Ning Yun asked, her brow furrowed in doubt. How did you interpret it then? He offered a strained laugh, pointing to a particular sentence. For example, this line. Confucius said, "If a gentleman is not serious, he will not command respect." At first, I thought it meant that Confucius said, if a gentleman does not strike with heavy force, he cannot establish his prestige. As these words left his mouth, the scene suddenly fell silent. Chu Ning Yun burst into a peal of laughter, her clear mirth echoing as she laughed without cessation. Ha ha, your interpretation is truly far too skewed. Then, how do you interpret this next line? While parents are alive, one should not travel far. If one does, it must be to a fixed place. I understood it as long as your parents are alive, you cannot run away. Even if you do, there will be a way to catch you and bring you back. Ha ha, that is truly amusing. What about this line then? Confucius did not speak of strange phenomena, feats of strength, disorder or spirits. I understood it as Confucius said nothing, but used monstrous strength to strike his opponent, hitting them until their consciousness was lost. And this one! And this one! Inside the room, sounds of joyful laughter and conversation continuously echoed. Maid Zhang Shuitui, standing outside the room, heard these sounds and could not help but feel her eyes redden. It has been over 3 years since the young lady had laughed with such unbridled joy. At that very moment, Chu Kaohu stepped in from outside. Zhang Thui quickly gestured for him to be quieter. Chu Kaohu halted his steps, pressing his ear against the chamber door to listen in. Immediately after, he continuously heard the unrestrained laughter emanating from his elder sister, Chu Ning Yun. This is truly too amusing. I could simply die from laughter. As he continued to listen, Chu Kaohu's eyes widened further and further, truly beyond belief. His eyes involuntarily reddened, and tears began to stream forth. This is truly wonderful. Truly wonderful. His elder sister? She has laughed. Chu Kaohu did not wish to disturb them, so he quietly departed. After leaving the residence, Chu Kaohu could no longer restrain his tears. He wept as he walked. Second son, a man's tears should not fall so readily. Why do you weep? Yanwan Chu Day was heading towards the exterior of the manor when he happened upon Chu Kaohu wiping away his tears. Chu Kaohu looked up, startled to discover it was his own esteemed father. He hastily cupped his hands and declared, "Father, your son is not. Your son is merely overwhelmed with joy." Joyous to the point of tears? Chu Day questioned. Joyous to the point of tears? What could possibly warrant such a display? Chu Kaohu suppressed his emotions before responding, Elder sister has laughed. She laughed with such immense joy that even this younger brother is filled with happiness simply by witnessing it. Upon hearing this, Chu Day's expression underwent a profound change, an unmistakable delight spreading across his countenance. Ning Yun. She has laughed? This is truly wonderful. How did she laugh? Chu Kaohu explained. Elder sister and Li Xiao have met. The two of them were in the study, ostensibly discussing texts and scholarship. Though what exactly Li Xiao spoke of remains a mystery, it brought such cheer to elder sister that she laughed without cease. Excellent. Ha ha. Chu Day was immediately overcome with profound joy. This prince must now venture outside the manor to attend to some urgent matters. Go swiftly and convey this news to your mother consort, so that she too may share in this happiness. Chu Kaohu cupped his hands, responding, Understood, father. Chu Day nodded, then turned and strode away. Once out of sight, even his own eyes could not help but redden. Within the study, Chu Ning Yun had laughed until she felt a slight weariness. She looked at me and said, Young Master Li Xiao, in truth, you deliberately fabricated all of this just to please me, did you not? Naturally, I would not admit it. Smiling, I said, Princess, you misunderstand. I truly believe this. I have heard that Confucius was 9 chi and 6 kun tall. Is that not so? Chu Ning Yun nodded. The legends truly state so, I then said. I also heard that Confucius had 3,000 disciples under his tutelage. Is that not so? Chu Ning Yun nodded in confusion. Indeed, under Confucius were 3,000 disciples, 72 of whom were sages. I chuckled and said, Then that is correct. Confucius was 9 chi and 6 kun tall. Is that not the stature of a formidable man? Furthermore, with 3,000 disciples, his influence was by no means ordinary. And when Confucius was alive, order was maintained through the spring and autumn rites. But when Confucius was no longer, the spring and autumn period became an era of contention for hegemony. I thus deduced that this Confucius was skilled in both literary and martial arts, and therefore, his writings should be understood from that perspective. To speak thus is truly logical and reasonable. Chu Ning Yun let out another burst of laughter. It seems there is some truth to that. So you understand my meaning now? I nodded with feigned regret. Fortunately, it was the princess who guided this one back to the right path. Chu Ning Yun smiled gently. Ding! Chu Ning Yun's favorability towards you has increased by 1. Her current favorability is 59. Ding! You and Chu Ning Yun have completed a humorous conversation. Both parties were very pleased, and you have received 20 sweetness points. A 50x critical hit has been activated, granting you 1,000 sweetness points. Your current sweetness points total 1,500. I was ecstatic. The points are truly soaring. Young Master Li Xiao, however, these words should not be spoken outside, Chu Ning Yun said worriedly. If those scholars were to hear this, they would surely accuse you of great disrespect towards the sage, and perhaps even cause further trouble. I hastily nodded and said, Princess, that is precisely why I only dared to secretly seek your guidance from you. After all, with our relationship as it is, you would not allow me to lose face, would you? I seized the opportunity. Hearing these words, Chu Ning Yun was immensely embarrassed, softly letting out a sound of acknowledgement. She felt exceedingly awkward, hastily standing up. Well then, let us conclude for today. I shall take my leave. I stood up to escort the princess. Glancing at the sky outside, I casually remarked, Oh, it's already quite late. I fear that by the time the princess returns and prepares her bathing water, it will take quite some time. This humble one has just perfected a new dish the day before yesterday. Princess, perhaps you would care to stay and help me critique this dish so I may know how to adjust it accordingly. Speaking is indeed an art. If I were to directly ask if she wished to stay for a meal, the princess would certainly refuse to maintain her dignity. Chu Ning Yun hesitated for a moment, then asked, Young Master Li Xiao, do you also know how to cook? Traditionally, gentlemen of ancient times do not enter the kitchen. I then began to speak, employing a humble strategy. Father originally did not know either, but a year ago, my parents fell ill and passed away. I was the only man left in the household, so there was no other choice but to enter the kitchen. Chu Ning Yun was a very kind-hearted person. From the side, Zhang Shuishui added, Indeed, Princess, if we were to wait to return and prepare a meal, we would surely have to wait for a very long time. Why not stay and eat, young lady? Then we shall stay to sample the young master's culinary skill. Chu Ning Yun nodded in agreement. Very well. Yesterday's noodles were exquisitely delicious. I have long wished to repay this kindness. Then both of you, please wait here. It will be ready shortly. I turned and entered the kitchen. Ding! Chu Ning Yun's favorability towards you increased by 5. Current favorability is 64. This favorability has already reached 64, proving that Chu Ning Yun has already developed a slight fondness for me. It seems that if favorability reaches 99, a grand gift package will be received. As I walked, I opened the system store. Today, the system store had new items. Snow White salt, 1 500-gram bag, consumes 100 points. Thai-style chicken seasoning, 1 200-gram bag, consumes 200 points. A small attribute gift box consumes 1,000 points. 1,000 points! This is truly a timely arrival. With a wave of my hand, I directly bought out the entire store. From my 1,500 points, 1,300 points were instantly spent. The purchased items directly entered the system's storage. I immediately used the minor attribute fruit. Successfully using the minor attribute fruit granted 1 point of strength. A surge of heat erupted from my dantian, coursing through my limbs and bones. For 10 seconds, my 3 primary attributes surged beyond those of ordinary individuals. This was due to the attribute fruit pouch. Its effect was an increase of 3 to all attributes. With all my attributes comprehensively enhanced, I could feel a newfound abundance of vital energy. My mind's reactions were also significantly more agile. The minor attribute fruit pouch is truly an excellent treasure. Henceforth, I must acquire one whenever the opportunity arises. In these ancient times, possessing a robust physique ensures one remains composed in the face of adversity. Before long, I arrived at the kitchen. Earlier today, before departing, I had already instructed the servants to prepare the ingredients. Now, let Chu Ning Yun taste my culinary skill. I dare say, a single spoonful of this fine salt, combined with a spoonful of chicken seasoning, would be enough to surpass the majority of chefs from the Ming dynasty. What followed was the moment to display my culinary prowess. With a series of practiced motions, I first stir-fried garlic until fragrant, then added the ingredients, preparing 4 common dishes in one continuous flow. Stir-fried carrots with meat, a perfectly cooked fish, stir-fried chives with eggs, and finally, stewed a pot of chicken soup, resulting in 3 savory dishes and 1 soup. The chicken soup, however, had been stewed earlier. I merely added the salt and seasoning at the end. Having kept everyone waiting, I promptly instructed servants to bring the dishes to the table. I personally served the princess a bowl of pristine white rice. The aroma was truly intoxicating. Did you prepare this? Chu Ning Yun was clearly somewhat astonished. Please, eat your fill before hunger makes you feel faint. The princess nodded. Yet even while dining, she did not remove her white silk veil. Chu Ning Yun lifted her chopsticks and first picked a piece of the dark abyss fish into her mouth. Instantly, a fresh, exquisite flavor bloomed in her mouth. This is simply too delicious. Astonishment surged within her. He could actually create such delicacies. As per ancient custom, one should not speak while dining. Thus, I quietly accompanied Chu Ning Yun through our meal. It was evident that Chu Ning Yun thoroughly enjoyed the dishes I had prepared, her chopsticks moving incessantly, yet she maintained her ladylike composure, eating in dignified silence. Chu Ning Yun felt a slight embarrassment, looking towards Zhang Tuitui and saying, "Tuitui, you must be hungry too, aren't you? Come, sit down and eat." "Understood, princess." Zhang Tuitui slowly sat down. The three individuals shared a meal at the table. "This dish is simply too delicious." Zhang Tuitui tasted a few bites. Still chewing the food in her mouth, she couldn't help but exclaim, "You flatter me too much. You flatter me too much," I humbly replied. After the meal, all 3 dishes and 1 soup were completely finished. "Many thanks to young Master Zhao for your hospitality. Then we shall take our leave." After finishing the meal, Chu Ning Yun stood up to bid farewell. "Princess, allow me to see you off." I hastily stood up to see off what was my first date today. "This level of propriety is sufficient. Princess, please take your time. If this humble one still has anything he does not understand, I still hope the princess will not hesitate to offer guidance." Chu Ning Yun nodded slightly, then turned and departed. It wasn't until I had seen her off a considerable distance from the door that I stopped my steps, watching her figure gradually disappear before finally returning inside. Throughout the journey, beneath the white silk hat that concealed her face, a radiant smile constantly graced her lips. The interaction just now was truly delightful, light-hearted, and free from any significant pressure. Li Xiao seemed to possess a peculiar charm, always allowing her to face him with complete ease, forgetting all wariness and worries. Moreover, he was also very interesting. An interesting soul? That must be what she means by him. He also knew how to cook, and the taste was superb. If she could eat his cooking every day, how wonderful would that be? "Princess, we have arrived." It took several calls from Zhang Tuitui to snap Chu Ning Yun out of her thoughts. "Oh my dear princess, how long has it been since we parted, yet you are already so reluctant to leave," Zhang Tuitui said with a smile. "You scoundrel," Chu Ning Yun said sulkily. "Just now in the study, how could you bear to leave me alone and depart? I certainly don't wish to be the detestable one." Zhang Shui chortled and said, "Was it not to create an opportunity for the princess?" Ning Yun blushed intensely, raising her hand as if to strike. "You rascal Shui, how dare you make a jest of me?" Zhang Shui hurriedly laughed and ran into the room. The two playfully chased each other in the room, one pursuing, the other fleeing. "Princess, I was wrong, I wouldn't dare again. Tell me, should I punish you?" "Punish me, punish me, punish me." "I accept my punishment. Then I shall punish you by making you teach me how to embroider sachets." "Oh, Shui understands now. Is this your subtle way of eliciting more words from me? You personally went to the kitchen for the one in your heart and offered up a supremely delicious dish. Both sides were exceedingly delighted, and you received 20 sweet points. A 50x critical hit was activated, granting 1,000 sweet points. Current points, 1,200. In the room, I scrolled through the score records from just now, discovering I had gained another 1,000 points. These points are simply too easy to earn. This is truly excellent. Fortunately, I was cautious and did not casually bind myself, thus securing this opportunity. Otherwise, this system would have been for naught. I feel truly fortunate for myself. However, a problem still remains. I am utterly impoverished, possessing nothing of value. Without even a patch of land to call my own, how can I marry the princess? That is indeed a major problem. Not to mention in ancient times, even in later modern eras, one must prepare betrothal gifts and a home before marrying. I cannot, after marrying Princess Yong'an, continue to reside permanently in the Yanwang's manor. Having nothing at all, merely bringing myself to the marriage, that would be becoming a live-in son-in-law, and being called a useless son-in-law. Any sons born later would have to bear the Chu surname. This point is something I absolutely cannot accept. A man lives for his honor. He strives for his wife. I am a man. How could I not be concerned about such matters? Therefore, I must earn money, at least enough to acquire a residence in Beiping City. I felt my lapel, and in my right hand was a handful of gold pellets. These were forced upon me by Zhu Gaoxu. Estimating the weight, it was approximately 8 taels. The current gold-silver exchange rate is 1 to 5. This means I currently possess 40 taels of silver as capital. 40 taels of silver is not a small sum. 1 tael of silver can purchase over 300 jin of rice in Beiping City, and an ordinary courtyard house can be acquired for 50 to 60 taels. Money begets money. With the knowledge of a transmigrator like myself, I must find a way to multiply these gold pellets many times over. This is the eldest daughter of Prince Fuyan. I cannot go empty-handed to assist her. I must certainly present a grand and solemn gift to Zhu Di. Thinking this, I carefully put the gold pellets into my pocket and then left the residence to take a stroll around to see if there was any way to earn money. In ancient times, marriage was a momentous affair with a troublesome process. Moreover, this was a marriage concerning Prince Fuyan's household. However, my situation was particular. Having no father or mother, so many steps of the process were simplified accordingly. But someone else's daughter certainly could not move into a dilapidated, thatched cottage. Prince Yan's consort Xu Miaoyun was discussing this matter with Zhu Di. Should we let Li Xiao become a live-in son-in-law in our household? How can Chu Ning suggest such a thing? This prince seeks to recruit worthy talents, not just a live-in son-in-law. Zhu Di shook his head and said, this suggestion is somewhat offensive to him. I see that Li Xiao truly cares deeply for our daughter. If we were to cause him to harbor resentment and treat our daughter poorly, wouldn't that be more harmful than beneficial? Zhu Di lightly furrowed his brows, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and then said, simply like this prince will bestow upon him gold, silver, and other riches, and also grant him a residence. The matters of the marriage will be handled by my princely manner. We cannot allow our daughter to suffer any grievances. Unacceptable. Chu Ning Yun spoke up. What is amiss? Zhu Di asked. In these past few days, I have observed Ning Yun to be exceedingly joyful. She and that Li Xiao truly seem to be on the same page. Chu Ning Yun analyzed. Ning Yun believes that Li Xiao admires her talent, a fact known to all. If we do not bestow him with wealth, will that Li Xiao accept it? Or not? If he accepts the wealth, will our daughter not think that Li Xiao came solely for money and thus grow disgusted? If he does not accept the wealth, Li Xiao will surely think that our family is bestowing charity upon him. And if he thus refuses, will it not create friction with our family? Upon hearing this, Zhu Di nodded in complete agreement and said, my princess speaks with utmost reason. This king was truly remiss in his considerations. He smiled, looking toward Chu Ning Yun. My princess must surely have a brilliant plan already? Chu Ning Yun replied with a smile. How about this? The marriage arrangements of the princely estate will proceed as planned. First, let them become betrothed. Regardless of how much betrothal gift that Li Xiao offers, even if it is but a single copper coin, the dowry we return should simply be much more generous. Truly a splendid method. My princess is indeed this king's virtuous consort, Zhu Di said with delight. Zhu Di opened his ledger and began calculating his personal assets. After a moment of calculation, Zhu Di looked at Chu Ning Yun and said, my beloved consort, look. Our daughter will be our precious treasure. The Flowing Cloud Mountain Manor possesses 2,000 mues of fertile land. Let us give it to our daughter as part of her dowry. Hearing this, Chu Ning Yun nodded with a smile. Naturally, that would be splendid. Let Ning Yun have it. Zhu Di continued. Let us also bestow a mansion from Jinmen, along with 1,000 gold coins. What do you think? Chu Ning Yun nodded, and then added. However, no matter how abundant wealth may be, it will eventually be consumed. Is there not a more comprehensive thought, my beloved consort? Zhu Di pondered for a moment before saying, this situation is unique. I shall appeal to imperial father to bestow a noble title upon our wise son-in-law, Li Xiao, and thereafter, devise a way to secure an official position for him. What do you think? Chu Ning Yun's face brightened with a smile. Nothing could be better. Let us decide upon this course of action. Zhu Di slammed his hand on the table. Tomorrow, this king will go to see if the auspicious date and time have been chosen. Once the marriage arrangements are concluded soon, this prince's heart will finally be at ease. The next day, Zhu Di went to Qingxiao Temple to find Yao Guangxiao, who had already selected an auspicious date. The 24th day of the first month, which was half a month later, would be the engagement day. Upon returning to Yanwang Manor, Zhu Di immediately recounted the matter to Zhu Gaoxu, instructing him to relay the message to me. Upon receiving the order, Zhu Gaoxu ran tirelessly to find me. The engagement day on the 24th of the first month? I secretly calculated. Half a month later? Yes, father instructed me to inform you, Zhu Gaoxu said with a smile. I nodded. It is only proper to be carried to the bride's home on a wooden sedan. This is for appearances, for others to witness. On that day, many distinguished guests will surely attend. If I am too remiss, I absolutely cannot go empty-handed. Seeing my unsettled expression, Zhu Gaoxu knew what I was pondering. Thus, Zhu Gaoxu said confidently, future brother-in-law, I shall reveal something to you. Father has prepared a return gift, a mountain villa, and a grand mansion. Hearing this, I was greatly astonished. Does Zhu Di value me so highly? Truthfully, I was a little touched. My heart felt exceptionally warm. Human interactions are always reciprocal. If the other party bestows such a lavish return gift, I truly cannot present just a single coin as the betrothal gift. At this thought, I made a firm decision. Looking at Zhu Gaoxu, I said with a smile, Gaoxu, I wish to collaborate with you on a business venture. Are you interested? What grand business venture? Zhu Gaoxu immediately grew curious. I smiled without speaking, glancing around before mysteriously saying, a very grand undertaking, one that could multiply the Yanwang Manor's wealth many times over. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Gaoxu took a sharp, cold breath. Multiply the Yanwang Manor's wealth many times over? Zhu Gaoxu said with great joy. Future brother-in-law, what exactly is this venture? I mysteriously advised him to keep it secret for now. This venture I was contemplating in my heart. If it succeeded, I alone could not bear the burden. Only Yan Wang himself could manage such a momentous affair. It was better to leverage the current situation and present it as a betrothal gift to my father-in-law. Chu Ning said, "Brother-in-law, please speak. Is there anything I can assist you with?" I quietly said, "I need your help to ascertain if there are any salt mines within the bounds of Beiping Prefecture." Chu Hu was momentarily stunned, then asked with a bewildered expression, "Salt mines? Brother-in-law, are you intending to venture into the salt business?" I gave a slight nod, instructing, "Before this endeavor achieves success, do not publicize it." However, Chu Hu appeared somewhat conflicted. "Brother-in-law, while those salt mines might indeed yield salt, it is all highly toxic. Ingesting it would be fatal," I responded with a smile. "Simply proceed as I instruct, and rest assured, it will not be poisonous salt." This one naturally possesses an ingenious stratagem. Hearing my confident assertion, Chu Hu was convinced. "Very well." Chu Hu nodded, declaring, "You may entrust this entire matter to me. I shall go and gather intelligence, shall I not?" "Brother-in-law, do you wish to accompany me?" I shook my head. "I still have some matters to attend to. I still haven't met your elder sister today. Moreover, the system shop has refreshed its inventory today. Among the new arrivals is a method for salt extraction, which provides detailed steps for cyclic dissolution and multi-stage refinement. This technique allows for the creation of top-grade, snow-white salt, which far surpasses any optimal method known in the current dynasty. It costs 3,000 accumulation points. A bottle of delicious soda costs 50 accumulation points, and a tube of sensitivity-relieving toothpaste costs 100 points. My current accumulation points stand at 1,200. Yesterday, I surveyed Beiping City, yet discerned no promising business ventures. However, this morning, upon awakening, as the system's shop refreshed, a clear intent solidified within me. To secure this crucial salt extraction method, I must, by necessity, acquire an additional 1,800 points today." Chu Hu laughed. "Very well then, brother-in-law. You should go meet my elder sister. I can manage this matter entirely on my own." Observing my profound concern for his elder sister, Chu Hu found it unconscionable to compel me to accompany him. "I have indeed troubled you, but rest assured, when the time comes, your share of the profits shall be considerable." I could already imagine my father-in-law's expression upon receiving this news. Furthermore, the impending Jingnan campaign, set to unfold in a few years, will undoubtedly necessitate immense expenditures of wealth. Considering this, I, as his son-in-law, am merely looking ahead and strategizing on his behalf. Noticing a flicker of concern on my face, Chu Hu chuckled and said, "Why concern ourselves with discussing profits at this juncture? It's merely a trifling matter." I nodded. And thus, Chu Hu, accompanied by Chu Zai, departed the manor to gather intelligence regarding the salt mines. As for me, I headed towards the Yongodian Pavilion, where we had our first encounter. Our second meeting would be much easier to arrange. Before long, I arrived beneath the Yongodian Pavilion and knocked on the door. Zhang Kuikui quickly came out to greet me. "Kuikui, is your princess at home?" Zhang Kuikui chuckled and said, "Yes, she is. Are you planning to abduct our princess again today?" "How can you call it abduction? What kind of talk is that?" I replied. "It's like this. I've finished all the books in the study where I reside. I wish to invite the princess to read with me, so if any problems arise, I can promptly seek her guidance." As expected, not long after Zhang Kuikui went upstairs to report, Chu Ning Yun descended. In this meeting, she was no longer as constrained as before, offering a faint smile towards me. "Young Master Li Zhao, I will escort you to the scripture repository within the estate. I have also read all the books in my room recently, so I will conveniently pick up a few more along the way." I hastily performed a respectful bow. "That would be my honor." Within the prince's estate, pavilions stacked one upon another, winding through narrow, intricate paths, passing by a pond, an arched bridge, and a garden, before finally reaching the Yan Prince's estate's scripture repository. The scripture repository within the estate was exceedingly grand, towering 3 stories high. Today, Chu Di, with nothing pressing to do, intended to visit the scripture repository with Zi Yaoyun to read. As the two stepped out, they immediately saw their daughter and future son-in-law entering the scripture repository. With a tacit understanding, the two stepped back, deciding not to disturb them. "My dear, look at those 2 children. They are so much like us, going to the scripture repository together to read." Chu Di felt immensely reassured. A smile also appeared on Zi Yaoyun's face. "This is truly wonderful. Ning Yun has found a husband who is truly her soulmate." Chu Di chuckled and asked, "So, should we still go in?" Zi Yaoyun gave him a glare. "Go in to disturb them? If we both entered, could they still remain in the scripture repository?" "All right then. Today, I shall enjoy tea with my wife," Chu Di said ingratiatingly. Zi Yaoyun nodded and said, Perhaps we should go to the Jin Fengluan jewelry store to pre-order some gold and silver ornaments. The wedding garments also need to be custom-made by a tailor. And all the betrothal gifts must be prepared. Ah, my dear. Those are all matters for you women. Come on, let's go and have a look. Trudy originally intended to refuse, but upon meeting Zi Yaoyun's gaze, Xu Miaoyun covered her mouth and chuckled softly, linking arms with Prince Yan Chudi as they left the residence. In the scripture depository, I gazed at the overflowing bookshelves. They were truly magnificent. There were so many books that my eyes were dazed, and I didn't know which one to read. Chu Ning Yun smiled, helping me make my selection. And she spoke. Li Shimin once said, "By using bronze as a mirror, one can straighten one's clothes. By using history as a mirror, one can understand the rise and fall." Reading history helps people become clear-headed. First, let us begin by reading historical texts. She continuously picked out several volumes, such as the Records of the Three Kingdoms and the Book of Liang, the Records of the Grand Historian, and similar works. Her selection was exceedingly meticulous. How captivating this young lady becomes when she is focused. My eyes were filled with profound thought. Although initially it was due to the system, gradually, from the bottom of my heart, I began to develop genuine feelings for this young lady before my eyes. Just as Chu Ning Yun tiptoed to reach for a book on a high shelf, the white veil hanging down from her hat gently swayed. I secretly glimpsed half of her profile. Even if only for a fleeting moment, I could already feel how beautiful my future wife was, and it was only half of her profile. It had stirred my soul. I had already begun to anticipate the moment her veil would be lifted to gaze upon Ning Yun's true face. Chu Ning Yun seemed to sense a fervent gaze staring intently at her. She turned her head to look. Their eyes met, and she was a little shy, hastily taking the book in her hand and placing it on the table. "First, I've chosen this many for you. It's already too many. You wouldn't be able to read them all anyway." "All right. I find this place quite tranquil. Why don't we sit here and read together? If I encounter anything I don't understand, I can consult you at any time." In the scripture depository, antique Nanmu tables inlaid with intricate patterns were placed. To facilitate reading, Chu Ning Yun lit some calming sandalwood incense and obediently sat down opposite me. The room was exceedingly quiet. One could even hear the others breathing. I began to focus on reading, picked out a volume, and carefully flipped through it. After all, in places like this scripture depository, a solemn demeanor was indeed appropriate. The two people sat opposite each other, and gradually, only the rustling sound of turning pages remained. Time quietly passed. I was truly absorbed, reading with utmost concentration. Ancient texts had no punctuation. Moreover, they were read vertically from right to left, requiring effort to discern where each sentence paused. Thus I read and pondered simultaneously, sometimes frowning, and when I found something interesting, a bright smile would appear. People often say a man is most captivating when he is serious. At this moment, Chu Ning Yun had no mind for reading. Her future husband was sitting right before her, and she kept wanting to steal glances. When she saw how earnest I was, an inexplicable glimmer of admiration arose in her heart. "Ying Yun, you keep staring at him. It truly doesn't resemble a proper lady at all." Chu Ning Yun secretly thought to herself, "But then again, I have a white silk veil covering my face. Surely he doesn't know I'm looking at him, right? He probably doesn't know." Chu Ning Yun's face flushed slightly. Yet she maintained a calm demeanor, secretly stealing another glance. Meanwhile, on my side, the system transmitted a pleasant sound. Ding! Chu Ning Yun's favorability towards the host has increased by 3. Current favorability, 67. Ding! The host and Chu Ning Yun are reading books together. The other party occasionally peeks at the host. Both parties are extremely happy. Received 100 sweet accumulation points. Activated a 50x critical hit. Received 5,000 sweet accumulation points. Current accumulation points, 6,200. Just by sitting and reading, points can be earned. I was so overjoyed I could practically go mad. Ning Yun is still secretly peeking at me. She must be about to fall madly in love with me. Once one concentrates, time passes exceptionally quickly. At noon, Zhang Kui brought food and soup. We ate right there in the library pavilion, then continued reading. Not until the sun had set did I finally stretch. I suggested we head back. Ning Yun dutifully hummed in agreement. Walking beside me, I helped her carry the book she had chosen, thus allowing me to escort her all the way back to the Yong'an pavilion. We returned along the same path, our footsteps spontaneously slowing, clearly wanting to be together a little longer. Upon arriving at a small lake, I halted my steps. The scenery within this manor is truly too beautiful. Ning Yun, what is this lake called? This time, I no longer addressed her as princess, but simply as Ning Yun. Her favorability had already reached 67. I had to close the distance between us further. Hearing me address her in such a way, her voice became as soft as the hum of a bee. "This is Shaochun Lake." I pointed towards that small bridge, then continued to ask, "Ning Yun, what about this bridge?" Chu Ning Yun softly said, When I was just born, that bridge was also newly completed. Thus, my royal father named it Yunqiao Bridge. Our footsteps gradually slowed, and it was a long while before we crossed the bridge. Before our eyes stood an 8-cornered pavilion. Yunqiao. Indeed, it is so. You liken this lake to clouds in the sky, and this bridge resembles a rainbow amidst 1,000 clouds. I looked at Chu Ning Yun, my eyes full of affection, and said, Yunqiao, this name is truly pleasing to the ear, just as pleasing to the ear as your own name. Not waiting for her reply, nor allowing her time to refuse, I lightly grasped Chu Ning Yun's arm, leading her towards the 8-cornered pavilion, then immediately released my hand. Ning Yun, I wish to admire the scenery here for a moment. Perhaps having resided here daily, you are already well accustomed to it, but I find the scenery here to be truly of unparalleled beauty. Having spoken, I naturally sat down in the pavilion, casting my gaze towards the distant lake. As for how the princess would react, let her experience it for herself. Everything happened with lightning speed. Chu Ning Yun's mind went completely blank. Her face flushed crimson, and her heart pounded like a startled deer. Fortunately, the man before her seemed to have acted purely by accident. He was now gazing at the distant scenery, which somewhat alleviated her embarrassment. Ding. Chu Ning Yun's favorability towards him increased by 2. Current favorability, 69. Ding! The two of them had their first physical contact. Both parties joyfully received 100 sweetness points. Activated 50x critical hit, gaining 5,000 sweetness points. Current sweetness points, 11, 200 points. A certain expert on romance once said, an accidental touch with a maiden can break the awkwardness, but at such a moment, one should not continue to speak. I thus quietly admired the scenery. For a long time, Chu Ning Yun did not know what to do, but very quickly, she gradually regained her composure, standing quietly beside me, admiring the scenery together, gazing at the distant sunset, where autumn waters meet the boundless sky in a single hue. The scenery within the manor today At the same time, Zhu Di and Xu Miaoyun returned from outside the residence. My dear, look over there. Isn't that our daughter? Zhu Di quietly pulled Xu Miaoyun behind a large tree to hide. Xu Miaoyun whispered, Your Highness, is it truly appropriate for us to spy on them like this? Zhu Di chuckled. Why wouldn't it be? As long as we are careful and do not get discovered, who would ever know? Don't you want to hear what our daughter and that Li Zhao are talking about? Then we must be extra careful. Xu Miaoyun smiled gracefully and offered no objection. She, too, wanted to hear their conversation and see for herself what her future son-in-law was like. Who could have imagined that the prince and princess consort of Yan would be sneaking about like thieves within their own residence? They quietly crept toward the octagonal pavilion. Inside the pavilion, the two stood side by side, silently admiring the tranquil waters of the spring lake. I think the atmosphere is just right, Ning Yun. Before such beautiful scenery, I suddenly feel inspired to recite a poem. The words had barely left my mouth before I felt they sounded somewhat awkward. For some reason, Zhu Ningyun could not help but smile. Covering her lips, she softly said, Go on. I'm listening. Farewell to Cambridge. I began to recite. Gazing toward the distant bridge above the flowing stream, Zhu Ningyun instinctively held her breath. Though it was only 4 words, she immediately sensed a faint, lingering melancholy within them. Before long, my voice continued. The astonishment on Zhu Ningyun's face deepened. Her beautiful eyes widened, shimmering like a river of stars. Quietly I depart. Just as quietly as I came. I gently wave farewell to the rosy clouds in the western sky. Quietly I depart. Just as quietly as I came. I gently raise my hand to bid farewell to the clouds drifting across the western heavens. Zhu Ningyun was utterly astonished. It was the first time she had ever heard poetry like this. Is this truly a poem? The golden willows along the riverbank are brides beneath the evening glow. Their graceful reflections ripple upon the water, stirring the depths of my heart. My voice continued to echo, as though it were painting a vivid scene, and Zhu Ningyun found herself immersed within it, the landscape before her coming alive. The emerald duckweed upon the muddy riverbed swayed gently beneath the water. Amid the gentle waves of the spring lake, I wished to become but a strand of watergrass. Upon hearing these lines, Zhu Ningyun was even more astonished. She realized that this was another impromptu poem by Li Xiao. The scenery described within it was none other than the little spring lake before their eyes. In the distance, Zhu Di and Xu Miaoyun, who were secretly listening, were equally stunned into silence. Who could have imagined that poetry written in the vernacular could possess such elegance? Xu Miaoyun was overwhelmed with delight. Could this truly be her future son-in-law? If Ningyun were to marry a man like this, surely she would never suffer in the years to come. The pool beneath the shade of the trees was no longer a clear spring, but a rainbow fallen from the heavens, shattered among the floating duckweed, leaving behind a dream as radiant as a rainbow. Dreaming of steering a long pole toward the luscious emerald reeds, carrying a boat filled with starlight, while singing aloud across the shimmering waves. In a deep and captivating voice, I continued to recite, Yet I cannot sing aloud. The silent flute is the melody of farewell. Even the insects of summer fall silent for my sake. Silence is Cambridge tonight. At that very moment, Chu Ning Yun's gaze, filled with admiration, rested upon me. She felt as though this poem had been written especially for her. I continued reciting. My voice became even gentler and more serene. Quietly I depart, just as quietly as I came. I wave my sleeve gently, taking not a single cloud with me. The entire world seemed to fall silent once again. Only after a long while could the rustling of the breeze be heard. Chu Ning Yun's eyes gradually turned red with emotion. This poem was simply too beautiful. After a long silence, Chu Ning Yun looked at me and asked softly, "The poem is magnificent, but this is the first time I have ever heard verses like these. What kind of poetry is this?" I smiled and replied, "This is a one-of-a-kind form of vernacular poetry. It uses richer expression and simpler language, allowing poetry to convey even deeper emotions. This poem is truly wonderful. Thank you for composing it for me." Gathering all her courage, Chu Ning Yun looked directly into the eyes of the man before her. I returned her gaze. "I could compose poems for you for the rest of my life." The moment those words left my mouth, I hurriedly tried to recover. "Princess, it is getting late. Allow me to escort you back." Chu Ning Yun's affection toward you has increased by 5. Current affection. 74. Ding! This is the first time you have dedicated a poem to the woman you love. The other party has been deeply moved and has begun to develop feelings for you. You have obtained 100 sweetness points. A 50x critical bonus has been triggered. You have received 5,000 sweetness points. Current accumulated points. 16,200. In a single day, I had not only enjoyed the sweetness of romance, but also earned more than 10,000 points. I was overwhelmed with joy. This happiness was simply beyond words. Behind the trees, watching the two figures walk away together, Zhu Dian's eyes were filled with astonishment. Quietly I depart, just as quietly as I came. Could poetry in the vernacular truly sound this beautiful? Zhu Di was completely captivated by the beauty of those verses, a unique style of vernacular poetry. It suddenly reminded him of his days in Nanjing. Back then, a vernacular poem composed by his own son, Zhu Gaoxu, had earned the boy a severe beating from the emperor. "I am Zhu Gaoxu, mighty enough to lift a great cauldron. The black wind howls. The Yi River is bitterly cold. Gaoxu needs no fists to defeat his enemies." Thinking back to the vernacular poem his own son had written, the difference between the two was truly as vast as heaven and earth. Beside him, Xu Miaoyun could not stop praising Li Xiao. This Li Xiao truly is gifted. Even when writing poetry in the vernacular, he can create something so graceful and profound. I believe Ning Yun has already given him her heart. Throughout the entire encounter, Xu Miaoyun's eyes had remained fixed upon her daughter. She could clearly sense that every movement and every glance of her daughter was filled with admiration, yet an uneasy feeling also rose within her heart. "Your Highness, this Li Xiao is remarkably skilled at winning a woman's heart. Our daughter has lived in sorrow and isolation for 3 long years. Yet after meeting him only once, she could not stop smiling. Today, a single vernacular poem was enough to awaken both melancholy and love within her heart. Moreover, Li Xiao's every word and action was warm and romantic, possessing a refined sense of advance and retreat. His actions are poised and unhurried. Truly, he is a seasoned master in matters of the heart. How could such a person remain unwed at the age of 22? Prince Chu smiled and said, "My beloved consort, there is no need to worry. Gao Hu has already investigated, and there are no irregularities." Li Xiao was originally a farmer. The reason he had not married was to care for his parents. After his parents passed away, he observed a year of filial mourning, which caused the delay. Our Yan prince's estate has only openly sought a son-in-law for a little over a month. How could he have known beforehand and prepared for this moment? It is all heaven's will. Furthermore, Master Yao once said that he and our daughter are destined to be a loving couple, growing old together. As Prince Chu said this, Xu Miaoyun felt much more at ease. Thus, this Li Xiao is still a person of great filial piety. Xu Miaoyun nodded happily. Indeed, he is truly a person of great filial piety. It is just that the child yearned to care for his parents, but they are no more. After he enters our Yan prince's estate, we must treat him well. Prince Chu smiled and replied, "As for the matter of him being a seasoned master in affairs of the heart that you just mentioned, in this prince's view, it is merely the eruption of genuine affection. Li Xiao is still a person of utmost sincerity. Our daughter is sensitive and delicate, and she must have perceived that sincerity to open her heart. Only by truly understanding utmost sincerity can one comprehend that it is not akin to boundless misfortune." Xu Miaoyun said, relieved, "It is often said that only men can accurately judge other men. Since your highness has spoken thus, Miaoyun is now at ease. Li Xiao's parents passed away early. From now on, we shall be his parents. Let us treat him well." The sky had already grown dim. I escorted Ning Yun back to Yang Arain Pavilion to help her arrange her books and papers. Without bidding farewell to others, I did not linger. Ning Yun ascended to the third floor, gazing reluctantly as she watched me depart into the distance. Returning to her chambers, her mind was filled with the trivial events that transpired today. The two quietly read vernacular poems within the library by the lake. Indeed, I must record this poem. Kui kui. Quickly grind the ink for me. Chu Ning Yun walked to the writing desk, unfurled the Xuan paper, and then began to write upon it. Farewell, young Qiao. Softly I depart, just as softly I arrived. After completing the entire poem, Chu Ning Yun found it increasingly pleasing the more she looked at it. Is this poetry? Zhang Quishui gazed at the contents on the paper in astonishment. This ethereal vernacular poem was composed by young master Li Xiao. Chu Ning Yun nodded gently. This vernacular poem sounds so wonderful, Zhang Quishui said cheerfully. Young master Li Xiao's talent is truly astonishing. Right, Chu Ning Yun asked. What do you think of young master Li Xiao as a person? Zhang Shuishui pondered for a moment before replying. He is exceptionally talented and possesses a handsome, refined demeanor. He is truly a suitable match for the princess. Chu Ning Yun carefully rolled up the piece of paper, placed it into a scroll tube for preservation, and then, she softly asked, do you think the feelings between us now are that kind of affection? Zhang Shuishui teased. What kind of affection are you referring to? Chu Ning Yun felt a bit shy, hesitating for a while before finally articulating. Precisely, the affection between a man and a woman. Zhang Shuishui responded. Princess, he not only cooked for you but also penned poetry for you. If this isn't affection between a man and a woman, then what is it? She looked admiringly at the princess and said, Princess, I truly admire you to no end. If my future husband possessed even half of Li Xiao's virtues, I would burst into laughter even in my dreams. Chu Ning Yun hastily said, what makes him so good? And you say this isn't good? Such qualities are exceedingly rare to find, even if one searched diligently. Zhang Shuishui spoke coquettishly of the delicious food from yesterday. Even now, I still yearn for it. When will you take Shuishui to eat directly again? Oh, you only know how to eat. Take me there. As Zhang Shuishui continued her playful whining, Chu Ning Yun recalled the flavor of those dishes, leaving her with an unforgettable yearning. Very well. The next time I find an opportunity, I will gift this scented sachet to young master Li Xiao. He penned poetry for me, so I must also show some appreciation. Chu Ning Yun took out the scented sachet and asked, Shui, do you think this scented sachet I made is acceptable? Zhang Shui observed the needlework of the scented sachet. It was quite ordinary. Princess, perhaps we should make another one. I thought so too. Opening the accumulation point shop, I returned to my dwelling. After a swift bath, I could no longer wait, and immediately entered my room, sealing the door tightly. For the past year, every day I could only gaze at the various items in the system shop and sigh. Today, I could finally experience the sensation of being a magnate, even if just for once. Today, the system shop refreshed its items. The mineral salt extraction method provides detailed steps for dissolution, sedimentation, filtration, and crystallization, enabling the creation of superior, snow-white salt through the most optimal, automated methods of the current era. It costs 3,000 accumulation points. One bottle of Coca-Cola costs 50 accumulation points. One tube of Lang Tooling toothpaste costs 100 accumulation points. I cleared out the entire shop. I crossed my legs leisurely and said, the feeling of being a wealthy man is truly great. I had already spent 150 accumulation points, clearing out the points mall. In my personal inventory, there was now a volume. Method for mineral extraction, along with a tube of toothpaste and a bottle of cola. With a thought, I took out the bottle of cola. It had been a very long time since I had drunk cola. I twisted open the bottle cap and gulped it down. This feeling was as if I was still in the future era. A refreshing chill permeated my heart. My spirits soared. It was truly exhilarating. Next, I again took out the method for mineral extraction from my inventory and carefully flipped through it. Each step within it was recorded in extremely detailed fashion and even included illustrated guides. My intellect was currently 7, surpassing the average level of 5. I quickly grasped the principles within it and furthermore committed it to memory. Now I only lacked the necessary materials. By relying on this method for mineral extraction, I would be able to extract snow-white salt. Compared to the crude salt of this era, the snow-white salt represented a complete and overwhelming advantage. I wrote down the necessary materials for making salt on paper. When Cao Zhao arrived, I would have him purchase these items. Before I knew it, in the early morning of the second day, I opened my eyes and sat up from my bed. My attendant had already prepared the meal, small steamed buns and soy milk. While eating breakfast, I simultaneously checked the refreshed items in today's points mall. Today, the system mall refreshed its items. Archery proficiency, costing 500 accumulation points. A minor attribute fruit, costing 1,000 accumulation points. One item, costing 1,000 accumulation points. As for clearing out the mall, I directly chose to clear it out. The importance of the minor attribute fruit was beyond dispute. Archery proficiency was also very useful in this ancient era. This is precisely the life-saving medicine. Ding! Archery proficiency has been elevated. Current proficiency. Elementary archery. Ding! Last night, a minor attribute point was used, granting strength +1. Ding! The Moxin has been stored in personal inventory and can be retrieved at any time. I felt an unusual warmth within my body. A pleasant warmth spread throughout my entire being, lasting for 10 seconds before disappearing. Afterwards, many more archery techniques also appeared in my mind, as though I had practiced archery techniques for 2 full years, gaining both archery techniques and muscle memory. Open attribute panel. Host, Li Zhao. Strength, 10. First-rate fierce general, 30. Agility, 8. First-rate fierce general, 20. Intellect, 7. Current skills, none. Current status. In the eyes of a lover, one becomes she. Current items. Eternal Lover's Ring. True Love Toothpaste. Lan Tuan Lynch Minane. Strength has already reached 10, far exceeding the average level of ordinary people. I felt my strength overflowing like never before. Thump, thump, thump. I had just finished eating when Chu Gaohu walked over, saying, "Brother-in-law, yesterday, being busy all day, I have already gathered news about the mineral mine." Chu Gaohu's way of addressing Li Xiao had changed from future brother-in-law to brother-in-law. It was only a matter of time. No rush, no rush. Gaohu, come here. Have you eaten yet? Not yet. I just woke up early this morning and immediately rushed over here. Chu Gaohu also did not stand on ceremony, sitting down and immediately picking up a small steamed bun to eat. In no time, he had swiftly finished a basket of steamed buns. He ate while speaking, not far from Beiping City, 30 miles to the southwest. Within the jurisdiction of Dongguan County, there is a manor named Dadong Manor. There are 2 salt mines. The ownership lies in the hands of a prominent Zhang clan. The deed has been passed down since the Yuan dynasty and has yet to be reclaimed by our Ming dynasty. That thing isn't worth much money anyway. After the 2 had finished breakfast, it was still early, so they agreed to go to the training grounds to practice together. This was Chu Gaohu's regular training habit. Before long, the 2 arrived at the training grounds, first running 2 laps. This time, I could completely keep up with Chu Gaohu's pace and was not out of breath at all. Brother-in-law, I can teach you archery. After continuously shooting several arrows, Chu Gaohu was astonished. At this moment, I could already draw a 1-stone bow and easily hit the bullseye from 20 paces away. Brother-in-law, did you truly never practice archery before? Chu Gaohu asked in astonishment. Never. This is indeed the first time I've trained alongside you. I smiled and said, training with you every day these past few days, I must have made some progress, wouldn't you agree? It is more than just some progress. It is truly swift advancement. Chu Gaohu was utterly astonished. Brother-in-law, you are truly a heaven-blessed prodigy. I dare not accept such praise. I am still far inferior to you. I offered a non-committal smile. After training for a while longer, I earned Gaohu's complete admiration. That is enough for today. Let us proceed to Daidongzang. We shall acquire that salt mine privately. Oh, Gaohu, lend me some funds first. I fear my own resources might be insufficient. Chu Gaohu retrieved a money pouch from his chest, saying, here, what is this talk of borrowing? Simply take it. Consider it an investment in our joint venture. With that, the 2 departed, heading towards the outside of the manor. On the 3rd floor of Yongxian Pavilion, Chu Ning Yun was secretly observing their every move. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. To think Li Zhao has advanced with such astonishing speed. Chu Gaohu and I proceeded towards the outside of the manor. Along the way, a voice resonated in my ear. Ding! Chu Ning Yun's favorability towards you has increased by 1 point. Her current favorability is 75. Haha. Ning Yun is indeed silently observing me from Yongkarian Pavilion. However, it seems this favorability will become increasingly difficult to raise as time goes on. A joyful expression crossed my face as I mentally calculated how to elevate her favorability to 99 to claim the grand gift package. No, that is incorrect. I must not harbor such a strong, opportunistic mindset. As long as I treat her with genuine sincerity, why should I fixate on such a temporary matter? I swiftly rectified my mindset. Brother-in-law, what thoughts bring such joy to your face? At this moment, 2 horses were led out by the manor's servants. I regained my composure and smiled, saying, I am contemplating the matter of the salt mine. Once this matter is settled, our Yanwang manor will undoubtedly advance another step. Eloquence is an art. I had deliberately referred to it as our Yanwang manor. Chu Gaohu heard these words and felt exceedingly pleased. Brother-in-law, that matter will surely rest upon your shoulders. Having said that, Chu Kaohook then spoke with a hint of worry, but that salt mine is fraught with peril. Otherwise, the imperial court would have long since reclaimed it. It would not have fallen into the hands of that old locale. Whether it is truly problematic or not, we shall see once we have refined the salt, I declared with utmost confidence. Zhu Gaoxu led over another horse and said, "Brother-in-law, this horse is for you. Let us set out at once. We should arrive before the day is over. Once everything has been settled, mount your horse." I froze for a moment. I did not know how to ride. In my previous life, I had been to a racetrack, but I had only been led around the track a couple of times. It's very simple. Just climb on. In front of the main gate of Prince Yan's residence stood a mounting stone. Yet I simply placed my foot into the stirrup, gave a light leap, and mounted the horse with ease. After all, my current strength and agility were both exceptionally high. Once I was seated, I asked, "How do I make it move?" Zhu Gaoxu patiently replied, "Grip the horse's sides with your legs and give the reins a gentle flick." "I'll give it a try." I tightened my legs, and the horse immediately began to walk. "How do I make it go faster?" I asked again. Zhu Gaoxu grinned mischievously, cracked his riding whip against the horse's hindquarters, and the horse instantly burst into a full gallop. Fortunately, my reflexes and physical strength were extraordinary, or I would have been thrown off at once. The horse raced forward like the wind, and it felt as though the entire world was rushing backward. The wind roared loudly past my ears. "Hiya!" Zhu Gaoxu burst into hearty laughter as he urged his own horse ahead. Laughing, he shouted, "Brother-in-law, follow me! You'll get the hang of it in no time." What a rascal, Zhu Gaoxu! Was he trying to get me killed? Didn't he fear his own sister would become a widow? I was completely speechless, and could only do my best to steer my horse while chasing after Zhu Gaoxu. Afraid of being thrown off, I gripped the reins tightly and concentrated on controlling the horse's direction. "Make way!" I shouted loudly to the pedestrians as I rode past them. It turned out that riding a horse was not as difficult as I had imagined. I quickly grasped the fundamentals of horsemanship. I could not claim to be skilled, but I could at least control the horse's direction. Most importantly, I managed. "Brother-in-law, you truly are a heaven-blessed genius, having learned to ride a horse so quickly." Zhao Gaoxu's horsemanship was truly superb. His effortless control made the horses reduce their speed. With such meager skill, how could you possibly be my brother-in-law? I calmly accepted the praise of heaven-blessed genius brother-in-law, then retorted, "If you wish to keep up with my pace, you will still need to cultivate much more diligently." Zhao Gaoxu let out a hearty laugh. "I truly enjoy this aspect of your personality." And so, the two galloped forth from the city gates, moving with the speed of a fierce gale. Without even needing inspection, the gate guards had already made way from a distance, allowing them to pass through directly. It was not until midday that the two finally arrived at the Great Eastern Estate. This estate was truly extensive, surrounded on all four sides by vast farmlands. Beyond that, not far to the southeast, I could discern two towering salt mountains. The entirety of these mountains bore a striking resemblance to snow mountains, their peaks gleaming stark white and utterly devoid of any vegetation. Indeed, those are the salt mine mountains. We shall acquire them. A keen glint flashed in my eyes as the two of us proceeded into the estate. We swiftly located a prominent local family, whose manor was of a truly grand scale. For these great households were essentially the local gentry. The two stated their intentions for coming, and before long, they were admitted into the Zhang clan's grand manor, where they met the family's patriarch, an elder of advanced age, roughly 60 years old. "This is Zhang Mujin. You wish to purchase the mine mountains?" Zhang Mujin leaned on his staff and chuckled, welcoming the two guests. From their attire, the elder immediately discerned that they were no ordinary individuals, but rather scions of some powerful, aristocratic family. "These mine mountains are indeed an ancestral inheritance. If they can be sold for a fair price, it would be a beneficial outcome," I replied with a smile. "Elder Zhang, that is indeed correct. We intend to acquire the salt mine mountains currently in your possession." Zhang Mujin, with a hint of surprise, inquired, "Pray tell, what do the two of you intend to do with these salt mine mountains?" I answered truthfully, "To refine salt for commercial sale." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Mujin burst into laughter, declaring, "You truly have no grasp of the gravity of this matter. If these salt mine mountains were used for salt production, would that not be profiting at the expense of the people's well-being? It appears the minds of these two wealthy scions are not particularly sharp." However, this old man was no simple character. He chuckled. "These mountains of mine will not be acquired cheaply, you know." I spoke plainly, getting straight to the matter. "What is your price in silver for them?" Zhang Mujin replied. "What price do you intend to offer?" I pondered for a brief moment, then raised 5 fingers. 500 taels. That should be enough to purchase 2 mines, correct? Zhang Mojin's intended price was 20 taels. Seeing the offer, he immediately declared, 50 taels, the deal is set. What an unexpected delight. Who would have thought that 50 taels would be enough to buy 2 salt mines? However, feigning distress, I asked, "Could you possibly lower the price a little?" Zhang Mojin's hand leaning on his cane, trembled slightly. He urgently retorted, "Youngster, you named the price yourself. How can you go back on your word so quickly?" I mumbled. "Who would have known you'd agree so decisively?" Chu Gaoxu, standing beside me, exclaimed, "These rundown places dared to demand 50 taels? In my opinion, even 10 taels is excessive. Why are they even called run down at such a price?" Zhang Mojin furrowed his brow and said, "This is an ancestral estate, passed down through generations. If you find the price too steep, then simply leave. I don't particularly enjoy haggling either. Bickering over a few taels is hardly amusing." Gritting my teeth, I said, all right, 50 taels it is then." Chu Gaochu, being a man of means, didn't pay this amount of silver any mind. He simply crossed his arms and said nothing further. "Young brother, your discernment is truly exceptional. These salt mines of mine are truly excellent mountains." While Zhang Mojin spoke with flowery words, he secretly thought to himself, "These two truly are a pair of fools." He hurriedly produced the land deed and the contract, saying, "Let us sign the contract first. It's best to make everything clear up front. This old man only accepts physical silver." Chu Gaoxu then took out a pouch of silver and slammed it onto the table. Zhang Mojin immediately picked up his small scale and weighed out precisely 50 taels. He then grinned and said, "Now let us sign the main contract." Thus, Zhang Mojin hurriedly drafted the contract. Very quickly, both parties had completed signing the formal contract. After both parties had signed the formal contract, the matter was settled. Zhang Mojin chuckled again and produced another sheet of paper, saying, "We should also privately establish a separate agreement. It's best to speak plainly about the difficult matters up front. These salt mines are now sold to you by this old man. From this moment forth, they are no longer my concern. Whatever happens, this old man will bear no responsibility." This old man was truly cunning, only bringing up this matter after the main contract had been signed. He was likely afraid of startling others, but I paid it no mind. After reviewing the supplementary agreement, I found no issues. Its content was solely to allow the old man to completely shed all responsibility. Should anything deadly occur, he would bear no responsibility. I waved a hand and said, "That is only natural, no problem at all." I signed it without hesitation. Zhang Mojin was overjoyed. Thus, both parties once again went to the county office. This old man was an influential local. He had acquaintances in the household registration department of the county office. All matters proceeded extremely smoothly. Before long, the seal was affixed to the land deed. The signatory section bore my name. "The transaction is complete, little brother. You are truly a decisive person." Bidding farewell outside the county office, the old master joyfully departed. Your brother-in-law felt the price paid was a bit high. He probably never imagined selling this mountain for 50 taels. Chu Kao Hunk, in truth, did not care about this amount of silver. It was merely seeing the other party so joyful that made him a little unhappy. It's all right. We've made a huge profit," I said with a laugh. 50 taels for 2 mountains. This business deal is incredibly profitable. So what shall we do next? Naturally, we go inspect the mines. They are already ours. Very quickly, the two of them once again rode horses to the newly purchased mines. The mines were about 5 miles from Daidong village. These two mines were adjacent to each other, covering an area of nearly 1,000 mumas, seemingly sufficient for over 100 years of extraction. After walking around for a while, I already had a rough plan in my mind. I took out a piece of paper and handed it over. "Cal Hugurk. Have people go procure these items and wait directly near the mines. Additionally, hire some craftsmen to construct a workshop at this location. That is all." I meticulously arranged everything for Chu Kao Hua. Having such a good younger brother, it would be a waste not to rely on you. So I'll entrust this matter to you. Chu Kao Humak patted his chest and then asked, "So what does brother-in-law intend to do?" "I must return to my hometown for a trip. The matters at the mines require someone to oversee them. I have a trustworthy friend there. I can call him to come and assist. Let's decide it this way." Thus, I rode my horse at a full gallop towards my hometown's Big Tree village, arriving home only when night had completely fallen. It had been a while since I last returned to this place. How unpredictable the world's affairs truly are. I sighed with emotion. The changes in recent days had been immense. I, who was merely a farmer just days ago, had now formed ties with the Yan royal estate. "Xiao, oh heavens, this is truly a fine horse." Li Hongji was loitering at the village entrance, intending to poach fish, when he saw someone riding a horse towards the village entrance. Looking closely, it was me, the one who had disappeared without a trace for the past few days. "Xiao's he, how timely. I was just looking for you. Go fetch some top-grade fodder and soybeans, then come to my house and help me feed the horse. The horse has been running all day. It must be hungry." Having said that, I flicked the reins. The horse neighed and galloped towards my old house. "Xiao, this horse of yours is truly magnificent." Li Hongji arrived at my doorstep, meticulously mixing the fodder and soybeans to feed the horse. "What is this?" "Truly," I smiled. Inside the thatched cottage, I lit an incense stick for my parents. Memorial tablets. Father, Mother, your child Zhao now has a promising future. Currently, I even have a major business deal. After earning a significant amount of money, I will return to visit you both. I knelt and performed the ritual, inserting the incense stick into the censer. Outside the house, Li Hongji's ears had been perked up, listening intently. Hearing about a major business deal, he instantly became fully alert. He respectfully stepped inside and asked, Zhao, what kind of major business deal is that? Please bring your little brother along. We grew up together since childhood. Now that you have become prosperous, do not forget your brother. During the time you were absent, some people tried to snoop around your fields and gardens, but I chased them all away. I showed a hint of surprise. You even helped me with this? Of course, Li Hongji said, full of indignation. It was none other than old Li's eldest son. Your fields bordered his land. Seeing that you were not home, he secretly tried to encroach on a few measures of your land. I caught him, and immediately gave him a good scolding. He didn't even have time to save face. I nodded. Very good, Zhaoji. I did not misjudge you. You are truly a good brother. This mischievous Li Hongji was precisely the person I had taken under my wing. He would always have Zhaoji on his lips. This return is precisely to recruit him to assist in managing affairs at Yan Mountain. No extraordinary ability is required. Merely loyalty to me will suffice. At this moment, Li Hongji rubbed his hands together. He glanced about, found a stool, and sat down. He looked up at me and asked, Zhao Ge, what exactly has transpired with you these past few days? And that horse outside the door, too. I offered a faint smile and replied, that horse outside the door belongs to the Yang King's manor. Li Hongji drew a sharp breath. Li Hongji inhaled deeply again, asking, from the Yan King's manor? I heard that some time ago, someone came to the village to investigate you. It appears to be true now. Zhao Ge has truly forged a connection with the Yan King's manor. Li Hongji, his face alight with admiration, spoke. Indeed, some time ago, someone even investigated. And what else? I inquired with curiosity. That district Yamen lord personally came to our village to welcome a high-ranking official from above, his attitude exceptionally deferential. It must have been someone from the Yan King's manor, Li Hongji stated honestly. I nodded, realizing. It was likely when Zhu Gaoxu first made contact with me that the investigation began. Li Hongji began to speak. So, Zhao Jie, this already. I did not deny it, stating, that is correct. In but a short time, I shall be the district consort, the son-in-law of Yan King Zhu Di. Li Hongji was utterly dumbfounded. I offered a slight smile and said, Shaoxi, I have been absent for some time now, and certain individuals sought to sever my lineage. Yet you have guarded it diligently. You have done exceptionally well. Should Zhao Ge utter but a single command, I, Li Hongji, would not hesitate to scale mountains of blades or descend into seas of fire. Having no desire to hear more, I waved my hand, cutting him off. Enough, enough. Do you truly value righteousness and loyalty? I, Zhao, can naturally discern the shift in his words. This time I have returned not only to pay respects to my parents, but also for a certain venture, and I seek a capable assistant. Li Hongji abruptly rose to his feet, thumping his chest as he declared, It is I, Zhao Ge. For such a beneficial endeavor you absolutely must bring your sworn brother along. Though your younger brother, Li Hongji, may possess no exceptional talents, Zhao Ge, simply issue your command. Even if it means braving wind and rain, this younger brother shall not even furrow a brow. I mused thoughtfully. Can you do it? Li Hongji replied, Zhao Ji, just test me. I am certainly capable. Only this junior, Li Hongji, is truly reliable. I chuckled. Good. Then I choose you. I truly appreciate this confident demeanor of yours. Many thanks, Zhao-E. Zhao-E. I will certainly work with all my might. Li Hongji cherished this rare opportunity immensely. Tomorrow morning, help me feed the horses until they are full. You may leave first. I need to rest. I waved my hand. Understood. Zhao-E. I guarantee your warhorses will eat their fill. Li Hongji cupped his hands. Then I shall take my leave now, not daring to disturb Zhao Ji further. Wait. I waved my hand again. Tomorrow, help me with one more task. Spread the word throughout the village. Whoever dares to encroach upon my land, even a single plot, I, Li Xiao, will make sure they cannot bear the consequences. Although I no longer care about these plots of land, they are, after all, heirlooms left by my ancestors. Not a single portion shall be lost. Zhao-Ge. Leave this matter to me. Whoever dares to touch your land must first step over this Li Hongji's corpse. Li Hongji swore with conviction. All right, I said coolly. The next day, Yan Royal Estate's Princess Ronggan, Chu Ning Yun, woke up very early. Standing by the window, she gazed into the distance with anticipation, wondering if Li Zhao's martial arts would show any further improvement today. Unfortunately, after a long wait, There was still no sign of Li Zhao. Why is he not here today? Chu Ning Yun waited for a while longer. Princess, this servant just went to the pantry to retrieve some ingredients. I heard that young master Li Zhao left the estate yesterday and did not return all night, Zhang Kui said as she brought in the breakfast. He left? Chu Ning Yun's heart suddenly tightened, filled with extreme worry. Could it be that he would not return? She now desired to see Li Zhao every day. Even a distant glance brought her immense joy when Li Zhao suddenly disappeared. Chu Ning Yun felt her heart empty. Perhaps Zhang Kui hurriedly said, Princess, you are overthinking things. This servant believes that Li Zhao genuinely likes the princess very much. He likes you immensely, in fact. How could it be otherwise? Dreaming, Kui. Today I am still embroidering this sachet. The wind? Time still flowed as it did every day, unchanging. But for Princess Yong'an, for some unknown reason, time today passed extremely slowly, until dusk, as the setting sun vanished. Still no news of Li Zhao returning to the manor was heard. Zhang Kui naturally took on the role of gathering information, every now and then running to the door to ask, has he not returned yet? Hearing the door move, Chu Ning Yun hurriedly asked. Kui shook her head. The princess then lowered her head and silently continued embroidering the sachet. The princess's craftsmanship has improved greatly. This sachet is increasingly taking shape. Zhang Kui hurriedly offered comfort. But if he truly leaves, whom shall I give this sachet to? Chu Ning Yun softly murmured. Do not speak such ill omens. Zhang Kui said, Li Zhao is not a live-in son-in-law. It is only natural for him not to reside in the manor. Oh dear. While speaking, Chu Ning Yun's mind was unsettled, and she accidentally pricked her fingertip with the embroidery needle. Zhang Kui hurriedly examined it and said with concern, Princess, there is no need to worry. This servant sees that Li Zhao is deeply devoted to the princess. Or perhaps this servant should go ask Prince Shu what happened. How could I allow that? I am but a woman. How could I, just because he has not returned for a single day, go inquire about such matters? Chu Ning Yun shook her head, then asked again, Tell me, do you think Li Zhao felt it was improper for a man to reside in a woman's manor, and that is why he left? Zhang Kui shook her head. This servant believes young master Li Zhao acts openly and uprightly. He is not bound by trivial formalities, and surely would not harbor such a thought. Chu Ning Yun pondered for a moment, then stood up and rummaged through her jewelry box, seemingly searching for something. Princess, what are you intending to do? Zhang Kui saw the princess was troubled, and felt troubled herself. I heard that in half a month, our engagement will be finalized. My imperial mother intends to prepare some betrothal gifts for him to bring back. Li Zhao is merely from a farming family, and he has no wealth. A man needs to maintain his dignity. She was undoubtedly afraid that if he could not produce the betrothal gifts during the engagement, it would cause her family to lose face. Thus, she was worried about this matter. In Chu Ning Yun's hands were gold and silver ornaments, along with banknotes and savings she had accumulated over a long time. She looked at Zhang Shuaishui and said, Why don't you go find Li Zhao and give him this money to use as betrothal gifts? Zhang Shuaishui was somewhat torn between laughter and tears. Princess, you haven't even married yet, and you're already worrying so much for an outsider. What kind of principle is it for a woman to give money to a man so that he can bring betrothal gifts to marry her? Shuaishui, are you making fun of me again? You are not unaware. I am the daughter of Yan Wang. On the day of the engagement, there will certainly be close friends and relatives, along with esteemed officials coming to congratulate us. Li Zhao will surely be anxious about this matter. Chu Ning Yun said seriously, Shuaishui is merely a maidservant who has never been married. How could you understand such matters? Zhang Shuaishui changed her tone and said, Princess, but would young master Li Zhao accept it? Hearing this, Chu Ning Yun also began to worry, realizing the truth in Shuaishui's words. After pondering for a moment, she walked to her desk and wrote down a line of poetry. Let my lord be a firm rock, and I, a resilient reed. The reed, tough as silk. The rock, unyielding. This poem is an excerpt from Peacock Flies Southeast from the Han Dynasty. She folded the paper, handed it to Zhang Shuaishui, and instructed, Shuaishui, when you find Li Zhao, subtly inquire first. If he does not wish to marry me, and only seeks to evade Yan Wang's manor, then act as if nothing has happened. I will also plead with my father not to punish him. But if he is truly troubled by the betrothal gifts, then give this silver to him, and this poem as well. He will understand my true feelings. He will understand the sentiment upon receiving the paper. She tucked it into her bosom and exclaimed, You are overthinking things. How could Li Zhao not wish to marry you? It is most likely due to other matters. Rest assured, if Li Zhao still has not returned to the manor today, tomorrow morning, this maidservant will go and handle it immediately. Until late into the night, he still did not return to the manor. The night was as still as water, yet a deeply affectionate woman lay restless, troubled by thoughts of a certain man. At Daishuku village, On the village's ancestral mountain, I spent the entire day toiling with a hoe, clearing weeds from my parents' graves, tidying up the entire area around the tombs, reborn into a new life. Although I had only lived with them for 1 year, they were, after all, my birth parents in this world. Even if I could do nothing else for them, I could not let their graves be overgrown with wild grass. Parents, I will visit you again when I have time. I bowed respectfully towards their tombstones, then descended the mountain path. Brother Xiao, everything has been taken care of. Li Xiangqi had been waiting from afar. Seeing me move, he immediately approached, a man skilled at reading expressions. What did you tell the villagers? I directly told the villagers that Li Xiao is now a major figure. Who would dare lay a hand on Li Xiao's fields? I, Li Xiangqi, would be the first to fight them to the death. Seeing that you possess such a fine warhorse, knowing your status is no longer what it once was, they would absolutely not dare to harbor any ill intentions. Li Xiangqi reported honestly. You did well. I smiled and nodded. In truth, this was also a test to see if this fellow would obey orders, as everyone in the village bore the surname Li, and his words were spoken thus. It was actually very easy to offend others. Clearly, Li Xiangqi had passed the test. As for these 3 moose of land, I genuinely did not care much. I naturally would not cultivate these 3 moos of land anymore. To leave them barren would be a waste. Does your second brother, Li Xiangzheng's household, not have many children? With 7 or 8 children, their life is not easy. And you haven't earned any money over the past few years, causing your second brother no small amount of trouble. How about this? Let your second brother borrow these 3 moose of land to cultivate for now. I will not take a single cent of profit. Every year, during festivals, tell him to help me clear the weeds from my parents' graves. Burn some paper money as a token of gratitude. Since this Xiangqi has passed the test, I should also give him some rewards, so that outsiders know that by following me, benefits are certainly not lacking. To win people's hearts, one must possess methods. Only then. Hearing this, Li Hongji was deeply moved. Brother Xiao, how dare I accept this? 3 good moos of land is no small amount. If I tell you to take it, then take it. Why so much talk? I said in a deep voice. I don't let others covet what's mine. It is to let everyone know that no one may touch what belongs to Li Xiao, but whom I choose to bestow it upon is another matter entirely. The princess has a few words she wishes this servant to ask of you. After Zhang Shui finished speaking, she glanced at Li Hongji. Li Hongji, understanding the implication, discreetly withdrew. I have brought the person to you, brother. Brother Xiao. I shall take my leave now. I nodded slightly, then invited Zhang Shui inside. My humble family circumstances might earn the young lady's ridicule. I pulled out a chair and invited her to sit, then asked, Is the princess worried because I have not returned to the manor? Zhang Shui hastily smiled and nodded. Indeed, the princess feared you might have encountered some mishap, so she sent this servant to find you. This servant did not know where else to search, so I came to your old village, and only after inquiring did I learn you were truly here. It seems Ning Yun has completely set her heart on me. She has also begun to take initiative. My heart swelled with joy. So is the young lady at ease now? Go back and report quickly, I said with a smile. Zhang Shui looked around at the surrounding environment. Indeed, your home, as the princess mentioned, was said to be reduced to but a single thatched hut. Thinking of this, Zhang Shui skillfully asked, I wonder, young master Li Xiao, is there some important matter that brings you home this time? It is merely a casual question from this Shui. Young master, do not be overthinking it. The princess did not instruct this young lady to ask, did she? I chuckled heartily. Is that not so? Zhang Shui hastily tried to conceal it. To explain is to conceal. I smiled and said, Young lady, please tell the princess upon your return that this Li Xiao will marry no one but her in this life. Please ask her to wait without worry. As soon as the words left my mouth, Zhang Kui was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. My return to my old hometown this time is to pay respects before my parents' graves. It is the first time I have been away from home for so long, and I will also take some of my belongings. I pointed at the papers on the table and said, Those are the essays I have written all this time. I fear they will be eaten by termites if left here. Since young master Li Xiao has spoken thus, Kui is now at ease. Zhang Kui let out a breath of relief. In truth, she was extremely nervous just now, truly fearing that I intended to renege on the marriage. Zhang Kui then remembered there was still something to be done, and quietly inquired, Half a month from now is the day young master Li Xiao and our princess are to be formally engaged. Surely young master already knows this? The 24th day of the first month, a date I always keep in my heart. I smiled in reply. As Zhang Kui spoke, she took out a stack of silver notes. Each note was worth 200 taels. There were over a dozen notes. There were 3,000 to 4,000 taels of silver in total. Young master Li Xiao, Our princess fears that you will not be able to produce sufficient funds on the day of the betrothal. This is the amount our princess has saved up over time. Please take it as a betrothal gift." Zhang Kui handed the silver notes to me and said. Hearing this, I felt a wave of emotion at that moment. My future wife is truly too kind. We are not even married yet she already thinks of me in such a way. However, of course, I would not accept this money. I teased. "Does your princess fear that I cannot produce the money? And thus she would lose face?" No. The princess only fears that you might think that way." Zhang Kui hurriedly took out a piece of paper, on which was written a poem penned by the princess herself. She handed it to me. The princess said, "If you read this poem, you will understand her true intentions." She even wrote a poem for me? Let me see. I took the paper and unfolded it to read. The handwriting upon it was as elegant as an orchid diffusing its fragrance. Seeing the handwriting was like seeing the person. This beautiful calligraphy couldn't help but earn my praise, and the content above warmed my heart even more. "You should be as firm as a rock. I should be as resilient as a reed. If the reed accepts like silk, will the rock remain unaffected?" This is an excerpt from "The Peacock Flies Southeast." The meaning of this poem is precisely the sentiment she wishes to express to me. I have perceived the princess's intentions, but I absolutely cannot accept this silver. Once I accept it, Ning Yun may truly not mind. But how will outsiders perceive it? I cannot allow others to look down upon me. Kui. I cannot accept this silver. Please take it back, young lady. Please tell Ning Yun that I, Li Zhao, will marry no one else but her in this life. Though I am but a common farmer, I am certainly no good for nothing. I will assuredly bring glory to our engagement day. I resolutely pushed the silver notes back. This action made Zhang Kui respect me even more, but she grew concerned. If I were to report back like this, would the princess be saddened? I also feared the princess might misunderstand, thinking that my rejection of her sentiment would cause her heartache. In that case, Kui, I shall also write a poem, and ask you, young lady, to deliver it to the princess. I stepped to the table, pondering for a moment, ultimately choosing to express my sentiments through a vernacular poem. Grinding the ink, lifting the brush, putting down the stroke. If I love you, it will never be like the bignonia flower clinging, borrowing your high branches to show off myself. If I love you, it will never be like the lovesick bird, singing monotonous songs endlessly for the shade. Nor will it be merely like a spring, offering cool solace year-round, nor like perilous mountain peaks, adding to your height, creating your splendor. Kui, I trouble you, young lady, to take this poem back to the princess. I handed the poem to Zhang Kui, and then took out a golden bean. Young Master Li Xiao, this is not appropriate. Delivering messages is merely a maidservant's duty. Zhang Kui accepted the paper, but refused the golden bean. If I tell you to take it, then take it. I, Li Xiao, though I currently possess no wealth, for me, acquiring riches is as easy as taking something from my own pocket. I am not boasting. The heap of when white fragrance can be manufactured, how could money ever be lacking? Zhang Shui found it difficult to refuse, and so had to accept it. Young Master Li Zhao, this servant begs leave to depart first. Zhang Shui successfully completed her task, her mood exceptionally good, wishing only to return to the manor swiftly to report. I saw her off to where the carriage was, only then stopping. Originally, I intended to return to the manor today, but for a maidservant to seek me out, and for me to return immediately, would seem somewhat improper. It would be better to let Ning Yun wait one more day. This is known as soft binding. I thought this to myself, then turned and returned to the old house, to pack some items I needed to bring from the room. It was not until dusk that Zhang Shui, riding a carriage, returned to the Yanwang manor. At Yange, Chu Ning Yun, from afar by the window, saw the maidservant, Zhang Shui, walking in this direction. Her heart tightened, both tense and anxious, and she hurriedly descended the stairs to open the door and welcome Zhang Shui inside. All day today, Chu Ning Yun had been distraught and lost in thought. Her father was disregarded, her food tasteless. She knew not what thoughts preoccupied her heart. Shui, how were today's matters handled? After entering the room, as soon as the two sat down, Chu Ning Yun could not hold back, and asked immediately, completely losing her usual composed demeanor. Princess, you are in such a hurry. Allow this servant a sip of water to catch her breath first. The roads in the countryside are truly difficult to travel. The wide, bumpy roads were so jarring that this servant's bones are nearly falling apart. Zhang Shui, having been busy all day, was truly exhausted. All right, take your time. I will pour you water. Chu Ning Yun no longer held the demeanor of a princess. She lifted the teapot. Zhang Shui hurriedly took it from her. Princess, this is truly improper. It would truly shorten this servant's lifespan. Allow this servant to do it herself. She poured herself a cup of water, took a sip, then bloomed into a bright smile and said, Princess, today this servant has visited Li Xiao's old house. Young Master Li Xiao was indeed there. I found him immediately upon searching. Chu Ning Yun still worriedly asked, "What matter caused young Master Xiao to return to his old house?" Zhang Shui chuckled and said, "Still calling him young Master Xiao? Should you not change your address to husband?" Seeing Zhang Shui's radiant expression and hearing her speak thus, Chu Ning Yun's heart immediately lightened. Only then did she feign anger and say, "This is truly improper. Before our marriage, how can you call him husband? Speak quickly. This girl truly makes one impatient." Zhang Shui no longer dared to be mischievous, and seriously said that Li Xiao returned to his ancestral home to pay respects to his parents, explaining that it was his first time leaving home for an extended period. Simultaneously, he also reported to his parents about the matter of his upcoming marriage. So that was it. Chu Ning Yun was completely relieved, sweeping away all her previous worries, which were replaced by boundless joy. At this moment, Zhang Shui continued, "Princess, this servant originally intended to skillfully inquire, but unexpectedly, Li Xiao saw through it at a glance, realizing that the princess had sent this servant to inquire." "Do you know what he said?" "What did he say?" Chu Ning Yun asked. "He said, cough, cough." Zhang Shui coughed twice, stood up abruptly, and then, mimicking his manner of speaking, she lowered her voice and said, "Go back and report to the princess. Tell her not to worry. I, Li Xiao, in this life and the next, will marry no one but her." As soon as he finished speaking, the room immediately fell silent, his words continuously echoing in the room, and continuously echoing in Chu Ning Yun's mind. Chu Ning Yun almost couldn't believe her ears, like a clap of thunder in a clear sky. These words were like glowing embers in a bitterly cold winter night, making one suddenly feel warmth throughout their body. She had never heard such words, such a vow. "In this life and the next, I will marry no one but her." Chu Ning Yun's heart overflowed with love, and she thought to herself, "Then, in this life and the next, I will marry no one but him. Princess, princess." After a long while, only when she heard Zhang Shui's call, did Chu Ning Yun finally awaken from her reverie. She realized her lapse in composure, and hastily changed the subject to conceal it. "Oh right. Did young Master Zhao receive the silver I sent?" Zhang Shui shook her head. "He did not receive it. Was I too presumptuous?" Chu Ning Yun said anxiously. "Shui, these past few days I've been constantly thinking, although such is my intention, what if Li Xiao misunderstands? What should I do then?" "What was Li Xiao's reaction at that time?" Zhang Shui chuckled and said, "Princess, rest assured. Young Master Zhao has already received your intentions. Young Master Zhao also sent his intentions in return." Hearing this, Chu Ning Yun's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Tonight was exceptionally silent. Outside the window, it was as dark as ink. In the sky, a crescent moon hung high, and the stars glittered. Chu Ning Yun's thoughts were also like this night scene, became much more at peace, no longer burdened by worries. What were Li Xiao's intentions? Zhao Ningyun looked at Zhang Kui and asked. Zhang Kui did not immediately take out the paper, but first explained that during the day, after learning that young Master Li Xiao would marry no one but the princess, this servant was exceedingly delighted, and so mentioned this matter, and gave the princess's letter to the young master. "Princess, guess what young Master Li Xiao said?" she asked in return. Zhao Ningyun pondered for a moment, then guessed. "He did not accept the silver, perhaps to avoid further gossip from the public? Am I correct?" "Princess, you have guessed incorrectly." Zhang Kui chuckled. Young Master Li Xiao's words, when spoken, truly possess such imposing spirit, making one view him in a completely different light. Zhao Ningyun asked, "How did he say it?" Zhang Kui then mimicked his posture and tone. Lowering her voice, she quoted, "I, Li Xiao, shall marry none but her in this lifetime. Though I am merely a humble farmer, I am absolutely no good for nothing. And certainly, on the day of our betrothal, I will ensure everything proceeds with the utmost honor." Having finished quoting, Zhang Kui smiled. Upon hearing those words, this servant felt that young Master Li Xiao was indeed a remarkable person. Though utterly destitute, he possessed such confidence, exceedingly confident, even. Zhao Ningyun nodded. Indeed. Zhang Kui took out the paper and handed it over. Young Master Li Xiao was concerned that by refusing you might misunderstand, so he composed a poem in reply, stating that once you read it, you would fully grasp his intentions. Hearing this, Zhao Ningyun eagerly accepted the paper, sat down at the table, and slowly unfolded it, as if fearing she might damage it. Upon seeing the contents on the paper, her eyes lit up. "Ha! Why is his handwriting so strange?" Looking at the crooked, chicken-scratch characters, Zhu Ningyun could not help but burst into laughter. She secretly thought, when he returns to the residence, I must teach him how to write properly. But as for the poem itself, Zhu Ningyun was soon completely immersed in its meaning. "If I love you, I will never be like the trumpet vine, clinging to you only to display myself from your lofty height." At those words, Zhu Ningyun froze. The single word love filled her heart with an indescribable warmth. If I love you, I will never be like the trumpet vine, forever clinging to another, borrowing your height to glorify myself. Chu Ning Yun softly repeated the verse. He is telling me that if he loves me, he will never rely upon my status for his own gain. That is why Li Xiao refused the silver I offered him. He is telling me that he did not come because of the power and influence of Prince Yan's residence. Chu Ning Yun's heart surged with emotion as she continued reading. If I love you, I will never be like the infatuated bird, singing the same monotonous song merely for the shelter of your branches. Nor will I be only a spring, bringing you cool comfort throughout the passing years. Nor merely a perilous mountain peak, raising your stature and magnifying your majesty. Nor merely the sunlight, nor the gentle rain of spring. Chu Ning Yun's eyes widened with every line. She was utterly astonished. Could vernacular poetry truly convey emotions with such overwhelming power? No. None of these are enough. If I love you, I must become a kapok tree, standing beside you, standing as an equal, our roots intertwined beneath the earth, our leaves touching high among the clouds. Chu Ning Yun could feel the burning passion contained within every word. The language was simple, yet its strength was undeniable. Comparing the two of them to an oak and a kapok tree, standing firmly together with roots forever entwined. Whenever the wind passed by, they would bow gently to one another. Yet no one else could understand the language they shared. You have your bronze trunk and iron branches, like a sword, like a spear. I have my brilliant crimson blossoms, like heavy sighs, and like blazing torches. The affection expressed throughout the poem perfectly reflected the way they now treated one another, respecting each other as honored equals, each fearing that a careless action might be misunderstood. Chu Ning Yun felt as though Li Xiao had stepped into the deepest recesses of her heart. That bronze trunk and iron branches were like the protective shell she had built around herself over the years. She had met no one, and opened her heart to no one. Such imagery was astonishingly vivid, like a blade, like an arrow, like a halberd. And Li Xiao answered it with the brilliant crimson blossoms of the kapok tree, using their blazing radiance like a torch to melt that frozen heart. Together we shall endure the biting cold, the fierce winds, and the crashing thunder. Together we shall embrace the mist, the drifting clouds, and the rainbow. Though we seem forever apart, we shall remain together for a lifetime. This was the very essence of true love. True devotion lies here, not only loving your lofty ideals, but also loving the very ground beneath your feet, and the place where you steadfastly stand. Chu Ning Yun held the sheet of Xuan paper and read the poem over and over again, until her eyes became red, and even the depths of her soul trembled. She felt as though she had finally found a kindred spirit in Li Xiao. Everything they both wished to say, everything they both carried within their hearts, was contained in this single poem. This vernacular poem convinced Chu Ning Yun that she had finally found the one she had been searching for. Every verse Li Xiao had written resonated perfectly with the deepest thoughts hidden within Chu Ning Yun's heart, creating an extraordinary harmony between them. At that very moment, the flower of love quietly blossomed. That night, Chu Ning Yun slept more peacefully than she had in years. As she slept, a radiant smile appeared upon her face, though no one knew what beautiful dream she was having. Ding! Chu Ning Yun's affection toward the host has increased by 5. Current affection, 80. Ding! The host and Chu Ning Yun have exchanged poetry to convey the feelings of their hearts. The other party has been completely captivated by the host's literary talent, and has wholeheartedly acknowledged the host. You have received 300 sweetness points. A 50x critical bonus has been triggered. You have obtained 15,000 sweetness points. Current accumulated points, 25, 250. I was soaking my feet in my room when a gentle notification suddenly echoed beside my ear. I smiled knowingly. Writing a poem for the woman you love truly is one of the most romantic things imaginable. Ning Yun. Tonight, you must surely be dreaming of me. Early the next morning, I opened my eyes and sat up in bed. The first thing I did was check the system shop. Today's system shop had refreshed with new items. 1 pack of premium toilet paper. Cost, 200 points. 1 Hero brand fountain pen. Cost, 500 points. 1 pair of soft bristled toothbrushes. Cost, 100 points. I immediately bought out the entire shop. I was pleasantly surprised, not for any other reason than the toilet paper. The primitive toilet paper used in this ancient era had truly made me suffer quite a bit. Even the coarse paper used in Prince Yan's residence was nowhere near as good as these modern tissues. It seemed I could finally throw those old substitutes away. I quietly threw away the coarse paper I had borrowed from the prince's residence as a temporary substitute. At last, the toothbrushes could be used together with the toothpaste. As for the fountain pen, I would have to wait until I obtained some ink. Some things simply had to come as a complete set. Yet the system shop refreshed with only individual items each time. Wasn't the system deliberately teasing me? After packing everything away, I mounted my horse and prepared to leave. There I found Li Zhongji already waiting for me. Brother Xiao, If you leave first, how will I know where to find you? Sitting atop my horse, I replied. When you reach Beiping City, wait outside the gates of Prince Yan's residence. Tell the guards to announce your arrival. This kid was quite proactive, which spared me a great deal of worry. Understood, Brother Xiao. Have a safe journey. After giving his farewell, I spurred my horse onward. By noon, I had returned to Prince Yan's residence, where the guards warmly welcomed me inside. Is Gaoxu in the residence today? One of the guards answered. Prince Gaoxu left early this morning and has not yet returned. Feed my horse well. I'll be heading out again later. As you command, young master Li Zhao. After thanking them, I walked toward my quarters, inwardly amused that I could rely on a powerful woman while still keeping my dignity intact. The moment I left, the guards immediately reported my return. Before long, news of my arrival had spread throughout the entire residence. Inside Yongshan Pavilion, Princess Consort Chu Ning Yun was chatting with her daughter. She smiled warmly as she watched her daughter take her hand of her own accord, laughing and talking happily. At long last, her daughter had emerged from the shadows that had haunted her. Mother, look. This is the vernacular poem young master Li Xiao wrote. Chu Ning Yun excitedly took out Farewell to Cambridge. Chu Yun carefully read it from beginning to end before praising it. I truly never expected Liao Zhao to possess such extraordinary literary talent. The language of this poem is graceful and effortless, while its composition is exquisitely refined. Hearing her mother's praise, Chu Ning Yun was overjoyed, her heart overflowing with happiness. Chu Yun smiled gently and said, Ning Yun, every sentence that leaves your lips is about Li Zhao. Tell mother, what is it about Li Zhao that has captured your heart? Even I do not know. Chu Ning Yun blushed. Chu Yun gently stroked her daughter's hand. Even though it was marked with scars, she showed not the slightest trace of disdain. We are mother and daughter. Is there anything you cannot tell me? Li Zhao is to become my son-in-law. I simply wish to know him better and see whether he truly treats you with sincerity. Of course he is sincere, Chu Ning Yun replied without hesitation. Then she softly added, Mother, I can feel the genuine affection Li Zhao has for me. He is truly a wonderful man. Then let me tell you everything. But you mustn't laugh at me. Only then did Chu Ning Yun slowly begin recounting everything. Although Li Zhao has not read many books, he possesses an insatiable thirst for knowledge. What is even more astonishing is his extraordinary talent for poetry. The first time we met, I casually gave him a topic, and he immediately recited, Every generation brings forth gifted talents, each leading the literary world for centuries. Those were the very verses he spoke. Chu Yun nodded in admiration. Besides that, his aptitude for martial arts is equally extraordinary. At first, he did not even know how to draw a bow. Yet after only a few days of diligent practice, he had completely mastered it and could effortlessly strike the bullseye from 30 paces away. That much I have already heard. Chu Yun said. Gaoxu has been praising him before me ever since. Li Xiao also knows how to cook. The dishes he prepared, such as luoxue cow, taste even better than those made by the finest chefs in our residence. Now that I truly did not know. Chu Yun was genuinely astonished. Chu Ning Yun nodded. Mother, it is exactly as I have said. Chu Yun smiled. Then when the opportunity arises, I must certainly taste his cooking for myself. Looking at her daughter, she could not help asking, Ning Yun, Li Xiao's feelings for you are genuine, are they not? There was a deeper meaning hidden behind those words. Mother, please come with me. Chu Ning Yun led her mother into the study and carefully took out a sheet of zhujuan paper from a concealed compartment. Mother, this is what Li Zhao wrote for your daughter. Please see. As Miao Yun looked, she was utterly stunned. The handwriting was messy, yet there was a vernacular poem titled, My landmark, if I love you, I am not like the trumpet vine, clinging, borrowing high branches to flaunt myself. If I love you, my lord. Reading to the end, Miao Yun was profoundly moved. Among those lines, deep and fervent affection was revealed everywhere. If not for such genuine affection, it would be absolutely impossible to write such verses. A long while later, Madame Xianxi looked at Ning Yun and heaved a sigh of relief. Ning Yun, this time, mother is completely at ease. Miao Yun sighed with deep emotion. Her daughter had finally overcome the second calamity. In truth, she harbored a secret from years ago. It concerned Chu Ning Yun's 3 calamities. That year she gave birth to Ning Yun prematurely. The child's life hung by a thread. She pleaded with Yao Guangxiao to divine her daughter's fate. Yao Guangxiao broke his rule to inform her that Ning Yun's life would have to endure 3 calamities. If she overcame them, she would gain ultimate blessings. Only the first calamity had a way to resolve it. By taking a character from the parents' names, but simultaneously, it would take away half of that person's blessings. Miao Yun brushed aside all objections and named her daughter Ning Yun, taking the character Yun from her own name. Naturally, her daughter survived. She used half of her blessings to exchange for her child's life. Now, her daughter had clearly overcome the second calamity. Miao Yun thought to herself, Ning Yun, I hope you can smoothly overcome the third calamity. For mother is willing to use her lifelong blessings to exchange for your peace and safety. Miao Yun, feeling relieved, left Yongguian Pavilion. On her way, she met the maid, Zhang Kuikui, who was paying respects to Princess Consort Yan. Kuikui, why are you in such a hurry? Is something the matter? Princess Luo instructed this servant to keep an eye on the young master's movements.
Li Xiao has just returned to the mansion. This servant was just about to go report to the princess.
Oh.
Where has Li Xiao been these past 2 days, after leaving the mansion?
Reporting to your highness, Li Xiao returned to his hometown to pay respects to his parents.
Very well, go on. Miao Yun felt even more pleased inwardly with this filial future son-in-law.
She hoped that after they married, they could work together with one heart to overcome Ning Yun's third calamity. She returned to the main hall. Passing by the study, she saw Zhu Di, his face clouded with gloom. She immediately stepped inside.
Prince, what troubles you so? Oh, there are indeed some bothersome matters.
Zhu Di waved his hand. It's fine not to mention them. He then took Xu Miaoyun's hand.
By the way, how was her visit to Ning Yun today?
Xu Miaoyun smiled brightly, recounting every detail.
Zhu Di was greatly pleased upon hearing this. Excellent. This move of mine, as your prince, has truly been correct. This is truly a heaven-bestowed good match.
He pondered. I see Li Xiao's martial talent is exceptionally high. How about arranging for him to join Zhang Yu's command to temper himself for a while?
As a deputy officer, if he establishes achievements and a career, I will request an imperial decree from the emperor to bestow a title upon him.
Absolutely not. Xu Miaoyun immediately rejected the idea. Swords and blades are without eyes.
What if he were to be injured on the battlefield? What would our daughter do then? My Zhu family has no cowards. Just as Zhu Di was about to say more, he was stopped by his wife's gaze.
Xu Miaoyun exasperatedly said, his surname is Li, the Li in Li Xiao, not the Li in Li Ximin.
Indeed, my dear wife speaks with great reason. Zhu Di quickly changed his tone. Then I shall recommend him as a civil official. However, he would inevitably be criticized by the court officials.
Xu Miaoyun said, let's discuss this further after they are married.
In short, for our son-in-law to follow you to fight in battle,
I absolutely will not agree.
Zhu Di dutifully nodded. By the way, Prince, what has been troubling you?
Zhu Di pondered for a moment, then reluctantly revealed everything. Beiping commands an army of 100,000, requiring an enormous amount of military provisions.
Last autumn, many areas in Beiping suffered crop failures, and military provisions have begun to run short. I petitioned the emperor for an imperial decree to transport provisions, but the prefectures in Jiangzhen no longer have any surplus quotas.
The emperor wishes to use the Kaitong method to make up for the deficit, but this year, salt merchants in the court are scarce.
My elder brother's reply in his letter suggested that Beiping should implement the Kaitong method itself.
For us in Beiping, to implement the Kaitong method ourselves. Xu Miaoyun slightly furrowed her brows.
But the salt production in our Beiping region is only enough for self-sufficiency.
That is precisely the crux of the matter,
Chu Day declared. No. I must write yet another letter to my elder brother, seeking his aid.
Wait a moment, Xu Miaoyun spoke. Our elder brother has already issued his decree. He must surely have his own unspoken difficulties.
Madam, could it be that you possess a brilliant scheme, Your Highness, to publicly recruit a son-in-law? Is that not precisely your ingenious strategy?
Xu Miaoyun smiled gently, causing Chu Day to stare in momentary stupefaction, which was swiftly followed by overwhelming joy.
Indeed. How could I have overlooked such a possibility? By having the Yanyunsi publicly purchase salt, we might just ignite a wave of matrimonial matchmaking among the populace. Upon further reflection, a new worry assailed him. But would it be sufficient, given the time constraints?
Xu Miaoyun chuckled. Let us attempt this course of action. Should it prove ineffective, we shall simply devise another solution. The princess consort speaks truly. You are indeed this prince's most sagacious consort. Chu Day hastily rose to his feet and strode towards the exit. This prince shall now proceed to the Yan Yunsi
to instruct them to issue the dates. For after they have eaten their fill and drunk their fill, it shall be time to inspect the salt mines. Once I had finished my meal, I set down my utensils and departed. The attendants had already prepared the mounts. Young Master Zhao, your steed awaits. My gratitude. I mounted my steed and departed. With my attributes enhanced, my capacity for learning had become remarkably swift. An hour later, I arrived at the base of the foul-smelling salt mine mountain, where the initial groundwork had already taken shape. The brick kilns were half constructed, and the necessary tools lay meticulously arranged.
Chu Gaohu was busily issuing commands. Gaohu, I said, walking over and patting his shoulder, you have toiled diligently these past few days. Your efforts are commendable.
Brother-in-law, you have arrived? Chu Gaohu exclaimed with pleasant surprise.
This trivial task presents no challenge. It shall be completed by tomorrow, and operations can commence the day after, he remarked with an air of bewilderment.
Brother-in-law, it appears you have grown somewhat taller. Indeed, I have undergone a secondary growth spurt. My current height approaches 8 chi.
Taller, you say?
Could it be that I have simply misremembered?
Ha ha.
I'll change the subject. How much silver has been spent in total?
Chu Kaiyohu scratched his head. Not much at all. Less than 50 taels in total.
Let's make it 50 taels. Plus another 50 taels for buying Kuingo Mountain. That makes 100 taels in total. I said, Kaiyohu, these 100 taels will be your initial capital. From the salt field's profits, you'll receive a 10th share.
Chu Kaiyohu laughed heartily.
Brother-in-law, you are being too polite. What are these 100 taels worth? Bringing up money would harm our relationship. All the profits belong to you. Your younger brother here won't take any. Consider it simply as a favor. 100 taels were truly nothing to him. Moreover, he believed this matchmaking endeavor might not succeed, and a 10th of the profits wouldn't amount to much anyway. It was better to simply gain some goodwill. You won't take it?
Kaiyohu, are you sure you won't take a share of the profits?
I asked with a smile.
Truly, I won't take it, brother-in-law. Isn't this what a younger brother should do?
All right then. If you ever regret it, you can tell me anytime. I'll follow brother-in-law's lead in everything.
Chu Kaiyohu didn't pay it much mind. My inspection of the salt field was much as I expected. Several brick houses formed a production line. Crushing, soaking, purifying, boiling the brine, and crystallizing. Most importantly, the soaking and purification formula was in my hands. All these things presented no problem. Next was the recruitment of manpower. This place was near Daidong village, so we could recruit people from Daidong Man.
I suggested that during the Ming dynasty, the status of farming households was not considered lowly. It was common for them to seek work during the agricultural off-season. We found the village head, an honest and simple middle-aged man. Are you the village head of this area?
Chu Kaiyohu asked. The other party, seeing Chu Kaiyohu, knew he was not someone to be trifled with. He bowed and said, Yes, yes. May I ask what advice these two esteemed sirs have for me?
Chu Kaiyohu asked directly. When you go to work for others, how many copper coins do you earn a day? That man chuckled simply. It's out of neighborly goodwill. We help each other without taking money. Just providing food is enough.
Chu Kaiyohu was speechless.
I said with a smile, I wish to ask, when you enter the city to work for the affluent families, what is the daily wage?
Usually it is 50 copper coins.
But during the busy harvest season, it is 70 copper coins. I calculated silently in my mind. 1 tael of silver is 1,000 copper coins.
2 taels of silver can hire 1 person for 1 month.
I estimate needing 50 people. So the monthly cost would be 100 taels, primarily for labor. I had already silently calculated. With this scale, 1 month could produce 50,000 jin of salt. The official price for salt is 2 silver coins per jin. Jarred salt is cheaper but leads to decapitation. This pure white salt of mine, selling for 1 tael of silver per jin, surely wouldn't be considered expensive.
50,000 jin a month is exactly 50,000 taels of pure silver.
If I could sell the salt directly, I would become incredibly rich. I secretly lamented in my heart. Calculated according to the official selling price, 1 month would still yield 10,000 taels. But I cannot calculate it that way. The court's salt revenue is mostly submitted to the national treasury. If I secretly collude and seize it, Zhu Yuanzhang would have my head. Brother Zhu also has a salt production business, and also sells to the court's salt transport commissioner. My 50,000 jin of pure white salt per month is sold to the salt transport commissioner. Approximately 1,000 taels will reach my hands. After deducting 100 taels for labor, I would pocket 900 taels. Even so, a year would still yield 10,000 taels of income, and I could even expand production. Alas, what on earth am I worrying about? I desire such high profits, but is it something I can truly grasp? Isn't it all meant to be offered to my father-in-law as a betrothal gift? I shook my head. If my father-in-law has this income, the campaign to pacify the troubles can advance rapidly. My wife will soon become a princess, and only then can I earn more points. A princess is a 100-fold boost. Returning my thoughts, I looked towards village chief La. How about this? I would trouble you to make a trip to each household in the village. Inform them that the salt field over there is hiring workers. 70 copper coins per day, with strictly regulated working hours.
Recruiting long-term workers. Short-term workers, however, will not immediately.
Long-term work for 70 wen a day.
Where could one find such a good opportunity?
He was overjoyed for a moment before asking, how long can one work? I smiled and said, working for a lifetime is no problem. Village Chief Li was even more overjoyed. My lord, with all the current regulations, what exactly do your words mean? This humble one does not understand. Chu Gaohu, who was beside me, was also stunned. He also did not understand. Go in the morning, return in the evening. I slapped my forehead. My mistake. The Lashi market will begin operations, and I will be personally managing this initial phase. Work 4 hours a day, and 1 meal is provided. Village Chief Li was utterly dumbfounded. Only work 4 hours a day, and a meal is also included?
You're not trying to deceive us humble folks, are you?
Do you think we resemble swindlers?
Chu Gaohu glared at him. If we tell you to go, then just go. You talk too much nonsense.
Village Chief Li was startled and apprehensive. Yes, this humble one guarantees to do well. I smiled and said, just spread the word. Anyone interested can come directly to the Bai Quango tomorrow. We also need to select, primarily seeking strong and sturdy men. Women will not be accepted. This humble one will go spread the word immediately. Village Chief Li bowed and departed. Everything proceeded smoothly.
After everything was settled, Chu Gaohu and I rode our horses back to the manor.
I asked, Gaohu, I need to borrow 100 li kang of silver from you for the initial operating capital.
Chu Gaohu patted his chest.
No problem. I'll give it to you shortly. That 1/10 of the profit is truly for you.
Chu Gaohu said he wouldn't take it.
We are all family. Talking about money harms our feelings. Are you truly not taking it? I won't take it.
As dusk fell, Li Hongji arrived at the Yang King's manor. He was awestruck by the majestic presence of the manor, yet still mustered his courage. He was a friend from Li Xiao's hometown, who had come to seek refuge. The guard's attitude was very polite, informing him that Li Xiao had left the manor and had not yet returned. Li Hongji intended to wait outside, so the guard brought him a chair to sit and wait. This left him utterly shaken. After waiting for half an hour, he heard the sound of horse hooves.
He saw me and a young man approaching on horseback.
Xiao Ji, I greeted him. He dismounted from his horse.
Elder brother Zhao, I have arrived.
Li Xiangqi immediately stepped forward.
Li Xiangqi, this is Prince Yan's son by a concubine.
Prince Gaohu, I introduced.
Prince Gaohu, this is my sworn brother from the same village. He has come to lend a hand.
This person is quite sharp. Chu Gaohu smiled and nodded.
My respects, Prince Gaohu. Li Xiangqi hurriedly performed a bow, feeling even more shaken within. Is this truly a prince?
Chu Gaohu chuckled and said, my brother-in-law's friend is also my friend.
Should anything happen in Beiping, just let me know.
Yes.
Prince Hu. Li Xiangqi was overwhelmed by such favor.
For Prince Hu to utter such words clearly showed elder brother Xiao's immense status. Li Xiangqi was so ecstatic his scalp went numb.
I tossed a gold piece to him. Xiao Zihi, stay at an inn for the night today, and tomorrow morning, wait at the mansion's front gate. Understood, elder brother Xiao.
Li Xiangqi joyfully received the gold, watching us enter the mansion.
After a long while, he finally recovered from his shock. Elder brother Zhao is truly a dragon among men. If I just follow elder brother Zhao and work hard, it won't be long until I can buy a house in Beiping and bring glory to my ancestors. Chu Gaohu and I walked into the mansion. As we chatted and laughed, a figure suddenly leaped out and shouted, I've been watching you two for a long time. Oh, excellent. You're undertaking such important business without bringing me along? I'll go report this to father. It was Chu Gaosui.
Chu Gaohu, seething with anger, delivered a kick.
You brat, lower your voice. Are you courting a beating?
Chu Cao Toai was kicked and fell, yet stubbornly scrambled back up.
Second brother, if you don't take me to accomplish this great task, even if you beat me to death, I will inform father. Chu Gaohu threatened. Do you truly believe I wouldn't kill you right here, right now?
Chu Cao Toai had a stubborn disposition. Chu Gaohu's temperament was even more stubborn and hot-headed.
The two immediately wrestled with each other.
Chu Cao Toai was no match. After a few blows, he was beaten to the point he could not get back up.
All right, stop fighting. You are all brothers. Do not cause each other harm. I immediately pulled the two apart. How about this, brother Toai? You can join us. But this matter must be kept a secret. I looked towards Chu Cao Toai.
Chu Cao Toai crawled to his feet, raised his head proudly and declared,
my mouth is more tightly sealed than a city's walls. I absolutely will not reveal any secrets. Chu Gaohu pondered for a moment. That is indeed true. Very well, I will take you with me tomorrow. Your main task will be to maintain order. Agreed, Chu Cao Toai smiled. I shall return to my residence. The Yan Prince's manor truly offers the greatest comfort. The servants had already prepared hot water. Soaking in the hot water was truly invigorating.
Recalling my time in the village, bathing was truly a luxury. During winter, bathing once a month was common.
Even if I was meticulous, I could only bathe once every half-month. To heat water, one had to purchase firewood. The wood on the mountains could not be indiscriminately cut down. Even the common folk had to pay a wood tax. And a single bath incurred no small cost. I farmed for an entire year, yet accumulated not a single coin. Simply surviving had already exhausted all my strength. If not for my robust physique, when I fell ill and had no money to invite a physician, I might not have survived. After washing, I indulged in a deep and restful sleep. The next morning I awoke and attended to my personal hygiene. With a toothbrush and toothpaste, I finally brushed my teeth for the first time in the Great Ming Dynasty. Exhaling a truly refreshing breath, the first in this world to use a toothbrush, I perused the Merit Point store while eating breakfast. The items in the store have refreshed today. A small attribute gift pack, costing 1,000 merit points.
Proficiency in horsemanship mastery, costing 500 merit points.
A portion of second-story building frames, costing 500 merit points.
Current merit points, 25,
250. I could clear out the store and still have surplus merit points remaining. All items are very good. The small attribute gift pack must be purchased.
Horsemanship mastery is very important, and the building frames are to improve the quality of life.
Successfully used the small attribute gift pack automatically. Received 1 point of strength. Successfully used horsemanship mastery proficiency automatically. Currently, it is beginner level horsemanship. A warm current flowed through my dantian, my strength increased, and secrets of riding horses appeared in my mind. Muscle memory felt as though I had been riding horses for 2 years. I opened the attribute panel. Host, Li Zhao. Strength 11. The average value for ordinary people is 5. For a top-tier general, it is 30. Agility 8. The average value for ordinary people is 5. For a top-tier general, it is 20. Intelligence 7. The average value for ordinary people is 5. Current skill. Beginner horsemanship. Beginner marching technique. Not bad. Strength has already reached 11. Sooner or later, I will become a top-tier general. I do not wish to go to war, but having the strength to protect myself is good. With increased strength, my vitality and physical resistance are also better. After finishing breakfast, I routinely went to the training grounds to practice. I must make others think that my achievements are due to arduous training, not simply adding points. Most importantly, so that Chu Ning Yun can see me from afar. She has not seen me for several days. She must surely miss me when I arrive at the training grounds.
Chu Gaohu was already running laps, with sandbags tied to his legs. He was absolutely diligent in his martial arts training.
Good morning, Gaohu. Good morning, brother-in-law. I also began running laps. From afar, on the 3rd floor of Yongshan Pavilion, Zhang Shuishui saw me appear and immediately shouted, "Princess, he's here! He's here! Zhao has come to practice martial arts." Shui, lower your voice.
Chu Ning Yun gently stepped forward, saw me, a look of joy appearing on her face, then sat by the window, quietly observing.
After running for half an hour, we stopped. Brother-in-law, your stamina is improving day by day. It seems the Manners cuisine has regulated your qi and blood, stimulating your potential.
Chu Gaohu pointed at the weapon rack.
I will impart all my skills to you. Practice with some weapons. Choose one. Alright? I advanced towards the weapon rack and ultimately chose a sword.
Chu Gaohu showed a slight expression of surprise.
Brother-in-law, you wish to practice swordsmanship? I smiled and replied, is that not allowed?
Wielding a sword looks very dashing. Gaohu disagreed.
Swords are not suited for the battlefield. A true man should use a halberd. He drew his halberd and brandished it for a while. The sound of the wind whistling. It was truly imposing. Flowing stars and white rain love stealthy killing. Sword flowers gather light as they emerge and combine. I added, your sister has always loved poetry, especially Li Bai. Li Bai's poems mention swords in over 40 works. Chu Gaohu nodded repeatedly, his heart filled with incomparable joy. He understood now. His brother-in-law held true love for his sister. Even his choice of weapon was an expression of his feelings for her. I smiled and asked Gaohu, what weapon do you prefer? Chu Gaohu replied, I admire Li Shimin and Xiang Yu. One excels with a bow and arrow, the other with a halberd. Therefore, I only use a bow and arrow and a halberd. I thought to myself, treason. It seems there were signs since childhood. In that case, I cannot teach you. I do not know swordsmanship. Chu Gaohu asked again, are you truly not going to practice the halberd? Just as I was about to speak, a voice came from afar. I know swordsmanship. Let me teach brother-in-law. The one who arrived was Chu Gaokai. Among Duke Chu's 3 sons, excluding the eldest, the other 2 had practiced martial arts since childhood. Very well then, I shall trouble Gaokai to instruct me. I smiled, but inwardly cursed. Chu Gaohu, you! Is the 3rd brother trying to compete for my good fortune? Who doesn't know that being by Li Zhao's side brings benefits? It seems Father King has been praising me often lately, so this brat is clearly jealous. However, he found it inconvenient to say anything. Chu Gaokai was very pleased, taking 2 swords from the weapon rack. I was told to also take a sword, but why are you holding 2? I asked curiously.
Chu Gaokai replied, this swordsmanship technique of mine is called the gentleman's sword. It requires dual swords.
Gentleman's sword.
Chu Gaokai nodded.
The gentleman's swordsmanship, originating from Liu Bei, is indeed extraordinarily formidable. It turns out to be the swordsmanship passed down by Brother Xuande, but I do not favor twin swords. I am not inherently skilled in martial arts, so perhaps I should begin by practicing with a single sword. And so, on the training grounds, there were 3 individuals, 2 practicing with swords, and 1 wielding a halberd. When Lord Zhu left the manor and passed by, seeing this scene, his heart felt greatly at ease.
Previously, he also frequently practiced in the mornings, but now, due to pressing affairs, he had neglected it.
This Li Zhao truly lived harmoniously with his family. Lord Zhu secretly thought Gao Shu and Gao Sui would both become formidable warriors on the battlefield in the future. Although Li Zhao started practicing late, his talent is excellent. Wouldn't this lord have yet another capable general? That's not right. His wife had strictly forbidden him from going to the battlefield. Let it be then. He secretly felt a pang of regret. Then Lord Zhu departed. On the upper floor of Yongyan Pavilion, Chu Ning Yun's gaze continuously lingered upon me. Truly handsome. This young lady was fond of men who wielded swords. The elegant, nimble, and charismatic swordsmanship caused this young lady to feel countless emotions. Coupled with supplementary poetry, the allure became even more intense. Young ladies across all eras are alike. Just as in later generations, boys playing basketball are more attractive than those who wear glasses and read books. Of course, my swordsmanship is still clumsy now. But in the eyes of a lover, everything I do is seen as beautiful. Furthermore, she was thinking that with my innate talent, I would soon be able to display truly magnificent swordsmanship. Princess, is it beautiful? Zhao Kui, you are asking for a beating again. The morning practice concluded after an hour, and the three individuals then left the manor together. Outside the manor, Li Xiongji was already waiting, but he still did not know how to ride a horse. After some discussion, Zhu Gaoshu ordered Zhu Gaosui to ride a horse and wait for him to follow. Zhu Gaosui was utterly unwilling in his heart, but since his second brother had spoken, he dared not disobey. When the four individuals arrived at Gingerjiang, the place was already packed with people, a dense mass of over 100 young men from Daidong village. Last night, Chen Lijiang had announced to every household, and everyone knew about this auspicious matter. They had arrived early in the morning. Some even waited before dawn, but after waiting for a long time, no one was seen. The crowd began to grow restless. I say, old Chen, you're not deceiving us, are you? Where is the employer? That's right, where is the Old Chen, don't you dare deceive us. The villagers all began accusing Village Chief Chen. Village Chief Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Just then, he spotted us riding toward the village from afar, as though he had finally seen his saviors. They're here! The employers are here. The villagers looked in the direction he pointed before surging forward like a tidal wave. Stop! Everyone! Stop where you are and keep your distance! Before I could speak, Zhu Gaoxu let out a thunderous roar, instantly bringing the crowd to a halt. Smiling, I stepped forward and called out loudly, "My fellow elders and villagers, thank you all for your patience. Everything Village Chief Chen told you is absolutely true. Thank you for coming to support us. You are all welcome to join the salt works. The daily wage is 70 wen, and lunch will be provided. For this first recruitment, we will accept only 50 workers. Young, healthy applicants will be given priority. We are not hiring temporary laborers. Only those willing to work with us for the long term. We will interview each person individually. Now, please line up in the order in which you arrived. We will proceed one by one." As soon as those words were spoken, every villager's face lit up with excitement. "It's true, sir. These are my two sons. Would you please consider them?" Village Chief Chen hurried over with his sons, clearly hoping to receive special treatment. "You've done an excellent job." I waved my hand and said, "Go maintain order. Tell everyone to line up properly." "Yes, sir." At once, understanding my meaning immediately, Village Chief Chen turned around, quietly slipped his two sons to the very front of the line, then pointed toward an open field and shouted to the villagers, "All right, everyone, line up over here." Li Xiongji knew it was finally his time to shine. Without waiting for my instructions, he immediately stepped forward and waved his arms as he shouted, "Everyone, line up, form a single file. No cutting in line. Anyone who does will be disqualified immediately." With someone maintaining order, the crowd of more than 100 people quickly formed an orderly queue. I began the recruitment. "How old are you?" 25 this year, sir." "You look strong enough. Can you carry 1 dan of grain? And are you willing to work here for the long term?" "Yes, sir. There are 6 brothers in my family. We have too many mouths to feed, and too little farmland to cultivate." "You're hired. Stand over there and wait." "Thank you, master." An hour later, the recruitment was drawing to a close, with only 5 or 6 positions remaining. Those still waiting at the back of the line began to grow restless. "Why should it be like this? I clearly arrived before you. How did you cut in front of me? I've been here since before dawn. What exactly are you trying to do? Give me your place in line. Why should I give it to you? You dare lay a hand on me? You're courting death. How dare you hit my third brother? You've lived long enough. Beat him. You actually dared touch my eldest brother. Don't think your family is the only one with a lot of brothers." Since they were all from the same village, once a fight broke out, it became a real brawl. After all, this was a chance to earn real money, and no one was willing to surrender the opportunity. Of the 50 available positions, 45 had already been filled, leaving only 5 vacancies. Those still waiting realized there were very few spots left. Some immediately tried to cut in line. Those at the front refused to yield. Since many of them were relatives or close friends from the same village, the moment 2 men came to blows, both sides, brothers and companions, rushed into the fight. Within moments, 7 or 8 people were locked in a chaotic brawl, nearly drawing weapons as the situation spiraled out of control. If someone died before the saltworks had even begun operating, it would be a disastrous start. I immediately signaled with my eyes. It was finally time for Zhu Gaoxu to step in.
Just as he was about to make his move, Zhu Gaosui unexpectedly rushed forward first.
What do you think you're doing?
Stop this at once. Charging into the fray, Zhu Gaosui sent several men flying with a kick apiece. Though he appeared young, he was still Zhu Di's son. Well-fed, well-trained, and skilled in martial arts, he needed only a few moves to knock several men to the ground. He tried to cut in line, so I hit him. One of the young men struggled to his feet and hurriedly explained. Nonsense. I clearly arrived first. When we were lining up, that brat squeezed in ahead of me. Another man shouted indignantly. Enough of your nonsense. You, and you as well. Get lost, all of you. Zhu Gaosui refused to hear another word and pointed directly at them.
Young man, you should at least be reasonable when you speak. You're still so young, yet you keep calling yourself, I'm old enough to be your father. That's right. Even if you work for the employer, you still have to be fair.
Hearing that they were being driven away, the group immediately panicked, while Zhu Gaosui's face turned ice cold.
I told you to get lost. Are all of you deaf? Being cursed at and humiliated in front of everyone, the men felt utterly disgraced. One of them stubbornly stepped forward. What if we refuse to leave? What can a little brat like you do to us?
Zhu Gaosui let out a furious shout. With a sharp, metallic ring, he drew the sword at his waist and leveled its gleaming tip at the man's forehead.
Do you know who I am? Say one more word, and I'll separate your head from your shoulders.
Zhu Gaosui was thoroughly enraged. Once he had spoken,
these commoners still dared to argue with him.
The sword radiated a chilling brilliance. No one dared gamble on whether that blade would truly fall. Moreover, the young man's sword was clearly forged from the finest refined steel.
At a glance, anyone could tell he came from a powerful and noble family. Who would dare offend such a person? Forget it. Let's go. Hurry! If we can't afford to provoke him, we'd better stay as far away as possible.
The group quickly retreated and left. These men only dared bully those weaker than themselves. The moment they encountered someone truly formidable, they immediately Chu Kao Toi, resplendent in silk robes, no commoner dared to cross him.
Offending the influential, leading to family ruin, was not uncommon.
With the situation settled,
Chu Kao Toi snorted, then returned proudly to my side. He felt truly useful, his journey here not in vain. Whoever still dared to cause trouble, do not blame us for showing no quarter. Simply line up obediently. At this moment, Li Xiangqi also stepped forward and spoke loudly.
This young man was truly shrewd, knowing that important figures did not frequently visit.
He himself would have to manage long term, so he seized the opportunity to borrow influence to establish his authority. I observed all of this, feeling that Li Xiangqi was quite trustworthy. The villagers now regarded him as being on the employer's side and had become much more compliant. Not long after, 50 people had been recruited. But the villagers not chosen clearly displayed their disappointment. I stepped forward and declared clearly, today's recruitment has now concluded. Those who were not chosen should not be disheartened. A second recruitment will soon be held.
After I had appeased them, the villagers dispersed, anticipating the next opportunity.
After the people had been recruited, I instructed Li Xiangqi to register their names in the ledger and to divide them according to the type of work into the various stages of salt production.
3 people were selected to be responsible for preparing meals.
Then, training commenced. All necessary tools had been prepared for quarrying raw stone, crushing salt, and all crystallization equipment. Instructions were provided on site. I handed Li Xiangqi a copy of the procedure, instructing him to stand by and memorize every step. Fortunately, it was not overly complex. Li Xiangqi possessed the process diagram, and having experienced it practically once, he had grasped the general concept. Of course, the most crucial method for refining the brine still remained in my hands. Brother Xiao, I truly never realized you possessed such formidable capabilities before. This younger brother was truly blind to your talent. Li Xiangqi was utterly impressed. This method truly is exceptional.
Chu Jiahu said with a proud smile, brother-in-law is a heaven-gifted prodigy. How could mere mortals easily discern his true capabilities?
Fortunately, this younger brother possesses sharp discernment, which allowed him to recognize a talent like brother-in-law.
Chu Kaotai also chimed in, second brother speaks truly.
My second brother possesses insight as sharp as a torch.
I was busy throughout the day,
and the instruction was more or less settled. Wherever there was still confusion,
Li Xiangqi,
with the procedure in hand, could also continue the instruction. The artisan's workshop had also been completed. I instructed the builders to construct a few more rooms for Li Xiangqi. Later, I would assign more guards to him for long-term protection against thieves and villains. By the time everything was settled, it was already late at night.
I arranged for Li Xiangqi to stay at Tranlijiang's house for a few nights. Once his accommodation was settled, work would commence tomorrow.
It was late at night. Chu Kao Hu. The 3 Chu Kao sat idly, disinclined to return to the mansion.
Bringing their people, Chua Chi Tai then sought a private residence in a nearby county town to stay, ordering a jar of wine and a few delicious snacks.
After they finished eating and drinking, Everyone returned to their rooms to sleep.
Chu Tai was particularly exhilarated. It was his first time staying overnight away from home, and he did not find the conditions squalid. On the contrary, he found it quite interesting.
Unconsciously, the second day arrived, and the 3 individuals returned to the mining site. The mining site officially commenced operations. The first step in salt production was mining. I had arranged for 20 mining laborers, who constituted the majority of the workforce. When I arrived, I discovered that the miners had received their orders and begun work. However, those assigned to other stages were idle. The production line was stalled at the very first step. Those further down the line were all idling. They had already been paid, so how could they be allowed to remain idle?
Xiao Jihi, come here, I said, waving my hand and giving instructions.
Although the positions of those further down the line have been set, they can be temporarily reassigned. Let them assist with the mining. Only when it is complete will they return to their original positions.
You are in charge. The situation on site requires a degree of flexibility. Do not be overly rigid. Li Xiangji was managing for the first time,
and I did not mind cultivating his abilities. Brother Xiao's words are absolutely correct. I will attend to it immediately,
Li Xiangji replied,
then departed to give his instructions. Next, I brought Chu Huak and Chu Tai to the brine room.
Humek,
did you not ask me last night why I was unafraid of others stealing the secret technique of salt production? I replied with a smile.
In truth,
the most crucial step lies within this specially formulated brine,
which is used to separate impurities.
Even if others learned the other steps, they still would not be able to produce salt. Hearing these words, Chu Huak understood. So that is how it is, he mused. The most crucial formula still lies in our hands. Then, I can rest assured.
Chu Huak laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law is indeed sagacious." Hearing this secret, Chu Tai felt as though he had entered the innermost circle. He stared intently at the brine, a cold smile gracing his lips.
This secret, besides the 3 of us, who else could possibly know?
He drew a finger across his throat, signaling his intention to silence them permanently.
Why do I feel this man is overly sinister?
Half an hour later, the 3 had finished preparing the brine, enough for the first batch of salt. After giving instructions to Li Hongji, he set off to return to his manor.
The first batch of salt would take about 3 to 4 days to produce. This side of things was now stable. There was no need to stay and wait.
He needed to return to the Yan prince's manor to spend some intimate time with the princess consort,
to further strengthen their bond. And so, the 3 rode their horses away from the mining grounds.
In Dadong Zhuang, at the Zhang family compound, Zhang Mujin, the one who sold the mineral mountain, naturally heard the commotion.
Patriarch, I heard that operations have begun at the mining grounds. Many villagers from our village have already gone there to work. A young man in black robes reported, who was none other than his youngest son. Zhang Mujin stroked his goatee and scoffed with a disdainful laugh. They are merely a bunch of unruly rich scions. Why should we bother with them? The young man in black spoke with concern. Father, tell me, those salt mines, can they really produce salt? If so, wouldn't we suffer a great loss? Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Zhang Mujin thumped his cane a few times and scolded. That piece of land was left behind by the former dynasty. If it could produce salt, do you think the imperial court would have left it for us? You speak without using your brain at all. The young man in black gave an awkward laugh. Father, I was merely worried.
Since father has spoken, your son is reassured.
That desolate piece of land is utterly useless. It doesn't even have a single tree, nor can it grow any crops. Zhang Mujin let out a smug chuckle. If your father weren't so clever, it wouldn't have sold for 50 taels. To suddenly gain 50 taels, where else would such a good fortune come from? The young man in black echoed. Indeed, those fools at the salt mine not only lost 50 taels, but they also hired 50 villagers to work. It would be truly baffling if they weren't utterly ruined to the point of having nothing left. Zhang Mujin spoke with satisfaction. Therefore, old six, you must use your brain more often for everything. Do not get involved in only then will money not be lost. Without such a mindset, how could one's enterprise remain stable? Yes, father's teachings are indeed correct. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked into the room. It was the second eldest of the Zhang family. Second brother, you seem troubled, old Liu asked. Today, there is indeed something strange. After old finished speaking, he looked towards Zhang Mujin. Father, don't you find this matter strange? Zhang Mujin spoke. What is so strange? Speak quickly. Old nodded. Today, I went to the county office to handle some matters. I saw a public notice posted on the county office's announcement board stating that the prefectural office in Beiping was inaugurating salt households. As long as one could produce salt, a salt household license would be directly issued. Moreover, the price for purchasing salt had increased by 3/10 compared to before. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mujin and his youngest son both frowned. Old continued. The peculiarity lies precisely here. Our family's salt mountain was just sold. Then the court's proclamation was issued, and immediately after, the saltworks over there also commenced operations. All these events followed one another with too much coincidence. Father, do you think that young man who purchased the mineral mountain might have some hidden connection?
Zhang Mujin furrowed his brow. What connection could there possibly be?
It's merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat, nothing more. If that salt mountain can indeed produce salt, then I will consider my entire life to have been lived in vain. Yet within his heart, the old man harbored a sliver of doubt. After all, he was an old fox who had lived for 60 years. He couldn't help but find it somewhat peculiar. He waved his hand. Old Liu, discreetly seek out the villagers working at the saltworks and inquire about the news. See what you can uncover. Old Liu of the Zhang family nodded. Father, rest assured, your son understands. When he returned to the Yanwang residence, it was already afternoon.
The residence had undergone a slight transformation, exuding a joyous atmosphere.
Everywhere, lanterns were strung, flowers arranged, and red lanterns hung. Only upon inquiring did he learn that tomorrow was the Lantern Festival. Is it already the 15th day of the first lunar month?
Only 9 days remained until the 24th day of the first lunar month,
the day of the betrothal. If I accelerate the pace, I can likely complete this major undertaking before the betrothal ceremony. To prepare the betrothal gift for my father-in-law, I returned to my dwelling and lay on my bed, somewhat weary, making calculations. That's right. I was rushing with work today and haven't checked the points in the system shop. I suddenly remembered that the system shop had just been upgraded today. A box of high-grade strawberry chocolate consumes 1,500 points, and a small bottle of albumin human serum infusion can significantly enhance the body's resistance. A life-prolonging elixir consumes 5,000 points. A 54-inch Huawei smart television containing tens of thousands of films consumes 80,000 points. My current points total 23,250. Heavens! My luck is truly good today. Even a television has appeared. Gazing at the item, I could only stand and sigh. Unfortunately, I cannot afford it. To be honest, I truly desire this television. Entertainment in ancient times is truly too scarce. With a television, watching movies and TV series, and drinking soda, wouldn't that be truly refreshing? But my points are insufficient. I can only wait for the next time. It seems my points are still too few. I will purchase the chocolate and the albumin human serum. I hesitated for a moment but ultimately bought the first two items. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, a knock sounded from outside the door, and a servant reported, Mr. Xiao, Ms. Zhang Cui is at the door, requesting to see you. Hearing this, I hurriedly leaped from my bed. It seems that after not seeing Ning Yun for several days, she has begun to miss me. Although it was not my intention to play hard to get, this tactic clearly proved quite effective. Cui, why have you come? I welcomed Zhang Cui into the room. The other servants understood and withdrew. Young Master Xiao, for the past few days you have not been in the manor, nor could your shadow be found anywhere. Where have you been? Zhang Cui asked with a conspiratorial smile. I smiled enigmatically, then whispered, May I ask? During my absence these past few days, did the princess mention me?
Zhang Cui had already accepted the gold, acknowledging that this potential son-in-law had, in the blink of an eye, already established a strong connection with the princess. She whispered, Absolutely, do not say that I told you. I smiled and nodded, absolutely not mentioning that you were the one who spoke. Only then did Zhang Cui speak with relief. You have not been here these past few days. The princess does not feel like drinking, nor does she have an appetite to eat. Although she did not voice it, Cui knew that she was certainly missing you. Within my heart, do I not also miss her? I murmured, feeling an unusual warmth bloom within my heart. I would absolutely not employ the tactics of a scoundrel, especially given that Ning Yun's spirit is inherently sensitive. I had long intended to treat her well for the remainder of her life, never allowing her to suffer any grievances. Young Master Zhao, this is something the princess personally crafted for you. Zhang Cui produced a truly exquisite sachet. I received the sachet. The sachet was finely crafted, embroidered with a joyful countenance, and the silhouettes of two figures upon a bridge and within a wind-swept pavilion. It was precisely the scene of me reciting the farewell poem to Ning Yun, a moment laden with profound sentiment. I could also feel a sweet current flowing within my heart. That was the very essence of love, sweet to the very depths of my being. Go back and inform the princess that I cherish this gift deeply. I shall wear this sachet prominently at my waist. At the same time, a sense of remorse welled within me, as it seemed I had yet to prepare a suitable reciprocal gift. Ah yes, a moment ago there was a box of chocolate, Cui. In truth, I had also long prepared a gift for the princess. Wait a moment. I stood up and entered the room, retrieved the box of chocolate from storage, and brought it forth once more and presented the chocolate to Zhang Cui. This strawberry chocolate box was heart-shaped, made of black glass, and contained individual round chocolates wrapped in golden foil. What is this object? Zhang Cui stared blankly, utterly failing to recognize it. This is chocolate.
a type of confectionery meant for consumption, I elucidated upon chocolate. Zhang Kui grew even more bewildered. Is this confectionery similar to brown sugar? I strictly reminded them to remember to take it back and instruct the commandery princess to open and eat it, as it cannot be kept for long, or it will spoil. Zhang Kui nodded, carefully taking the box of chocolate and standing up. Then, young Master Xiao, Kui, requests permission to return to Yongfian Pavilion first. I then leisurely added another instruction. Remember well, do not leave it for too long, or it will spoil. You must eat it.
From afar, within Yongxian Pavilion, Chu Ning Yun saw Kui return, welcomed her inside, and then asked, "Has young Master Zhao received the scented pouch?"
Zhang Kui replied, "He has received it.
He cherished it greatly, and conveyed that in these past days, his heart had always remembered you.
He even sent a gift in return." Hearing that the other party had received the scented pouch, Chu Ning Yun's heart was filled with indescribable sweetness. A gift?
She noticed the item with exquisite packaging in Kui's hands.
This is chocolate. Zhang Kui carefully placed the box of chocolate onto the table. What is chocolate? Chu Ning Yun asked. I do not know either. Zhang Kui had heard it said that it was a type of candy. Young Master Zhao had repeatedly cautioned, saying, "You absolutely must eat it all. Do not leave it for too long, or the candy will spoil."
Chu Ning Yun naturally could not bear to spoil such a beautiful thing. But hearing Li Xiao say it absolutely must be eaten,
she then tried to open the box. Inside were individual round, golden, shimmering pieces.
Chu Ning Yun took one piece, peeled off its wrapping paper, and what appeared before her eyes was a dark, circular object,
resembling a medicinal pill. Could this thing truly be eaten?
Surely it is not poisonous, is it?
Commandery Princess Yu. Zhang Kui was stunned, because the Commandery Princess, without a moment's thought, took a bite. Chu Ning Yun then revealed a joyful expression, her entire being seemingly lost in blissful astonishment. For those of ancient times, this type of chocolate was truly an astonishing sensation.
Sugar in the Ming dynasty was exceedingly precious. Even rock sugar's sweetness was several grades inferior, let alone chocolate.
A surge of rich, pure aroma spread throughout her oral cavity.
Truly sweet. A sweetness that penetrated to her very core, an endless aftertaste. It was exquisitely delicious, truly delightful.
Chu Ning Yun could not help but exclaim. The chocolate released serotonin in her brain, and her mood became exceedingly joyous.
Kui, you must also quickly taste it. In this world, there is surely nothing sweeter than this, for the chocolate is utterly delicious. Chu Ning still very much wanted to share this joy with Zhang Kui.
Is it truly that exaggerated? Zhang Kui, half believing and half doubting, took one and tasted it. After a single bite, her eyes lit up brightly. This thing is simply too delicious. I have never had anything like it.
Chu Ning Yun smiled faintly and spoke, feeling utterly blissful.
Li Xiao always managed to bring such joy to her, a princess.
Your servant will give you one more. Chu Ning Yun was not a stingy person. She gave Zhang Kui another piece and then took one more herself to savor.
A woman's happiness is sometimes very simple. Even a piece of candy is enough to leave them with a lasting aftertaste. The two of them finished another piece of chocolate. Zhang Kui still wanted to eat more, but knowing her limits, she said nothing further. Chu Ning Yun also wanted to eat more, but she refrained. There were only 10 pieces in total, and 4 had already been eaten. She decided to save the rest, as her mother and elder brother also needed to taste them. That night, Chu Ning Yun wondered if it was the many chocolates that relieved her stress, or the thoughtfulness of Li Xiao. Chu Ning Yun slept exceptionally soundly. On the other side, she hugged the fragrant sachet, smelling its subtle scent, and happily drifted into a deep slumber. Ding! Chu Ning Yun's favorability towards you has increased by 2. Current favorability is 82. Ding! You and Chu Ning Yun have exchanged gifts for the first time. Both sides have felt the profound affection. It was incredibly sweet. You have received 200 sweetness points. Critical hit activated 50 times. You have received 10,000 sweetness points.
Your current points are 26,750. In her dream, she blossomed into a radiant smile. The next morning, Chu Ning Yun awoke feeling refreshed and invigorated, still savoring the sweet aftertaste of last night. It was not a dream. Everything was real. She smiled, filled with contentment and sweetness. At this moment, Zhang Kui entered and reported, "Princess, Li Xiao has arrived. He said that today is the Lantern Festival, and he specially cooked Tang Yuan to bring to you. He said he has no family, and wishes to share Tang Yuan with you on the Lantern Festival, to experience the festive atmosphere." Chu Ning Yun immediately blushed. Although they had shared a meal before, this time Li Xiao wanted to enter the Yong'an Pavilion itself to dine. Her heart pounded wildly. In ancient times, before betrothals, how could one simply enter a woman's private chambers? If word got out, it would be utterly disgraceful. But Li Xiao was truly so pitiful. The Lantern Festival is a day for reunion, yet he did not have a single relative. As long as he did not enter her sleeping quarters,
Surely it would be all right?
Chu Ning Yun was still quite naive and failed to discern the ulterior motives behind these cunning words.
Ultimately, out of her kindness, she gritted her teeth. She softly said, "Let him in." Zhang Chui nodded. "All right, I'll go lead him in." "Wait a moment." Chu Ning Yun hurriedly went towards the dressing room. "Wait a moment longer. Let me touch up my makeup." Zhang Chui covered her mouth and chuckled. "All right, my dear princess." Outside Yongxian Pavilion, after Chui relayed the message, I waited patiently. Today, my luck was exceptionally good. As soon as I woke up this morning, I discovered I had an additional 10,000 points. This was due to the gifts exchanged last night. Opening the System Mall, I found that today's refreshed items were all related to the Lantern Festival. The System Mall's new items today were of superior grade. Fairy Flower Tang Yuan, Sentiment Brand, 500 grams, costing 2 points. A pair of handheld lanterns with auspicious cloud patterns and brilliant glowing lights, costing 500 points. Myriad miles of rivers and mountains graphics fireworks. 4 characters appeared on the fireworks smokescreen at the end, costing 5,000 points. Seeing these items, I was overjoyed beyond measure. I immediately bought out the entire System Mall, intending to give my dream lover an unforgettable Lantern Festival. A moment later, Zhang Chui came downstairs and waved. "Come in. The princess is waiting for you on the second floor." "All right," I said, carrying the food box as I ascended to the second floor.
Zhang Chui let out a faint laugh. Just as she was about to close the door, Princess Yan also arrived, carrying a food box.
"Greetings, princess," she said, hastily bowing.
Shu Miaoyun said, "Today is the Lantern Festival. I, this princess, made some yuangxiao and brought them. Has the princess woken up yet?"
Upon hearing this, Zhang Chui felt her entire being grow uneasy. Every year on the Lantern Festival, the princess does not receive guests. However, today her mood has improved, and she is seeing Princess Yan more often.
"Princess, your arrival is truly too awkward. She just happened to meet young Master Zhao." "The princess,
Zhang Chui stammered. "What's wrong with the princess?"
Shu Miaoyun asked.
Zhang Chui still dared not speak.
It is Shu Miaoyun, with her peerless intelligence, saw the maid's hesitation, and immediately surmised that Li Zhao truly harbored intentions.
Arriving early is not as good as arriving at the right time. She might as well meet her future son-in-law today. The princess was on the second floor of the Mortal Pavilion. The royal consort considered sending a servant to inform the princess to prepare a little, but then declared, "No need. I can go directly."
Shu Miaoyun smiled, carrying the food box as she entered.
"Understood, Your Royal Highness."
Zhang Chui closed her eyes.
"Oh, princess. You must pray for your own good fortune now."
Chu Ning Yun happily celebrated the Lantern Festival.
I proceeded to the second floor.
Tang Huang placed the food box on the table, reciting a poem as an introduction. The east wind unleashed 1,000 trees of blossoms by night. Petals drifted down. Stars like rain. Treasured horses and ornate carriages filled the road with fragrance. This poem precisely depicts the scene of the Lantern Festival. Chu Ning Yun had clearly meticulously adorned herself, and her attire was exceptionally fitting. It possessed an elegant yet noble aura, enhancing her perfectly graceful figure. She sat before the table, smiling faintly. "Please, be seated," she bade me. Interrupting my words, a clear and melodious voice reached my ears. The clear sound of the phoenix flute stirs, the light of the jade pot shifts,
a single night of fish and dragon dances, the maidens adorned with snow willows and golden threads.
With cheerful laughter, a faint fragrance drifts away, somewhat resembling a husband's lead and a wife's harmonious follow.
I was about to utter the final line.
Suddenly, from the staircase, the voice of another woman, also exceedingly pleasing to the ear, echoed forth, searching for her amongst the crowds 1,000 times. Then, upon turning around,
"That person is precisely where the lamplight softly dims." As the lines of the poem concluded, a figure slowly emerged. It was Shu Miaoyun.
Carrying a food box in her hand, she said, "Today is the Lantern Festival, and Mother Consort specifically brought yuangxiao for us to share a meal."
Chu Ning Yun, as if having been caught in an improper act, anxiously sprang to her feet.
"Mother Consort!"
My rear felt as if it had touched hot coals. The moment I touched the chair, I immediately sprang up, gazing in astonishment at the exquisitely dressed woman before me. Is this the venerable mother-in-law? I instantly found myself in an awkward predicament. How could this be such a coincidence? I came to offer yuangxiao, and the royal consort of Yan also came to offer yuangxiao.
Chu Ning Yun,
flustered, introduced to her mother, "This is young Master Li Xiao," then looked towards me. "Young Master Zhao, this is my mother consort."
Royal consort of Yan.
This commoner, Li Xiao, respectfully greets the royal consort of Yan. I hurriedly clasped my hands and bowed in salute. The matter was sudden, but I tried to remain calm.
Shu Miaoyun nodded slightly, walked over to place the food box on the table, then sat down.
She looked towards me. "You are Li Xiao, the commoner.
These past few days, Ning Yun's mood has been much brighter, all thanks to you.
Frankly, this princess consort still owes you her thanks. Or should I thank the commoner? During this time, I have benefited from the royal manor's hospitality. If thanks are to be spoken, Li Xiao should be the one thanking the princess consort, I said sincerely. Li Xiao is of humble status. I thank you for not disdaining me. It is not due to my humble status, but rather the royal manor's acceptance that I was able to meet the one to whom I wish to entrust my entire life. The princess's gentle temperament, dignified grace, profound knowledge of ancient and modern times. She is a rare and extraordinary woman. All of these have captivated me. Li Xiao's family is poor, and I possess no valuable possessions, only a sincere heart to offer. Now that I have met the princess consort, Li Xiao vows here and now to spend my entire life accompanying the princess, whether in poverty or wealth, through life and death, never separating, never abandoning. When paths reach their end, we shall sit and watch the clouds rise together. I knew the princess consort intended to secretly test me. Sincerity was the decisive maneuver. I had no other resources, so I could only directly unleash my ultimate move, using my true and sincere feelings to move the mother-in-law, and also for Ning Yun to hear. Indeed, it was not beyond my expectations. Subsequently, a look of surprised joy bloomed in Chu Ning Yun's eyes. This son-in-law's expression was utterly sincere, exuding affection for her daughter. Chu Ning Yun, standing by, was equally moved. She heard me make this vow before her mother, speaking such heartfelt words. This feeling was 100,000 times more impactful than if I had spoken directly to her. Ding! Chu Ning Yun's favorability towards you increased by 5. Current favorability, 87. It seems your feelings for Ning Yun are truly genuine. Chu Ning Yun smiled and waved her hand. Come, sit down. Today is the Lantern Festival, and I hear you are alone at home. From now on, consider this place your home. I bowed and slowly sat down. The three sat around the table. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was slightly awkward. Chu Ning Yun pointed to the food boxes on the table. Let us eat the yuanxiao first. Chu Ning Yun looked at the tabletop, startled. 2 food boxes had been placed there. One portion is mine, and one is mother's. Which one should I eat? Before Chu Ning Yun could hesitate, I reached out my hand. Ning Yun, let me scoop some for you. I directly ignored my own box and opened Princess Yan's box. Inside were already cooked tang yuan. I scooped 3 bowls, giving one to Princess Yan first, then Ning Yun, and finally placed a bowl in front of myself. Chu Ning Yun had been observing me. This child was quite clever and meticulous in thought. Not merely a bookworm ignorant of worldly affairs, but rather could complement Ning Yun's pure and kind nature. Go on, otherwise, it won't taste good once it cools. Chu Ning Yun knew that if she didn't touch her chopsticks, they wouldn't start either, so she took the lead and began eating. So delicious, I praised, taking a large bite. If you like it, eat more. There's still plenty, Chu Ning Yun said with a smile. Seeing the harmonious atmosphere, Zhao Ning Yun was very happy. Mother, your culinary skills are as excellent as ever. What is this delicious dish? Let me also have a taste. Just as the 3 of them were eating tang yuan, a voice transmitted to them. It turned out that Zhu Gaoxu couldn't find me, so he searched all the way here. Mother, you are here too? Upon ascending, Zhao Gaoxu paused slightly, then also sat down. Chu Ning Yun waved her hand. Today is the Lantern Festival. Come, sit down, and eat with us. Zhao Gaoxu sat down. Tang yuan? Let me have a taste. We are all family, after all. He didn't stand on ceremony and helped himself. However, the bowl of tang yuan he scooped was taken from the food box I had brought. Ignorance is no sin. Zhu Gaoxu, when he put a piece of tang yuan into his mouth, his entire body suddenly sprang up. This was the first time he had ever eaten such delicious tang yuan. The tang yuan I brought came from a later era, having undergone several hundred years of improvements to the glutinous rice flour. It was soft, chewy, and fragrant, absolutely unparalleled by anything of this current era. Its filling contained red bean and osmanthus flour, and was even mixed with white sugar. This is the first time I've ever eaten such delicious yuanxiao. If brother eats this kind of yuanxiao, I'll certainly gain weight again. Chu Gaohuch, in disbelief, sat down and ate an entire bowl clean. The others stared at him dumbfounded. Then he looked up at the table, wanting to scoop another bowl. Oh, there's still another portion of yuanxiao here, Chu Gaohuch secretly thought. Perhaps this portion is even more delicious. He scooped another bowl and tasted a piece. The piece he just ate was precisely the portion personally made by Chu Ning Yun. This portion was not quite right. Compared to the yuanxiao from earlier, it was far inferior, truly incomparable. Chu Gaohuc clicked his tongue and shook his head. As soon as his words fell, the entire room fell silent. Chu Ning Yun's expression was not very pleasant. What are you all standing there dumbfounded for? Eat it. Eat this portion,
This portion is delicious. Chu Gaohuch, without ceremony, pushed the bowl he had just scooped aside. Scoop my portion again, he commanded, and began to eat.
Yes, this is truly the flavor. This yuanxiao is still more delicious.
Chu Gaohuch nodded in satisfaction. Xu Miaoyun, Chu Ning Yun, and I all did not know what to say.
The saying, eating without speaking, sleeping without words, aptly described the scene at this moment.
Chu Ning Yun and I bowed our heads and quietly ate our yuanxiao. Xu Miaoyun silently watched her filial son.
Kagyohuk, your imperial mother is right here. Go ahead and scoop a bowl for your imperial mother immediately.
Xu Miaoyun heard her daughter Li Xiao say there was a little trick to the craft, but the method for making yuanxiao was inherently fixed. How much more delicious could it possibly be, no matter how good? Furthermore, Chu Gaohuch had always had little interest in eating and drinking, focusing solely on martial arts and battle.
His reaction was far too unusual. All right, imperial mother.
Chu Gaohuch, utterly oblivious, scooped another bowl and offered it to Yan Wangfei. Xu Miaoyun took it, subtly tasted a piece, and immediately, her eyes lit up. The difference was immense.
This bowl of yuanxiao from my portion was extraordinarily soft and supple. It melted instantly in the mouth, the fragrant aroma of osmanthus and sesame spreading richly throughout, culminating in a sweet taste that permeated her very heart.
Xu Miaoyun had always enjoyed sweets, frequently indulging in pastries and confections. But yuanxiao, this exceptionally sweet, surpassed all her previous understanding.
Where did this sweetness come from?
She raised her head, glanced at me, and thought to herself with appreciation, this child is truly an extraordinary individual.
Mother consort, your craftsmanship has truly improved. In the future, you must let your son taste more of the tang yuan you make.
Chu Gaoxu still thought this was made by the consort of Yan. Xu Miaoyun laughed without anger.
This wasn't made by your mother consort. This was made by Li Xiao. Huh? Chu Gaoxu was stunned, looking at the remaining portion. Then this portion. This portion was personally made by mother consort.
Xu Miaoyun looked at Chu Gaoxu with great interest.
Chu Gaoxu was bewildered. Am I not directly criticizing mother consort? He rolled his eyes and hastily changed his tone. Actually, this portion is a bit too sweet, a little cloying. Upon closer consideration, mother consort's portion is more to my taste.
Saying this, he calmly picked up the bowl he had just set aside, lowered his head, and ate the tang yuan.
All right, stop pretending.
Xu Miaoyun was both laughing and crying. Li Xiao's portion truly tastes better than mother consort's.
She looked towards me. Li Xiao, where did you learn these culinary skills? This time, Xu Miaoyun truly believed that I possessed extraordinary culinary skills. Consort, you flatter me, I hastily replied with humility. However, this is something I, your humble servant, researched and developed myself. Xu Miaoyun asked. Could you explain? Where does this rich sweetness come from? I was slightly taken aback. How astute. I've encountered a difficult challenge. This question is not easy to answer. The sweetness comes from white sugar. That is an industrialized product, which I have no way of producing in this Ming era. No, wait, I have a system. Since my mother-in-law has asked, I can only answer truthfully, I confidently said. Reporting to consort, white sugar was added to these tang yuans, which is why the sweetness is so profound.
Xu Miaoyun said.
Powdered white sugar? But powdered white sugar isn't that sweet. It's not powdered white sugar, it's white sugar. I explained. Powdered white sugar is made from brown sugar, whereas white sugar is a different type of sugar entirely.
The consort of Yan became even more interested.
Where did you obtain this white sugar? I said. Reporting to consort, this is something Li Xiao researched and developed himself, primarily extracted from sugarcane and sugar beets. Upon hearing this, Xu Miaoyun found it unbelievable. You researched it yourself? What else could it be?
Zhu Gaoxu burst into laughter. My brother-in-law truly possesses vast divine abilities.
Don't mention that even the sugar can be produced. He suddenly realized the matter must be kept secret and hastily shut his mouth, changing his tone, saying,
My brother-in-law possesses a wide array of interests
and has conducted research into many matters. As Zhu Gaoxu spoke, he even forgot to change his form of address. This caused Ziyaoyun to slightly furrow her brow. Chu Ning Yun beside them felt even more mortified and awkward. Xin Yaoyun did not pursue the matter, but looked towards me with even greater astonishment. Li Xiao, you have given this consort yet another surprise. You truly possess the ingenuity of Luban. I am ashamed, truly ashamed. It was merely some casual experimentation. I felt a slight awkwardness. Can this white sugar of yours be mass-produced? Ziyaoyun asked joyfully. If it can be mass-produced, it would truly be a massive business opportunity. The system has not yet unlocked such things. I dared not agree. Hastily cupping my hands, I said, ashamed at present, I can only craft a small amount. I cannot mass produce it. If results are achieved, I will certainly inform the princess consort first. Very well, that would be truly splendid. Ziyaoyun joyfully nodded. Today has truly yielded many surprises. The words of Master Ran were indeed not mistaken. Li Xiao is truly one who can bring good fortune to the Yan King's manor. Cough! Zi Yaoyun suddenly coughed, perhaps due to excessive joy. It affected her windpipe, causing her to cough without ceasing. Mother consort! Chu Ning Yun hastily stepped forward to gently pat her mother's back. After a long while, Zi Yaoyun finally ceased her coughing fit. She looked at me, sighed, and said, "Just an old ailment. It has caused you to mock me. The chance to flatter my mother-in-law has arrived." I asked the princess consort with concern, "I wonder when this coughing ailment of yours began. Could you elaborate?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Gaoxu's eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that this brother-in-law of mine also knows? This is truly unreasonable. Chu Ning still looked worried and distressed. While gently patting her mother's back, she answered on her behalf, "Young Master Zhao, imperial consort, has been afflicted with this illness ever since we left Jingling for Beiping. Whenever the weather turns cold, she suffers from incessant coughing. Many esteemed physicians have examined her, but her condition has shown no improvement." Upon hearing this, a shift occurred in my thoughts. Historically, the empress was recorded to have died from an illness, but no specific details were documented. It now appears that it might be due to a change in environment, with the cold Q entering her lungs, leading to pneumonia. Of course, I cannot assert this with certainty, for I am no physician, but I possess amoxicillin. Perhaps consuming it could lead to a cure, and even if it is not pneumonia, and it does not cure her, it will cause no harm. Her imperial consort's body might be suffering from some inflammation. As I spoke, I retrieved a small bottle of medicine from my person. This is a medicine for inflammation. Perhaps it can bring about an improvement in her condition. The moment my words ceased, everyone present was astonished and dumbfounded. Li Xiao, do you truly comprehend medicine as well? I rummaged within my inner garments for a long while before finally retrieving the medicine. Primarily, the medicine bottle and its packaging were not convenient to explain in terms of their origin. Therefore, I peeled off the packaging of the amoxicillin and placed it into a small porcelain flask. Xu Miaoyun accepted the porcelain flask, half believing, half doubting, and then asked, "Li Xiao, are you truly skilled in medicine?" I replied humbly, "I merely possess minor skills. I only know to take it twice a day, morning and evening. Each time, one pill with warm water, persisting for 5 days." Zhu Gaoxu exclaimed in surprise, "Brother-in-law, what else do you know? Quickly, tell me everything." I smiled wryly and replied, "That is all there is." Zhu Gaoxu said, "I have read few books, brother, do not deceive me. I have truly run out of knowledge." "Very well." Zhu Gaoxu nodded, then said, "We have already eaten the Lantern Festival dumplings. Let us go, brother-in-law. Let us head to the training grounds. Let us take a stroll to aid digestion, and then we can train further." I was concerned about lacking an excuse to leave, so I hastily replied, "That works well." Having said this, I turned to look at Imperial Consort and Ning Yun. Yan Consort smiled. Go, go, go. After a meal, it is best to take a stroll first. Do not rush into strenuous activity. Your subject understands. Zhu Gaoxu grinned as he stood up and pulled me along. I hastily bowed to no one in particular. Esteemed Imperial Consort, Li Xiao requests leave to depart first. Xu Miaoyun nodded slightly. I quickly followed Zhu Gaoxu and departed. The moment we exited Yongsayan Pavilion, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother-in-law, you are becoming increasingly mysterious and unfathomable these days," Zhu Gaoxu continued as we walked. "Absolutely, do not let eldest brother discover your capabilities. Otherwise, he would surely come to your place to freeload meals every day." "Big brother, you are the esteemed heir, aren't you? Tell me about it." "Big brother, you are the most gluttonous person." "What about Ning Yun? Can you tell me about her childhood stories?" "This I must tell you in detail. From a young age, Ning Yun has always been with me. The two of us would stroll and digest our food at the martial arts field, discussing matters within the princely manor, and my understanding of the Yan manor and Chu Ning Yun grew day by day. And so, when the two were, after the two men, and then were by on gay, Xu Miaoyun carefully examined the porcelain bottle in her hand. Inside were several small, oval-shaped pills with alternating blue and white shells. The shape of these pills was truly peculiar. She had never seen anything like them before. "Mother, everything young Master Li Xiao gives is very strange." Chu Ning Yun stood up, took out one of the items she had been given yesterday, and said with a smile, "Mother, guess what this is?" Xu Miaoyun stared at the black pill, frowning. "Isn't this an elixir pill? However, this elixir pill is too large. Can one even swallow it in a single mouthful?" Chu Ning Yun chuckled. "Mother, you guessed wrong. This is sugar. It's for eating. Mother, try a taste." "Food?" Xu Miaoyun showed a surprised expression, then took it and tasted a piece. The rich flavor of coffee beans exploded in her mouth, right on her tongue, smooth, sweet, and fragrant.
This thing is truly too delicious. Chu Ning had always loved sweets, but this sweet treat brought her an unparalleled shock. Mother, if you like it, I'll give it all to you. Ling Zhao gave these to me. Chu Ning Yun nodded. You should still keep them for yourself to eat. Mother, how could I bear to take them from you? Chu Ning said thoughtfully. This Li Zhao is truly an extraordinary person. She looked at the small porcelain bottle in her hand, thinking to herself, this is the future son-in-law's sincerity. Trying a bit more won't hurt. Chu Ning then looked at her daughter, comforting her. Ning Yun, after meeting him today, Mother feels happy for you. In trusting you to him, I am very at ease. This Li Xiao, Mother, is very satisfied with him. Moreover, he loves you very much. Hearing these words, Chu Ning Yun's eyes sparkled, and she excitedly asked, Mother, is that true? Mother is an experienced person. Chu Ning tenderly held her daughter's hand. Eyes are not so easily deceived. In his eyes I saw nothing but genuine affection for you. Everything he has done, even bringing medicine to treat your mother, was all for the sake of seeing you happy. Mother. Chu Ning Yun's eyes reddened as tears streamed down her face. She leaned gently into her mother's embrace, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. Mother, do you think this is all just a dream? I'm terrified that when I wake up, everything will return to the way it used to be. I'm so afraid. My dear child, this is no dream. Everything is real. The princess consort of Yan gently stroked her daughter's hair, her heart aching with tenderness. You must have accumulated great virtue in your previous life. This is the blessing you earned from those past deeds. Treasure it well. Chu Ning Yun nodded firmly. Soon, you will be married and become another family's wife. You have rarely interacted with others over these past years. As your mother, I must teach you the proper way of being a wife. Chu Ning Yun listened quietly. Every word her mother spoke was engraved deeply into her heart. At the martial arts training ground, Zhu Gaoxu and I had been practicing for quite some time. Before long, Zhu Gaoxui also arrived. The three of us trained together until we were drenched in sweat. Suddenly, I asked, by the way, Gaoxu, the Lantern Festival in Beiping must be incredibly lively, right? Zhu Gaoxu laughed. Of course. Lively doesn't even begin to describe it. I had already planned to give Chu Ning Yun an unforgettable Lantern Festival. Tell me all about it, I said. Zhu Gaoxu enthusiastically began describing the grand celebration in Beiping. During the day, the city gates are open to the people, and everyone gathers to stroll along the city walls together. There is an old saying. On the Lantern Festival, maidens climb the city walls. Even the imperial guards do not stop them. Leaving their chambers to dispel misfortune is better than ascending Yuyang Tower. It refers to the custom of climbing the walls to drive away illness. At night, the festivities become even more spectacular. The curfew is lifted. Lantern displays illuminate the streets. Lantern riddles are everywhere. Dragon dances, stilt walkers, Yanko dances, lion dances, floating lanterns, fire performances, and dazzling fireworks fill the city. The most exciting events are the lantern competitions and poetry gatherings, where talented scholars and elegant young ladies from across the city all come together. Zhu Gaosui added from the side, that's right. Every year, second brother only has eyes for the talented young ladies. Too bad he never manages to solve the lantern riddles. Zhu Gaoxu shot him an annoyed glare. Mind your own business, would you? Zhu Gaoxu sighed. It's a pity. Every Lantern Festival my elder sister never joins the celebration. She always stays alone in the residence. Zhu Gaosui sighed as well. I've got an idea. Why don't we all go out together today and take sister to the... Chu Gaoshu's eyes widened. You mean to bring along eldest sister as well? I nodded. Indeed. Your eldest sister surely wants to go out as well. She just has some concerns. If we want her to be truly happy, we must let her see the outside world instead of confining herself indoors indefinitely. I am the first to agree, Chu Gaoshu said excitedly. I am the second to agree, Chu Gaotoi chimed in. However, Chu Gaoshu worried. Eldest sister, she will not agree to this. I have a plan. I sat down and beckoned them over. The two of them also sat down accordingly. The three of them formed a circle. You two must follow my directives to act. Today, we must give your eldest sister an unforgettable lantern festival. First, we shall do this and that, and then that and this. Very quickly, I laid out the entire plan. The two of them continually nodded in agreement. I led them back to their dwelling. From inside the room, I carried out a large object and handed it to Chu Gaoshu, telling him to arrange for people to set it up beforehand. What is this? Chu Gaoshu looked at the large box before his eyes, full of curiosity. These are fireworks, absolutely the most dazzling type, the grand finale. To be lit for your eldest sister to behold, I explained. Where did these fireworks come from? I made them myself. Chu Gaoshu was greatly astonished. Brother-in-law? And yet you claim you have no other talents. You even know how to make fireworks. I forced a smile. It is merely a trifling skill, not worth mentioning.
I merely remain humble. Fireworks existed during the Ming dynasty, yet these fireworks of mine are named painting of myriadly rivers and mountains. 1088 bursts. It is not merely the most magnificent type of fireworks. The most special aspect is that at the very end of the fireworks display, 4 characters will appear. Without even needing to think, I set it to display, I love Ning Yun. I could already imagine the scene. When Ning Yun sees the dazzling fireworks filling the sky, and that romantic message appears, she will be so moved that she bursts into tears. The sight of her leaning into my embrace. As I pondered this repeatedly, the corner of my mouth involuntarily curled upwards. Brother-in-law, what are you secretly smiling about? You keep smiling like that. Enough of this nonsense. Let us proceed with the task. Once all preparations were complete, they began to act. Chu Huak, following the directives, spearheaded the journey to the Yong'an Pavilion. Upon discovering his mother was not present, he confidently invited his elder sister to ride horses. The reason given was that today, during the Lantern Festival, riding horses to trample the green would dispel misfortune. The location was their very own martial arts training ground, but I do not know how to ride a horse. Chu Ning Yun had originally intended to refuse, but she could not resist Chu Huak's fervent entreaties, so she had no choice but to follow him to the martial arts training ground. Chu Ning Yun, upon seeing me, instantly realized this was her younger brother's scheme. However, she had now developed a deep admiration for me and secretly felt a hint of joy in her heart. Chu Ning Yun softly said, Young Master Zhao, I do not know how to ride a horse. I smiled, leading a horse forward with utmost grace. Extend your right hand and simply mount it. I shall lead you to ward off misfortune. This year, you are certain to encounter great blessings. Out in public, one must not cause one's husband to lose face. These are the words my mother taught me. These words provided Chu Ning Yun a graceful path to acquiescence. She gathered her courage and extended her left hand, placing it upon mine. Her face flushed with a hint of shyness, but fortunately her veil concealed it. Incredibly soft, exquisitely smooth, utterly delicate. That was my sensation. I truly could not bear to release her hand, but I had to restrain the impulse within my heart, using my strength to gently lift Ning Yun onto the horse. During that inadvertent touch of hands, both of us felt a jolt akin to an electric current. Ding! You and Chu Ning Yun have inadvertently performed the second intimate interaction. Mutual affection surged, gaining 60 intimacy points, triggering a 50x critical burst, receiving 3,000 intimacy points. My heart soared with elation. Ning Yun, when your mother met me today, was my impression on her favorable? Chu Ning Yun was on the horse, while I walked below, leading the reins, strolling around the martial training ground, taking the opportunity to chat with her. This was Chu Yun's first time riding a horse, and below her, I led the horse for her. My strong arm brought her a boundless sense of security. The expansive view from horseback filled her with immense exhilaration. My mother's impression of you is very good. And those words you spoke to her today, were they sincere? She asked. Of course they were sincere. I raised my right hand to swear. If I, Li Zhao, utter even half a lie today, may heaven and earth destroy me. May I be crushed to death by a carriage on the road, or choked to death while drinking water. May I not die a peaceful death. All right. Chu Ning Yun hastily interrupted him. I understand your feelings now. Don't make such harsh vows again in the future. As long as I fulfill what I've sworn, what is there to fear? Even so, you shouldn't. All right then. I shall obey my wife in all things, I teased. Chu Ning Yun blushed. We are not yet married. You shouldn't call me that. Fearing I would speak carelessly again, she hastily changed the subject. Oh right, young Master Zhao, wait a while, and I will teach you how to write. I have no other intentions. It's just that my mother mentioned your handwriting was a bit unsightly. I sighed. Alas, those from impoverished families cannot afford paper and brushes, which is why their handwriting is so unsightly. Can you guess how I practiced writing? Chu Ning Yun pondered for a moment, then shook her head. How did you? The protagonist held a twig, writing on the uneven sandy ground. His strokes were uneven, neither straight nor level. She asked, how can one practice beautiful calligraphy? You really do have a way about you, brother. Actually, your handwriting isn't that unsightly. It's much better than Gao Hulak's. Chuckles. This is what they call necessity being the mother of invention. The two conversed and laughed joyfully. Though their topics were merely trivial, it seemed they could speak endlessly. In the distance, Zhao Gao Huek saw me and his older sister chatting so happily that we seemed to have forgotten the main task. Second brother. Are we still going through with it? Zhao Gao Zai said. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten. I truly can't bear to interrupt them. Zhao Gao Hushek pondered for a moment. Nevertheless, we should still proceed according to the plan. There shouldn't be any issues. He toyed with the stone in his hand, aimed precisely, and hurled it with force as if wielding inner cue. With a whiz, the stone shot straight towards the horse. Indeed, this was the scheme devised by the three individuals. Zhao Ning Yun did not wish to leave the mansion, for in her heart lay an insurmountable obstacle. She feared others looking at her with peculiar gazes, always confining herself within the grand gates of her mansion. But if proposed directly, it was feared she would absolutely not agree. Thus, I decided to create a minor incident to force her to take this step, startling the horse. Because I wanted to control the horse, I would leap onto it, but the horse would remain uncontrollable and gallop out of the mansion. Of course, this method was somewhat risky. Thus, the three of them had secretly tested it elsewhere, rehearsing it 3 times, each successful and smooth. At this very moment, I was leading the horse, conversing and laughing cheerfully with Ning Yun. Suddenly, my ear twitched. I heard the whistling sound of the stone tearing through the wind as it approached. Hearing that sound, I immediately prepared myself. Suddenly, the white horse's rump was struck by a stone. In pain and fear, it abruptly whinnied loudly and began to gallop wildly. What is happening? Tio Gongzi? Zhao Ning Yun was so terrified her heart almost leaped out of her chest. It's all right, I am here. Beast, stop for me. I pulled hard on the reins, but I did not exert my full strength. Otherwise, with my true power, I could have easily brought the horse to a halt. Thus, I held the reins and ran wildly, following the horse. Ning Yun, sit still, do not move. The horse has been startled. I ran and spoke. I am very scared. Zhao Ning Yun's face was devoid of color from fear, and she squeezed her eyes shut. Do not fear, I am here, I declared loudly. Then, my left foot pushed off powerfully, and I directly leaped onto the horse's back, sitting right behind Ning Yun, and with that momentum, I tightly embraced her entire body with my left arm. This beast is no longer obeying. It cannot be stopped. Ning Yun, don't be afraid. With me here, I will not let any harm come to you. I embraced her even tighter. The two of us were pressed completely against each other. My vigorous qi and blood, and my warm breath as I spoke, brushed against Chu Ning Yun's ear. Oh, with you here, I am no longer afraid. Chu Ning Yun closed her eyes, not daring to look straight ahead. As she was embraced by the other party, she felt a warm and powerful body tightly enveloping her. Her taut nerves could not help but relax considerably. Immediately after, she felt a surge of warmth. It was my breath, brushing against her ear. For some unknown reason, her entire body went numb, as if struck by lightning. The embarrassment was overwhelming. At this moment, Chu Ning Yun was a little flustered. It was her first time being so close to her beloved. Her entire being felt incredibly warm, but she dared not move. Yet she couldn't bring herself to deny the reason that urged her to maintain proper etiquette. But this warm sensation made her unwilling to part. Was I not the same? Embracing the one I cherished, the princess was like a goddess. At this moment she lay gently in my arms, her slender waist embraced by my arm. I could feel her warmth, the soft and gentle sensation. It is often said that women are like water, and it was truly so. With my chest pressed against Ning Yun, that sensation was truly wonderful, to the point that my heart couldn't help but stir with excitement. Li Zhao, maintain your rationality. I forced myself not to let my thoughts wander, as the horse bolted towards the mansion's exterior. Heavens, this situation is far too romantic. Brother-in-law is truly a master. Chu Gaoshu witnessed this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Chu Gaosui, the third brother. When you have free time, you should also learn my pebble flicking technique. Chu Gaosui did not understand what learning that was for. Chu Gaoshu replied, next time, I will imitate your brother-in-law and teach the younger sisters how to ride horses. You understand, don't you? Chu Gaosui secretly disdained him in his heart. That's right, second brother. Chu Kao Tai asked, should we pursue further? Chu Kao Hukok slapped his forehead. I almost forgot about this. What are you standing there for? He quickly urged, follow me. Then, he took the lead on horseback, shouting loudly as he rode. Third brother, this is bad. Eldest sister's horse has been startled. Quickly go and stop it. Chu Kao Tai loudly replied. All right. Very quickly, Chu Kao Hushek and Chu Kao Tai galloped their horses, surpassing me. Move aside. Quickly move aside. My horse has been startled. Do not be ignorant and block the path. The two of them rode their horses, clearing a path ahead out of Yanwangfu, proceeding directly to the city walls along the Zhuke Grand Road. Upon seeing the two princes, the patrolling soldiers on the street hastily cleared the common people to both sides. Thus, I rode the entire way without encountering any obstacles, directly reaching the base of the city walls. Beiping City was a crucial border stronghold. The entire city was a defensive structure against foreign invaders. Ascending the city walls, there were not only pathways for soldiers but also Maga Dao to reach the top. The so-called Mati Dao ascending the city walls was a specialized ramp for ancient city-defending cavalry to go up and down the walls. It was flatter than stairs, convenient for bringing horses to the top of the city walls. With Chu Kao Hunek and Chu Kao Tai's discreet arrangements, I naturally rode my horse straight up the Madaya. Upon reaching the city walls, I ascended very quickly. I had already reached the top of the city walls, where quite a few common people were enjoying the scenery. I sought a secluded spot with beautiful scenery. As I halted my horse, a notification chimed. Ding! Chu Ning Yun's favorability towards you has increased by 1. Current favorability, 83. As you and Chu Ning Yun rode a single horse together, stepping out grandly. Both your moods were exceedingly joyful. You received 100 sweetness points, activating a 50x critical boost. You received 5,000 sweetness points. Current accumulated points, 29.50. Finally, this beast has been stopped. Only then did I release my arms from around Ning Yun, sitting there in silence. Ning Yun, it was my fault. I have frightened you. I softly apologized. It's all right. With brother here, I am not afraid. She still bore traces of fright, yet also Chu Ning Yun kept her eyes tightly shut, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. The fragrance of flowers brought a sudden warmth to all, and the clear chirping through the trees refreshed her spirit.
Truly, I had not expected that, looking out from this place, the scenery would be so breathtakingly beautiful.
I gazed at the distant scenery and sighed in admiration.
Ning Yun,
look how beautiful the scenery is over there. It was at this moment that Chu Ning Yun tremblingly opened her eyes. Sitting on the horse's back, her view became even more expansive.
She slowly parted her eyelashes, and before her appeared the boundless, endless sky, clear and pure as if filtered. Yet wisps of illusory clouds drifted lazily, obscuring half of the sun, casting a brilliant orange glow. Heaven and earth converged at a single line, and birds soared and played amidst the trees. This place was outside the residence. Gentle breezes caressed her. The sunlight warmed her heart. Once again she felt the world outside. The air, the sky, the sunlight, the white clouds,
everything.
In that instant, the taut nerves that had bound her for so many years suddenly relaxed, and a sweet, blissful tremor arose within her soul. She gazed at everything as if mesmerized. Time seemed to stand still. We leaned close to each other, silently taking in the scenery.
I did not disturb her, allowing her to slowly absorb it all.
Chu Ning Yun's eyes were red-rimmed. Having not left the residence for so many years, her heart swelled with emotion.
The wind rustled. The wind was a little strong on the high city wall. It's a bit cold here, don't catch a chill.
Worried that Ning Yun would be cold, I took off my outer garment and draped it over her.
Thank you, brother, thank you for your thoughtfulness. Chu Ning Yun was not foolish. Having arrived at this city wall, she had already guessed that everything was prearranged. In truth, the horse really was startled. You don't need to explain. I am very happy for what you have done for me. My face flushed. Just as I was about to clarify, I felt her suddenly lean into my chest. I hastily embraced her, comforting her in my arms. Thank you for coming into my life.
Chu Ning Yun buried her head in my chest. Tears streamed down her cheeks.
I vow to forever reign within your heart. I offered my firm reply. How truly moving. How truly wonderful. Not far away, Chu Gao stopped his horse. Unable to restrain himself, he wiped away 3 years' worth of tears. Big Sister has finally stepped out of the darkness. Seeing Big Sister's happy demeanor, he felt even happier than she did. Oh, Chu Gao cried aloud there. Being young, he could not control his emotions. A man does not easily shed tears. Why are you crying, disciple brother? Chu Gao Shu was afraid of losing face. Chu Gao Shu was afraid. Second brother, you are still scolding me? Your eyes are also red. I just got dust in my eyes.
From afar, Chu Ning Yun and I still leaned closely together, silently.
Even without speaking a word, a wellspring of happiness overflowed in our hearts. At this moment, I grasped Chu Ning Yun's hands, and she did not resist at all. Heavenly Xuan, peaceful bamboo, night roaming, noon, night, stars. These were friends who roamed by themselves. I held my beloved's hand, and softly sang a song I cherished greatly in my previous life, loving every scar that has formed on her. A dark green bottle of aged strong wine, and then another gentle lyric was conveyed.
Chu Ning Yun secretly glanced at me.
My eyes were full of tenderness, smiling at her. Their gazes met, their hearts communicating. At the same time, they looked into the distant horizon, but their hands remained tightly clasped, not letting go.
Still leaning against each other, even though they found the emotions acceptable, tears occasionally still fell,
inviting her to carefully examine the flaws within her heart. In the scars, gentleness still remained. Chu Ning Yun heard the gentle melody and melancholic lyrics.
She quietly felt this song was truly special, and the lyrics that followed made her soul tremble even more.
At this moment, orioles fly, grass grows, my beloved is on the road. I know you braved rain and sun, passed by the twilight without bothering to gaze, crossed the vast sea of people, just to embrace her. At this moment, the bright moon is in the sky, my beloved, with hands raising starlight. I know you rode the wind and rode the waves into darkness once, sharing the same feelings, giving her the yearning for salvation.
Chu Ning Yun sensed the other party's affections, expressed through this segment of the lyrics.
The beloved is on the road, crossing the sea of people, just to embrace her. Isn't this beloved none other than him? That person rode the wind and rode the waves into darkness once. It was as if he was speaking of the past sufferings, and the one who brought salvation was Li Xiao.
I repeated the chorus once more, my singing voice growing stronger. Chu Ning Yun quietly listened to this beautiful song. Her breath seemed to freeze. My voice became gentle and slow. Knowing she couldn't, I still wanted her to feel it. To let the starlight add a touch of rainbow hues, to let cherry blossoms secretly kiss her brow, and for all the good things in this world to perfectly bind with her. Chu Ning Yun felt it profoundly, her soul trembling slightly. The other person knew everything about her, yet still wished for her to feel all the beauty of this moment. The song reached its climax, then concluded, and the surrounding space became quiet once more. Chu Ning Yun was immersed in those beautiful lyrics. A faint, lingering sorrow, yet also immense warmth. The lyrics conveyed Li Xiao's innermost feelings. Did you compose this song for me? Indeed. I composed it for you. This song is truly beautiful. What is its name? May all the beauty of the world perfectly entwine with you. As the words faded, it was as if all things in the world vanished, leaving only the other's image in their eyes. They gazed deeply at each other, their fingers tightly intertwined. Ding! Chu Ning Yun's favorability towards you increased by 2. Current favorability, 85. Ding! Chu Ning Yun's favorability towards you increased by 2. Current favorability, 87. Ding! You have sung a song for your beloved. The other person felt immense happiness, receiving 100 sweetness points. Critical burst activated 50 times, receiving 5,000 sweetness points. Ding! You and your beloved intertwined your fingers, exchanging loving gazes. Deep emotions stirred, and both parties felt exceedingly joyful, receiving 300 sweetness points. Critical burst activated 50 times, receiving 15,000 sweetness points. Current accumulated points, over 50 points. It can be seen that quite a few young ladies are initiating friendships. Chu Gaohook was already dazzled. Second brother, why are you looking around so much? What are you searching for? Chu Gaotui asked him. Lower your voice a little, Chu Gaohook whispered. Second brother is protecting our eldest sister, checking for any suspicious individuals. Don't speak carelessly, Chu Gaokai sneered. Second brother, you are clearly admiring the young ladies. Do you truly take me for a fool? Chu Gaohook was speechless for a moment, glared at him, and said, keep your voice down, or I'll give you a beating. The eldest sister's lifelong matter has already been settled, but your second brother's matter is still up in the air. You go stand further away and keep an eye on eldest sister and brother-in-law. Second brother, go forth and find yourself a lady. Chu Gaozai cheered him on. Chu Gaohuik saw an exceptionally beautiful woman, his gaze fixated on her. That young lady had skin as white and smooth as jade. Her eyebrows were like painted strokes, her lips like flower petals, naturally rosy without any adornment, and 2 dimples appeared and vanished as she smiled. She was truly captivating, precisely the type of woman he admired. She was strolling with a group of young women. Chu Gaohuik strode forward to strike up a conversation. I, Chu Gaohook, dare to ask for the young lady's name? May we perhaps stroll together on this city wall as companions? The several young women were chatting and laughing when suddenly a tall figure appeared before them, startling them. Are you mad? One of the young women softly cursed, then hurriedly pulled the young lady beside her away. I am not mad. Chu Gaohuak watched their retreating figures, his heart filled with frustration, unable to stop stomping his feet and beating his chest, regretting that he did not possess the means to charm women like his brother-in-law. At this moment, Chu Gaozai quietly appeared to console him. Second brother, do not be disheartened. Return and let father arrange for a matchmaker to visit their family with betrothal gifts. Which young lady could possibly resist the noble status of a prince from the Yan royal estate? Chu Gaohusak said impatiently. What do you understand? Unripe melons are not sweet, Chu Gaozai replied. But they quench thirst. Chu Gaohusak rolled his eyes in disdain. This time, brother Husek has truly lost face. I sighed. As Ning Yun and I, not far away, had witnessed this entire scene. Could I help Gaohunik? Chu Ning Yun's hand, grasping mine, was slightly sweaty, her heart filled with worry. Though not entirely for Gaohulik, but because too many young women were flocking here. After all, it was her first time going out. She was afraid of crowded places. That group of young women was walking along the city wall and was about to head in this direction. I also had no good solution. I began to feel a headache. Striking up a conversation with one person from a group of young women, the difficulty increased manifold. Moreover, wouldn't me personally going to strike up a conversation with that group of young women make Ning Yun beside me jealous? However, perhaps it was fate. As the group of young women passed in front of my horse, they suddenly came to a halt, their eyes fixed on the magnificent white steed. What a beautiful horse. It's absolutely stunning. Its coat is as white as snow, without a single blemish. I've never seen such a magnificent horse before. The young women gazed at the white stallion in astonishment. Their eyes sparkled with admiration. Why was that? It seemed that no matter how the ages changed, beautiful things always captivated a woman's heart. This horse was no different from a luxury carriage.
or a fine automobile in the modern world. "Young master, may we stroke your white horse?"
One particularly beautiful young woman looked up at the horse's owner and politely asked.
I turned to Chu Ning Yun with a gentle smile. "Should I allow it?" "You'll have to ask my wife." I had no intention of giving my beloved even the slightest reason to feel jealous. Everything would be decided according to her wishes. At the same time, I wanted to encourage her to speak with strangers. Only then could she truly step out of the shadows that had imprisoned her heart.
Hearing those words, Chu Ning Yun's face instantly flushed crimson.
The young woman turned to her instead. "Elder sister, may we pet the horse?" The other girls also looked at her with pleading eyes.
Chu Ning Yun grew so nervous that she could scarcely speak. Tiny beads of sweat formed on her forehead.
It had been years since she had spoken to strangers. This was the first time she had received so many gazes at once. "Ning Yun, will you let them?" I asked softly while holding her hand. I gently squeezed her hand as I spoke. At last, Chu Ning Yun gathered all her courage. "Oh, of course. Just be gentle and don't frighten him." "Thank you, elder sister. Thank you so much. We won't scare him."
Having received her permission,
the young women all thanked her sincerely. Chu Ning Yun nodded to herself, realizing that speaking with strangers was not nearly as difficult as she had imagined. "I'm wearing a bamboo hat with a white veil. They aren't looking at me with disgust," she thought. "But this poor horse is another matter entirely." In the next instant, Zhao Baishi was surrounded by a group of young women, all eagerly stroking him with their soft, delicate hands. At first, the stallion resisted slightly, but before long, it was snorting in unmistakable satisfaction.
Witnessing the scene, I couldn't help but think to myself, no wonder so many scoundrels in the future love keeping a handsome pet around.
I believe it's simply to attract young maidens on the street, taking the opportunity to strike up a conversation. Its coat is truly so smooth. Petting it feels incredibly pleasant. This horse is infinitely superior to my father's horse. This horse surely isn't cheap, is it? It must cost at least 100 taels of silver. It's definitely worth more than that. I think it must be worth 1,000 taels. The young women chattered incessantly, their hands continuously stroking the horse, speaking and laughing. I seized the opportunity to glance at Chu Gaoxu, pointing at the horse and waving my hand,
signaling him to come over quickly, as this was a rare opportunity. Chu Gaoxu immediately understood the intention, taking a few steps and leading his horse closer.
This horse of mine is named Ta Shui Wang Zhui.
In ancient times, Hegemon King Chu also rode a similar horse, renowned as the foremost among all steeds. Chu Gaoxu found an excuse to stop beside the white horse.
When Hua smiled and said, "It truly doesn't lose out to this white horse at all.
It's him."
As the young maidens looked up, they immediately saw a black horse and recognized the lecherous fellow from earlier. They immediately became panic-stricken and repeatedly retreated backward. "Ladies, there's no need to worry. This is my younger brother. He has no ill intentions."
Chu Ning Yun saw her younger brother scare the women away and hastily tried to offer an explanation.
"Oh, so that's how it is?"
Hearing Chu Ning Yun's words, the young maidens finally breathed a sigh of relief, mainly because the older sister had been very approachable
and had even allowed them to touch her horse, thus fostering a favorable impression. Upon learning he was her younger brother, they also lowered their guard. "May we touch it?" A plump young maiden among them mustered her courage and asked.
"Feel free to touch it." Chu Gaoxu let out a hearty laugh. Although it wasn't the young woman he had targeted who spoke,
it could still be considered a stroke of good fortune.
The group of young maidens surrounded Ta Shui Wang Zhui, sometimes looking on, other times stroking Ta Shui Wang Zhui, who enjoyed the same treatment as Zhao Yebai Shizi.
Unlike Zhao Yebai Shizi, this horse's entire body was jet black and glossy.
However,
in the eyes of the young ladies, the white horse, Zhong Kui, was still more magnificent than the black horse. One of the young ladies remarked, "You claim your black horse is no less impressive than that white horse, yet I find the white horse to be a cut above." The other young ladies also voiced their agreement in unison. "I concur. Look how imposing this white horse is. It is truly beautiful. This white horse appears to be more robust than the black horse. I assume this white horse will undoubtedly run faster." As they spoke, the young ladies' gazes once again turned towards the white horse. Chu Kao Hu eagerly declared, "My horse is named Dap Tuyet Ong Trui, and it is absolutely not inferior to that white horse. Whether it is truly superior or not, would it not become clear if we were to compete?" I smiled and said, "Brother Hugh, I have long wished to compete with you to determine our strengths, and now that these young ladies have expressed their curiosity, why not invite them to serve as our adjudicators? Let us see whose horse runs faster." Seizing this opportunity, I immediately spoke up. "Young ladies are naturally drawn to the strong. Is this not an excellent opportunity for Chu Kaohu to display his prowess?" Having said that, I turned to the young ladies and inquired, "Forgive my presumption, but would you be willing to bear witness for the two of us?" The plump young lady in yellow robes was overjoyed,
clapping her hands as she exclaimed, "Of course! I too wish to see which of these two magnificent steeds
will ultimately prove superior." Everyone possessed a sense of curiosity, especially the women. The other young ladies also nodded gently, signaling their approval. At this moment, Chu Hu was filled with indescribable joy. My brother-in-law truly knows how to create opportunities.
For he saw that the young lady he admired, though she said not a word,
had also nodded her head in agreement. I must perform. I absolutely must perform. His horse riding skills, meticulously honed over many years, finally had a stage upon which to be displayed. Then, let us compete,
Chu Hu confidently declared.
How shall we compete? I pointed towards the distant horizon. Over there is the corner of the city wall. We will go to that wall and then turn back.
Whoever returns here first
shall be considered the winner. Let us settle on that,
Chu Hu said cheerfully.
Next, the two led their horses to the same starting line.
Chu Hu lightly leaped onto his horse's back,
his posture incredibly dashing. This display made the young women look at him in a new light. Elder sister, who do you think will win? The owner of the black horse also seems very formidable. Elder sister, surely you must know. The young women approached Chu Ning Yun and asked quietly. Chu Ning Yun felt as if she had just made friends and was no longer as reserved as before. She softly said, I also do not know. This is the first time they compete against each other, so it will be an interesting spectacle, won't it? The young women chattered excitedly, then turned their eyes towards the race. The commotion here also attracted a considerable number of commoners who gathered to watch. Everyone, come quickly! There's a good show to watch. It seems two young men are racing on horseback. I bet on the white horse. This horse appears much stronger. That is where you are mistaken. I am a horseman, you see. That black horse has a sleek and shiny coat. It absolutely has great endurance. The commoners loved the excitement even more, with some even taking out silver to place bets with each other. An enthusiastic young man among them stepped forward. Esteemed sirs, allow me to call out the start. As you wish. Chu Hu waved his hand magnanimously. With a wave of his hand, the young man shouted, Start! While the words were spoken slowly, the action unfolded swiftly. The rider only felt a fierce gust of wind rise, and the two horses, like arrows loosed from their bows, galloped away. Only then did everyone realize that these two horses were absolutely no ordinary beasts. I must unleash all my abilities.
Chu did not hold back, for he knew that relying solely on beginner-level riding skills would not be enough to defeat Chu Hu.
If one were to concede, they would only be seen through more easily by others.
Such an action would prove counterproductive. Only by defeating a true master could Chu Hu's skills be truly highlighted. Chu Hu revealed a faint smile.
He had initially worried his brother-in-law would show mercy, but it appeared his brother-in-law had no such intention. Only in this manner would true satisfaction be found.
However, Chu Hu also felt a sense of bewilderment. This brother-in-law had only been wed for a few days, yet he already possessed such exceptional horsemanship.
The two steeds, one black and one white, darted like silver shuttles, swift as lightning, yet ultimately, their superiority would be decided. At the outset, their speeds were nearly identical, but by the midpoint, the black horse had begun to gradually overtake the white steed. There lay not only a disparity between the two horses, but also a significant difference in technique. Those unfamiliar with the craft could not discern it, merely perceiving the white steed to be slightly disadvantaged. The two riders galloped their steeds toward the base of the wall.
Chu Hu took the lead, tightly gripping the reins.
As his warhorse decelerated, he suddenly leaped from its back, using the momentum to pivot and change direction, then lightly sprang upwards, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, before gracefully returning to his steed's back, now facing the opposite direction. A series of fluid movements, like flowing water and drifting clouds, was completed in a single, seamless flow. The other, however, was a moment slower, only then arriving, turning his steed around without dismounting, and his posture lacked the same imposing grace. How could their skill be considered equal?
It was clear that this young man's horsemanship was truly extraordinary. This particular maneuver was known as
dragonfly skimming water. Without over a decade of arduous training, it could absolutely not be mastered.
Truly, heroes often emerge from among the youth,
a stable hand exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, those within the craft discern the profound meaning, while outsiders merely witness the spectacle. As the stable hand uttered those words, everyone immediately turned their gaze toward Chu Hu. In that fleeting moment, Chu Hu's image suddenly became considerably more dashing. That person is truly majestic. Earlier we had indeed underestimated him. Who would have thought he was far more formidable than that other handsome young master? Witnessing this spectacle, the young woman named Jiang Xie, whom Chu Hu had initially set his sights upon, suddenly revealed a